don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Yeah. Go and play that. Take you down, I'ma say that. Mine need me a couple dollars. Telling you now this payback. So I take that. Ask them now what say that. I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that. But I'm on now. All these lanes gonna zone out. And all these lanes gonna tell you what I did, and they twist and they worse till I fall out. But I know that, so I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move, I'm a Kodak. So I'm gone, finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time of my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My God up on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm Mayweather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone, finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Please don't let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. My life's in your hands. Delilah, don't you know my life's in your hands? Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my life's in your hands? Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle.
gotta shake the road up just like an earthquake. Still follow my dreams, even in the worst way. Still doing my thing, no break in my birthday. Take a long way home, had to lean on myself. Let's try to swallow me whole. Jump so high, it's not about a cushion in a max, but all about power through the struggle and the test. Dirty air in my lungs, I can't even breathe. Praying to the sky, even almost getting sick. I am who I am, even talking from the street. If you want some beef, they'll turn me to the beast. Before getting caught up, I need to get caught out. Stuck in a cage, trying to find my way to broke out. Got a whole lot of pull now, I just need a boat out. One night on my shelf, so my tickets will be sold out. Used to be the kid, now I'm here on top. Hustle pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'ma run and play it out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. Ready for the ride, ready for the fight. I said I move too quick. Don't let's leave the highlight. No time, I got no time. Road to the hilltop, always so rocky, so tight. Gamble with my life, hard to be on my own. Trying to stay in line, so I live it on my phone. You can find one of a kind person like me. Live it in a moment, had to set my mind free. Cause over fear, anytime's near. I'm to the tears, finally don't shed tears. Betting on me is the right risk, then no. Always pulling down the ramp before the Rambo. Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'ma run and play it out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Can't tell me nothing, don't know why. I'm around for the long ride. Look up, kiss the sky, waste no time. I'll be riding all my life.
Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'ma run and play it out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
The faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see. was hit hard. Here, Liv. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over. Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn. What's going on? What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
I don't really recognize there was a head just sitting there. That's unfortunate for him. Mark is going to be finding another for his team, and down to the 2 vs 4. We're going to get another 1 vs 4. No, not this time. Crit J says we've had enough of those. Over towards Piano. He will secure another one. He's looking for a little bit more. He's actually even out the numbers here. He may still be able to steal away around here. 38 seconds left. Mr. Punch is going to find a kill. For another head to be exposed. Crit J, great headshot despite such low HP.
It's gone pretty much exactly as planned, although Dini, they know where he is, given his spray from just before. He peeks on out, does get the down onto the first. Strike will get the plant off. The cross held by Zist. He does get spotted out, some damage dealt, but he does get the down onto Strike. This could be big. Roldini's on for a 4K here. If he can find the last player, Zist, now the last alive, in a 1 vs 1. And for Varian X, this could be a huge throw. If Zist doesn't connect, and he won't. Roldini's managed to win it.
That reach is too good, because by the time they get on the site, the round's over, and ED has nothing to do in the rounds because Reach is going crazy. He's going crazy right now. He's got 3, he gets 4, he's on for the ace. He's just gone in through meeting, dropped the hatch, gotten 4 people. Now he knows exactly where this last member is. Is he gonna take another hit?
However, Direwolf's looking to walk into the site. Reek spots the leg of 1. He finds it. 2 kills for ED with the 417. I9 now the last alive, and a 1 vs 4 make it 3. Will have to pick it up and try and deny the plant here. It's already gone down though, and unfortunately, into the post, Jackie Wood goes down. Is confirmed. I9 for a triple.
Ooh.
He finds all 4. My God! Direwolf, what are you doing? Oh, Fury! Start this round to Villa off with an absolute.
Yeah, I mean, I would say this site is one of the most difficult to jump into. But Hoven is going to find something to start things off. Silence. Okay, I thought I was about to connect there. Hoban's going to find another one. This is back into a 2 versus 3.
Make that 1 versus 3, 1 versus 2. It's all up to Hoban. He needs to get this ace to the freezer angle. He turns defender for a little bit of a moment. Oh, picks up that freezer defender. Perfectly finishes him off. Quad kill. Just this man on the back stairs left. And he's gonna go and collect that diffuser. Gonna try go for it. Picks it up. Successfully done. Gonna go over to the A-bomb site. Very smartly done. And now he's gonna go and plant in the corner. He's gonna do it again.
Aldini making so much noise. He's done it, Hoban, with the ace clutch. What a play. You have to feel for Aldini there. That's so unfortunate. Let's wait for that pizza.
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. Real one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Rainbow Six Siege Operation League Autumn Season. We're going into the playoffs. My name is Cthulhu. Joining me on the desk is Infian Ewok. Now, Infian, we've already seen 14 play days of absolute... The only way to describe it is literally carnage, really, with the way how some of the matches really went down. Look, so far with things that we ended up sort of getting settled in with, is the setup that you've imagined going in, or has sort of the regular season ended up bringing out some of the more surprising sort of turnouts for yourself?
Obviously, the biggest surprise, Cthulhu, has to be the fact that we saw a straight winner map win a game. I think that has to be one of the biggest, the biggest thing, one of the most important results of the whole stage. The rest of it, it's not that much of a surprise. You know, you had the Apex South team just fill up the top 4. You know, they run away. Champion, we have to give them a lot of credit. Labyrinth, Celodic, Farlord, Tawaret, Quick J, particularly Quick J. You know, he came in as one of the roster changes, and Champion absolutely shot up, and they were very close to beating Gaming Gladiators to a place inside of these playoffs that we are starting today.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen some of the non-Apex South teams definitely, start showing us some really good performances. I mean, personally for me, not the nicest sort of surprise, but definitely a surprise nonetheless. Varian-X, their introduction to the league, whilst yes, they didn't end up scoring a whole lot of wins as it is, they actually managed to show us some really cool fair few rounds, they managed to lead top teams to quite some close score. And remembering off the top of my head, namely a few of their games where I think they
8-7 against GG.
Yeah, 8-7 against GG.
Yeah.
Their win against Obsession was a rather quality one, and remembering the yield, even a few games against the Elevate as well. There's been definitely quite a fair few, and yeah, we do get to quickly check out the tournament structure as well, where we already had the 2 stages of qualifiers, out of which we managed to get our 4 teams to sort of join with Direwolf, Fury, and Gaming Gladiators, and then from there on, now that we finished up the regular season, the 14 play days of it, mind you, we are now going into the playoffs. So look, the playoffs are going to be quite an interesting one, because we obviously have technically the 3rd place match. So should 2 of the teams tonight lose their games, they will still go into the 3rd place matchup, which unfortunately means that if they lose here tonight, that's it. No more chance at the grand final. But that it still should be quite a heater of a night, and then obviously the grand finals as well are supposed to be quite exciting as well. Now,
so we have the maps, yeah. Sorry, just to cut you off. It's just like, I got excited. It's my time. Analyst time. We have the map that we have seen. We have statistics now. We have upgraded here in the Operation League to show you how the plays have been. And if you guys have been feeling kind of bored of Oregon and Villa, well, you are bored for a good reason, because we have seen 12 plays each of Oregon and Villa, Chalet, Clubhouse, 7 each, Cafe close behind with 6. I mean, look at Border. We've only had one of those Border games, and I don't even remember which one it was. That's how lame, how little, not really lame, how little we've seen Border so far. Theme Park as well. These a little bit more like maps that you think that APAC teams would rather go to, try and pull some surprises on. But in the Operation League this season, we have seen very conservative picks with like the Oregon, the Villa, Chalet, Clubhouse, Cafe, and then after that, a smattering of like the rest in the map pool.
Well, I mean, remembering Theme sort of followed its original sort of storyline in general when even it was first introduced into the competitive map pool, is it was one of the maps that not a whole lot of teams really practiced, not a whole lot of teams really played around it. So a number of teams, including Fury, did end up kind of faulting on it despite the initial momentum. So yeah, look, Theme Park is one of those very exciting maps to me, that I reckon we could see some really good turnouts. Skyscraper, same, but we finally are starting to see a little bit more of a performance. What is interesting though to me is that I believe it was actually sporting one of those attacker win rates, which is quite a curious turnout. In terms of ban, anything that sort of pops up for you, Infian?
I am surprised that with the changes, I know it was halfway through the season, but I'm still surprised that we're not seeing a Dokkaebi here in the bans. And, well, I'm not surprised that, the Dokkaebi is not shown here on the top 5, because we haven't seen, we and I have been noticing that Dokkaebi hasn't really been banned that often. Thatcher being there, Nook being there makes perfect sense. The Ying, I think, is a surprise. Jackal, also a little bit of a surprise. Usually pro teams don't really struggle with taking out the Jackal, like, dealing with the Jackal. The top 3 makes sense. I'm surprised that, we didn't see a Dokkaebi sneak in. Defense ban is actually insane. Like, you have Valkyrie. I know she's been banned a lot. I didn't expect her to be dominantly 75% over there. And then after that, half Azami, and then just everyone just falls off beyond Kaid. The defensive bans, I'm not surprised by, but like, yeah, the Dokkaebi, I don't know about you, but like, Dokkaebi is way too strong. Well, not way too strong, but she's really strong now with the
she
call
feels
features.
in a bit of a, she feels in a very sort of comfortable position where I think for a team, if a team ends up, running her on a very consistent basis and does end up putting time to sort of almost develop sort of strats with her being involved in the play, or even as that sort of off-play pick, she could absolutely shred it up. I'll definitely agree with you. Although, sort of you tell me at the beginning, say, of the season, Nook be having the second highest ban rate would feel rather odd, but sort of in the context of how developing as of recently, it does certainly make sense that the sneaky beaky operator certainly gets the ban hammer quite frequently, which sort of it shows as well that sort of the meta started shifting slowly but surely. Before it would be Thatcher, maybe occasionally some hard breaches to make things a little bit more difficult for the life of the attackers. Nowadays we don't even get to see any hard breaches per se in terms of the bans. On the flip side though, pick rate, Hibana and Ace do manage to make their way into one of the highest pick rated operators on the attack.
Yep, no surprises there. Thermite obviously fallen a little bit down the pecking order because Hibana, of course, very good with the hatch and burning Aruni gates as well. Ace, of course, also gives you that range, but it's kind of a bigger surface area, so you can open up walls and you can try and fight off like tricks and impact tricks and bandit tricks, what have you not. Sledge being there, definitely a little bit of a surprise in the sense that he's not number 1. I thought with the EMP changes, we'll see a lot more Sledge being picked. But Iana, number 1, I think we have one man to thank for that. and that's Reaps96, because that man has been tearing it up on the Iana all season long in Apex South in Operation League. Yeah, he's just been really good. Zofia makes sense. So you can see like the top 3 really, or really the top 5, they're all some sort of destructors. Iana has, had the frag grenades, Gonsick situation, Sledge, of course, the Sledgehammer, Zofia, Impacts, and then Ace Hibana. Self-explanatory. Mute Jaeger, standard stuff. You want to deny walls, you want to deny projectiles, smoke Alibi. Alibi's defragging is like the odd one out of all these 10 operators, I would say, because all of the rest of the operators are like to slow people down or like to deny or bring some specific utility. Alibi is specifically there for the gun, for fragging.
I mean, all the recoil
and
changes
kind of
that
a bit,
came,
yeah.
It's all the recoil changes that came through. Things definitely rather spooky in terms of how the Alibi players could tear it up, and it's been an interesting one. I hope that my voice is not really lagging because the clean feed is a little bit choppy, but regardless of that, look, I'm still very much keen to see how things will really go, because pick rate's definitely been quite heavily by at least one certain player, which we are going to be moving on to in just a brief moment to talk about. Look, the one thing that I definitely want to say that has been a very pleasant sort of change, that we've seen sort of 1 to 2 players being added to some of the top rosters, and it seemed to have revitalized them immensely. I mean, we're talking about borderline complete revival of a team. Looked like it was just about on the verge of, well, not nearly death, but it was certainly starting to fall into a bit of a rut. We're talking for Fury, the introduction of I9 that has managed to pull absolutely nuts performances. We're talking about Direwolves introducing some of the new players. We're talking even for teams like Champion, Crit J, recent introduction to that roster. He was single-handedly being able to clutch up so many rounds. And I mean, even with Elevate, they had quite a few substitutes coming around. Angry X to sometimes step in for the main roster. So yeah, it's been a genuinely enjoyable few seasons.
Yeah, superb, and just the quality of play in Southeast Asia has gone up for sure. It's slow, maybe not very noticeable if you're not tuning in every day and not like putting a lot of thought into it. But the quality of play, 100% unquestionably has gone up. It's really exciting to see like teams like a Straight Variants, particularly Champion, coming in, and fingers crossed that teams like Champion are going to be able to break into the top 4 beginning next season. The player changes are absolutely going to be coming as team starts gearing up for the SI, and just like how Fury made the step up with the signings of BG Man and Napiu or like I9 coming from the fact that Elevate didn't want those guys, that really propelled them. But what propelled Direwolves to a flawless run since their Operation League summer loss on 30 July. Since then, they haven't lost a single map in every single competition, and that's because of this man, Reaps96, and in the Operation League, he has been a terror.
Absolutely. Yeah, Reaps has been a big highlight within Operation League for Direwolves in general. He's the man that single-handedly managed to put Direwolves back onto the map in a very confident way. He's the one that just you send him in with either Iana or Y on the defense, and he will be able to just absolutely tear it up. And I mean, during the regular season, he was also sporting one of the higher KDs as well in general, which also is quite a big statement.
He is he's been described by his own coach, Odin, of course, so biased there, but he's been described by his own coach as the Asian Spoy, and gotta be honest with you, so far he has backed that talk up. It's incredibly high praise to say that someone's an Asian Spoy, because Spoy at this point, when he was signed, he won the major. He won the major on his first attempt, and he was the MVP for the major. So that's high praise, but so far he's backed it up. We'll see how he performs, of course, at Shunkerbing Major next month. He's right now in China I think, still serving his quarantine. So we won't see him play today. He's serving his quarantine. After that, he's going to be applying for his visa. So unfortunately, we won't see him today or tomorrow, if that will progress to tomorrow. But we are going to see Elevate versus Fury, the Thai derby, to kick things off today. Just a few minutes.
Yeah, look, I'm definitely quite excited for this one, given that both Elevate and Fury could really duke it out, and this is the matchup of Seed 2 versus Seed 3, where Elevate, I believe, actually in the last playdate managed to absolutely sneak away with one extra point to push themselves into the second place on the regular season leaderboard, which certainly does tell sort of the overall story of how things been going. It's been sort of initially it was Fury that was leading the charge for quite a fairly long while throughout the regular season, and then close to the end of it, Direwolves just crept up and absolutely managed to demolish the rest of the competition. It was Direwolves that managed to sort of steal away, I guess you could call it, the first place, and from there on, the whole remainder of the top 4 ended up becoming just an absolute frag derby. You look at Elevate though, it is a roster that can perform. I mean, all of them having triple digits in terms of the except Sapper in terms of the damage. For Sapper, it's been a bit of a rough season. Let's call it that. Also,
burnout and stuff.
Yeah, the burnout, any other personal issues, my condolences for that for him. But overall, the rest of the team was able to perform. Whereas you look as well at Fury, it is also a roster that is quite scary. And with the somewhat recent introduction of I9, and once they finally got through all the chemistry issues, it's a team that can very much perform and can very much put up quite a performance.
Yeah, and funny thing is, we're starting off here on Theme Park, Cafe, and Villa, potentially, which is going to be our decider. And I was just going to highlight that, funny thing is that Theme Park, the one that picked by Fury, we've only seen it once between these two teams, even though they've played each other so many times. We've seen 6 maps out of the 9. Theme Park is one of them with 1 play. That was a 7-5 victory for Fury. Cafe, we have seen a lot, 3 times, I think, overall. But as far as the plays that we have so far between these two specific rosters, aka after stage 2, when BG Man and I9 joined Fury, it has been traded 7-5 Fury and then 8-6 Elevate. So these are very close maps, I think. It could go either way. We could possibly go to Villa, which we have also seen 2 maps also traded between these 2 teams so far with these roster. One was a 7-4 to Elevate, one was an 8-6 to Fury. So I don't know about you, Cthulhu, but I'm feeling like this is going to be extremely tense and close matchup.
Definitely. I definitely will have to agree with you that this might just end up being one of the closer matchups. But in the same vein, look, I mean, kicking us off with a Theme Park, I want to say that this could be an absolute just a frag fiesta between the two rosters, because the Theme Park being the map that it rarely got picked, and even when it got picked, it was very much of just a mess all over the place. So what I'm thinking is we're gonna get ourselves started with some quite chaotic nature in terms of the Theme Park, and then dial it down a little bit towards the Cafe, where I think is where sort of the actual sauciness of each one of the teams will start coming around, because like you mentioned, things could get rather close in terms of just the previous scorelines.
Of course, you guys can get yourself some goodies and some wins as well. Here in chat, just follow the channel, enter the hashtag #CallYourShots. You can get 600 R6 credits or the Operation League C pin that you saw me wearing. I hope you saw it on my chest. Very pretty pin. You can also go to the Facebook page. Lots of giveaways happening over there, like 7,560 credits available over there. DDR5 RAM, 32 gig and 16 gig RAM available from Kingston Fury mousepad, that mini sledgehammer, the Caber, R6 t-shirt, caps, Chibi, and another pin. So just go to the Facebook page of the Rainbow Six Siege, put your messages in chat here, and you can have a really awesome time, even if the team you're supporting doesn't win.
Here's actually a fun thing that I just sort of rediscovered for myself in Finn. Our very first playday was the only time where Elevate actually played Theme Park. And Elevate played it against Direwolves, which ended up being look, it says 8-6, right? So when you hear an 8-6, yeah, this sounds, pretty close, right?
Yeah. It's a good
Wrong.
matchup, etc.
Wrong. It was the first half concluded in a 5-1 scoreline. And then the second half is where Elevate came back with their own 5-1 scoreline. And then it was in the overtime where Direwolves actually won it. So,
also Apex South, was it? Or is it here in
No, that's here in Operation League.
Yeah, I remember that match.
Playday of Operation League.
Yeah, I remember that matchup. Odd stuff. Speaking of theme park between these two teams, 7-5 to Fury is barely anything to go by on. Fury are, of course, qualified for the Shonkoping Major, so they actually have something to lose by pushing, ball to the wall right here, going all the way, giving it their all, showing all the strats. But at the same time, it is Elevate. They are your regional rivals. They are the other countrymen who have been overshadowing you since 2 years, I think, 3 years at this point. It's just been all Elevate. Fury haven't really been a name, even back when they were Q confirmed. Since this change happened with the APAC South, APAC North situation, Q confirmed have not been a team that people seriously talked about that would qualify for a major. But now, tables have turned, and this is an opportunity here in the Operation League for Fury to drive that point home. That yes, we are good, we are here to stay. Thailand is not just Elevate. APAC South, Operation League is not just Elevate. We are here too, and we can just be as good as them.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely Fury has seen quite a huge improvement in their game, in their playstyle. Another fun fact.
Thanks to Elevate.
Yeah. Another fun fact I've actually discovered again. We are going in with the topic of fun facts for tonight's stream. It seems the very second time we've seen Theme Park being played was also played by Elevate. But guess who it was played against? Fury.
Oh yeah, the Sound 5, right?
So the Theme Park Playday number 4, it was a 7-5 victory for Fury, where they managed to actually pull away with a 4-2 win in the first half, and then the second half concluded in a 3-3 conclusion. So full 12 rounds, we went the full distance, full length. And look, I gotta say, now this Theme Park pick actually makes a little bit more sense, where sort of there's definitive signs, at least in the early stages of the season, that Elevate, genuinely struggled. Funnily enough, that loss actually sent them in a bit of an unfortunate spiral for one more extra day. That was the play where they did have to play against Elevate. From there on, not Elevate, where they had to play against Champion, and from there on, Elevate managed to recuperate their losses. But by that point already, look, things definitely looked a little bit more dicey.
Indeed, and since we're continuing on the fun facts, fact. It was because of Elevate this preceding week, that Fury actually got to qualify for the Shonkoping Major. This is like that Thai collaboration going on. And it was very funny because Elevate were obviously not having a great season. They lost to Fury, which started their spiral in APAC South, that 7-5 victory in APAC South. And then after that, they lost, I think, again to Wildcard with the shocking 7-2 that happened for Elevate. And people were like, okay, this is done. They lost in overtime, I think, to Direwolves as well. And then they were going to end off the season with Gaming Gladiators. And it's like people, it's over. Gaming Gladiators are going to qualify. They're surely going to get a win, even if it's in overtime. But Elevate came right back. Elevate won 7-5 in regulation time. That victory for Elevate in regulation gave Fury the chance to get a win against Tide and secure their place at the major. And Fury nearly choked under the pressure. By the way, he went to all 15 rounds against Tide, a team that had, at that point, gotten 0 points from all the other matches in APAC South. So It nearly went pear-shaped for Fury despite Elevate's help, but I'm sure they were very thankful. But now, they're going to be clashing with each other for, the title of the Operation League Southeast Asia in this autumn season. Funny how things change just in a few days.
Yeah, definitely quite a substantial change. Definitely quite an interesting sort of storyline that got built all around all the odds and chances to make it to the major, to make it to the big leagues. Look, I'm gonna say this. I'm still very much keen to see how this really perform, because I think while the Direwolves versus GG, I'm still probably would be favoring Direwolves despite the fact that even Reaps is not playing. Between Elevate and Fury, there's a definite sort of thing where we could see either of those teams really succeed, because if we compare, Elevate at their top performance versus Fury at their top performance, both teams could really, really put it to, to the absolute maximum.
It's just very hard to predict. Both these teams, I think, are in very good spirits at this point. Elevate, of course, had a tough season, but because of the victory on Thursday, they have virtually qualified for the 6th initial 2023, so they're going to be feeling good about it. Fury are going to be feeling good about the Shrunk Hoping Major, and this, as a result, will be a very close matchup, I think, because both these teams are in the best mental headspaces that they could be, although we, of course, not to make light of what Zappa went through. Starting with the bands, Thatcher, we saw that, super banned. I think, how many ban percentage it was? 60%, something like that? 50%? Yeah.
48, I believe.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. So Thatcher, no surprises there. I bet we're gonna see something like, I don't know, Yana, maybe?
Yeah, probably. Actually, no, it could be...
No, Flores, okay.
Yeah, I was about to say Flores. Flores would have been one of the ones. It's either Flores or Nook, but it seems like the Nook will be able to make it through the ban phase, so we might see some sneaky beaky playstyle. Actually, for Theme Park, Nook could be a really solid play. Valkyrie out of the equation does feel fairly normalized. The Zami feels sort of the next one on the chopping block, though.
Yeah, Azami, maybe like a Kaid potentially. There are a couple of hatches you want to defend, but it's actually going to be Aruni, and this makes actually perfect sense. Aruni on the defense, he's got the DMR. You have to get the DMR away from Onigiri, because that man will tear you apart if he is given the chance. They didn't ban Dokebi, so the DMR still exists on the attack, but Onigiri is actually going to apparently eschew it here in the first round, going for the Zofia instead.
Here he is. Zoff kind of took a bit of a step back, really, in the recent days, given that the LMG meta is, thank God, no more. The M762, whilst yes, it's still a very solid, very sturdy sort of weapon to use, it's no more a laser beam. It's not the LMGE at its prime, where you literally point in the sort of in that one dot, you slightly pull the mouse, and that's it. It's a laser beam of death. It's a 150 round box mag. So, look, definitely interesting how will that really perform, and actually Onigiri decides to stick it out, whereas we see players like Mr. Punch and Mark, as well as DCH, actually swap things around a little bit, and Onigiri decided, just as I said that he sticks around, decided to prank me and go onto the bug, but
with the KMRS DMR, yeah, of course.
The KMRS, jeez, yeah. I mean, look, yeah, he is the king of the DMRs for a reason.
He used to bring, like, even like when Twitch was like having some struggles. Oh, I know the spawn peak 10 onto Mark. Had that been successful, that would have been really devastating. Given Thermite would be off the board. But yeah, like when Twitch was like the F2 was super OP, this man would still bring the 417, and it was like. He still made it work, It seemed bizarre, but he made it work.
Yeah, MK4, well, not MK14. The 417 DMR, but at least personally, it has been one of those sort of oddly iconic yet kind of almost
Super
underappreciated DMRs.
Yeah.
It was super underrated. It has a
It
phenomenal.
fights with the F2.
Yeah. But yeah, that's true. It fights with the F2. But I mean, you compare it to all the other DMRs, it is arguably one of the most stable ones in terms of the recoil pattern, and it has a really solid mag size. Plus, just general control of it is just quite clean. So I mean, you run it as say the F2, you can't find the right DPI to control the recoil of the new F2. Yeah, 417 is definitely going to be your next best friend.
Indeed, although, you know, F2's gotten a buff since, and, you know, 417 is falling out of favor for everyone except for Onigiri once again, which is, like, just back to the usual. Talking about this round specifically, though, not just Onigiri, we have had nothing happen except for the attackers moving in and take some map control way off into the east side. Some pressure being applied from the side of Dragon, from outside the windows, but Hajime so far undisturbed. He's got some nice peek holes. They're getting the walls open. The impact trick misses from BG Man, and he has to use the Azami Kino barriers. Aina knows that there's a Ashe pushing in, and he's going to catch Sapper most likely. Hajime's still trying to get this player. Two of them going to be pushing him. Yeah, there's 1 minute left. He's
set up,
fighting
though.
a 3. Yeah, he's fighting a 3 players by his lonesome.
In comes already the first swing. Sapper actually kicking it off in a very clinical way. Does get rid of one of the players positioning on the yellow stairs. Now there's still one of the players up above, and the C4 from down below, courtesy of Lycolis, does make things a whole lot more problematic for Elevate to really deal with. Swing comes around this time. 416 is a little bit clinical. DCH, meanwhile, gets rid of Lycolis, so as it stands, 3v3, still very much workable, with 20 seconds to go. There needs to be some more concrete play, and with only Hajime remaining, he is able to nail a nice headshot, but that is still does not get rid of the diffuser holder.
As a bit of play from the Jaeger, but Hajime, he's playing really well. Stopped by Sapper, unfortunately for him. Unfortunately for Fury fans, Elevate take the first round and attack on Theme Park. And yeah, the Jaeger could have done so much more. The diffuser, yes, but standing around the corner just like that, a player like Sapper, come on, man. Like, you were teammates formerly, right? Just that's something you gotta be expecting. You have to expect that he will swing you. It is a tie staple. It is a ranked staple, even. Like, you know, you'll see people swing in ranked as well if you stand that kind of close angle. He got punished for that, paid for it with his life. Could have been a lot more effective on site. Hajime, very good attempt, but he was just bypassed by Elevate. So tactically, very well done from Elevate. They dealt with everyone on site, and then they just froze out Hajime.
Yeah, look, gotta say, the attack definitely felt like it could have been ever so slightly quicker, but knowing Theme Park, knowing that it's still one of those very much of a maze-like almost maps where you have to basically check every single nook and cranny, it is understandable that Elevate took that amount of time to sort of get themselves prepped and then start sending in. Good to see as well, straight from the start of the first round, Sapper actually feeling quite sharp on the Ashe. He seems to have gotten that confidence back into the general swing of things that has been sort of missing from a fair few of the playdays. So it seems like, at least on the side of Elevate, it's all looking very, very promising.
Good start. Honestly, you know, one round, of course, not much to take from it aside from Elevate came out swinging, came out with a game plan. It's a smart game plan. It is a game plan that Fury weren't able to contend with. Obviously, Fury are very good at fragging to each and every one of their players. They are tie players, just that's no surprise. Elevate are really good at fragging too. Sapper demonstrated that. Just an early sign of things, potentially. But I have absolute faith in Fury that they're going to start bringing this back. Armory Throne is always oh my god. Sapper, he's just chugging Pepsi from the 1.5 liter bottle.
That's a respectable move. You know, he's gonna stay hydrated no matter what.
And sugared up,
plus sugared up, plus caffeinated. So he is going to be at the tippity top of his performance. Definitely, that's an interesting sign of things to come, possibly. But look, apart from that, do we get to really sort of do we get a decent understanding of how the match could really go, or do we just sort of for now just chalk it up to sort of first round jitters?
Yeah, I don't know. Fury obviously didn't do it as well as they should have. They might just be getting things out of the way, getting out of the system, maybe trying a little bit of funky things, so that a team like Elevate is always going to be one of the best scrim partners you're gonna get. They have a couple of weeks left here in Southeast Asia. I think about 3 weeks potentially, and clashing with teams like Elevate in a competitive scenario is always a very good test. Elevate are going to be pushing as for the victory here. This is one of the few things, the only thing they can win outside of their SI position in stage 3, right? So Elevate are going to be pushing it. So this is a great time to start trying a little bit of funky strategies, a little bit of unorthodox maps, just operator picks, lineups that you potentially wouldn't really be bringing in your everyday situation, or that in scrims that you're not confident that other teams are not pushing. If you don't know that they're giving their 100%, then this is a great chance for you to kind of trot that out. And that's generally what Operation League has been throughout the stage, but now, of course, stakes are higher.
Oh yeah, much higher. This is the matchup and the play to actually secure just the chance to contest for the $8,000 for the first place. Whoever does lose this, they still have a chance to score themselves some money, whether it's going to be $3,000 or $2,000 dues. Well, that is yet to be found out. Plus, on top of it all, with all these 4 teams managing to get into the playoffs, they also qualify for the winter season as well, which is quite an exciting opportunity there. And the remainder teams will have to go through either stage 1 or stage 2 qualifiers to get themselves back into OPL, which I'm actually quite curious to see if we'll have the similar teams to stick around, or whether we will have some of the newer challenges sort of rise up to the play. Because I mean, looking at the general sort of scoreboard, Champion well and truly sort of showed this season that they deserve to stay in OPL. They gradually kept on improving throughout the whole season. The newest introduction, Creed J, definitely looked pretty good. But then you look at Obsession, Varian X, and Astrape, and sort of their points, their performance definitely feels it could be improved.
Second attempt, yeah. Is I9 actually bringing the Force G? Because he's got the SMG-12 out right now. Oh, goodness gracious, man. Yep, there we go. We see it. Force G, I9's having his fun. Look at that. That is a weapon we haven't seen in a long, long time. And usually we used to see it from I9's old teammate, old captain, Onigiri, who is, of course, the DMR king, as we said in the start of the previous round. I didn't get a kill in the previous round, but sometimes, this season, the stage has taken a while to grow into matches. I don't think it's going to be too surprising if he takes a couple of rounds more. On Elevate side, we're seeing a blitz from TCH, and he immediately dies. That's 2 kills for Lycolis. 3
yeah,
for
Lycolis once again pulling off a rather nice, once again, double for himself. Utilizing all the plays with the SMG-11 plus the smoke himself, forcing almost some of the engagements, especially forcing the shield operator out of the comfort zone. It does leave Elevate with only 2 players remaining. That is going to be Onigiri and Mark. And whilst it's still workable, it's never a complete a complete loss. It will definitely be quite a difficult one, because the way how Fury so far managed to clap back at Elevate is definitely quite a noticeable one. It's probably the best way to really describe this, as Onigiri already beheads BGN.
Yep, taking down his former substitute player over here, Hajime, backing off away from the pressure, but I9's coming here on the flank. He's got the Force G. Hajime gets marked with a C4. I9 knows, I9 is heard. Both of them know each other. They obviously take each other out as Lycoris cleans things up. It's a round win for Fury to respond to Elevate's initial round. Very nice defense over here.
Clean, quite sturdy, managed to hold it off all pretty well, which is definitely a good sign that it won't be just a full-on send. And you know, the question that I asked at the conclusion of the first round, whether it's just the first round jitters, it definitely felt like maybe it was, maybe just caught off guard on the play. So look, yeah, definitely a good sort of showcase that Fury will be able to force Elevate back and away from their general sort of momentum play, because we both know that Elevate, the moment they're being given a lot of momentum to really play around, the moment they are getting into that sort of, I guess you could call it, win streak, this is where they are at their scariest, because they start, you know, evolving into some of the more outrageous strats. They starting to, you know, obviously the confidence starts flowing even more confidently. So it's good to see that Fury were able to hold it at every single point. And I mean, looking back again once more at the regular season definitely seen Fury, at least at the beginning, to actually be able to win over Elevate, but in the more recent days, the Playday 11 did not particularly go too well for them. That was on Villa, mind you.
Oh. Well, one round apiece for these two teams. And ironically, BG-Man and Fury are the only players on Fury who haven't gotten kills so far. One of the replacements, Mark, also hasn't got a kill. Yeah, nothing particularly interesting, nothing particularly tactical, just a fun little anecdote. You know, continuing on the fun fact train from pre-game when we were giving that fill while waiting for everything to start up. Lycoris is in a very, very aggressive position here. As a mirror, it's not usually something you would expect. He obviously has a hatch open ready to drop down, and I think we are seeing the Yana send in a replicator across the soft wall. Einan's got the camera helping his teammate out. I don't know if this will be successful from Lycoris. Amira is not usually an operator you would expect to be roaming like this. He takes some damage, drops off. Can't heal it though. There's no dock on the board, which is another thing I noticed in the couple of rounds that we've seen. You would expect more dock, wouldn't you?
Oh. Definitely so. Already quite a fair few frags starting to be traded out. I9 this time getting a little bit more serious with a K1 rather than a Boss G. Able to keep on punching at the Elevate with DCH and Mr. Punch out of the equation. Only 3 players do remain. This time Sapper still gets to hang around for a brief moment longer, so might just be able to cause some havoc, since it's only 1 player disadvantage at the moment between Elevate and Fury in favor of the defenders. So as it stands, things are certainly looking very much of a back and forth, but Onigiri does finally get the better of I9, so we back into the 3-3 with still quite a fair bit of room to really work around for both sides, it seems.
Yep, but, you know, obviously time advantage is in Fury's favor, especially as we take away Onigiri losing a lot more health, just like Sapper did, taking this long angle. It's extremely difficult to fight this as an attacker. You're pushing into chokehold. You have essentially 4 areas in your mind that you need to be actively aware of. One is obviously the hallway to your front, the room to your left, room to your right, and then, of course, the flank that you got to be worrying about too, which Mark is very worried about, even though there's no one from Fury coming in, which indicates Elevate don't have info, and that is... Oh no, they do have info. In fact, they have perfect info. They know there's a player hiding behind. Onigiri's just waiting for this player to expose himself, but they've wasted so much time. Half the minute's gone, and there's just 10 seconds left over here. They're gonna win this gunfight, but they have 2 more to win. Selma's going out. This is way too late. Dark lands his shot onto Sapper. Mark is trying to get the plant off. Can Onigiri hold on? All on his lonesome. I think the plan will be successful at this rate. No! Hajime denies it at the very last second. I don't even know what angle he got.
I'm not too sure either, but that certainly kickstarts the run for Fury rather nicely, all things considered. Once again showing that Theme Park used to be their sort of stomping ground against Elevate, and it certainly seems to be holding true, at least for now, on their own defense. I am though curious how will the attack really go for Fury, given in the more recent days that was the side that Fury has been struggling, at least against some of the higher end teams. I mean, remembering their game against the Direwolves, which was on Villa, they had a 5-1, nearly, pardon me, actually 6-1 lead over Direwolves, which then got completely flopped with 7 rounds in a row by Direwolves. So remembering all of that, remembering their recent as well loss to Champion as well, which was actually a whole lot more, you know, a whole lot closer, given that it was only won in overtime. But even then, the attack has been a little bit questionable at times. So that's something that I'm keeping an eye out for. I know for a fact that Fury have an extremely well-organized defense, and they are a very scary team to play against. But once they go in the attack, this is where I think is going to be the big, I suppose, trial by fire, at least in my eyes.
Yeah, absolutely. Theme Park, you know, particularly that bomb site that we saw Fury win out, it's so difficult. It's just a very difficult attack because you can essentially watch most of the entryways from what is basically the bomb site itself, unless you choose to attack from the west, in which case you have some reprieve with the cafe and, of course, the arcade stairs. But then beyond that, you start hitting what is essentially the bomb site as well, and then you might have a couple of roamers as well. It just becomes very difficult, and the east is just straight up looking into the bomb site itself. Very tough site to attack. Seeing how Fury do it, as you said, that will be really the test. But the next test right now for Fury is winning this Armory and Throne attack. They lost it previously. It was a fairly decisive tactical victory for Elevate, even though it came down to a 1v1. Thermite doesn't get spawn peak, doesn't lose a lot of his HP. He's gonna get this wall open, I think, very successfully, unless the banditry comes out, and they bait it out perfectly in time. Gonna try and burn the ADSs, try to send some frag grenades in.
Already trying to get rid of all the setups. Another frag grenade does come around to deter anyone trying to even get the breach denial. I9 completely forced off of that position, but this is so far, yeah, once again, a really good breach, really clinical one. Now, well, for Elevate, they need to ensure that they are dealing with as much sort of ground as possible. The vertical gameplay should be very much crucial one to really work around with. So Nigiri actually being found through the drone hole. I9 is the one to actually open up the scoreline here, as like Aldous follows up as well into PCH. Once again, it's the Thermite that falls, and Nigiri falls as well, as the roam game from Fury is just so powerful right now.
I love that Kiba barricade is going to force that Nook to crouch through, limiting her mobility, and that will be a free kill really for anyone watching. 40 seconds left. 2 versus 5 becomes 2 versus 4. Zappa trying to start a comeback. Mr. Punch will now get to work on this Kiba barricade. 2 hits. Third one breaks it. 30 seconds. It's very tight for Elevate. They're trying to find information. Oh, it's perfect information from Zappa. Can he do this? He's already gotten 2 kills this round. What was the hero on the previous Armory Throne attack? 15 seconds.
15 seconds indeed, not a whole lot of time remaining. Oh, Dark is just snappy. He's clinical with that. Does spot one last player playing by the Dragon. Oh, is about to probably even drop down, but no, Zappa falls back. R4C just unfortunately not enough, paired with lack of HP. I9 was able to make it a very quick work. Very snappy as well. That makes a 3rd point right now for Fury. Infian, do we start having a little bit of a concern for Elevate, or do we still feel like as long as they can make it at least something like a 3-3 or a 4-2, they still in the running?
Yeah, no, I think, you know, a 3-3 on Theme Park attack is definitely, I think, in favor of the attackers. 4-2 is in slight favor of the defenders. But even if they lose this half 5-1, I don't think it's the worst situation. Elevate, of course, are going to come back strong on their defense too. I have no doubt about that. You know, we talked about that 5-1 lead that they ran away with on the defense, right? That they made their comeback from against Direwolves. Essentially, I expect the same thing to happen. Once Mark starts finding his groove, he's the only one so far who hasn't, alongside Bishi Man, of course. but Fury, of course, in the lead, which is what makes it a lot more palatable for their side. Lycolis and Hajime on fire. I9 found a couple of kills as well. Exactly what I expected, what I predicted after the first round, that Fury just needed a little bit of time, and it was just actually only one round.
Let's see if Elevate will be able to keep themselves in a running. This time introducing a Lion to their fray. It seems like, at least in terms of Onigiri, he's been sort of the player to go for those change-ups here and there for the most of it. And we see Mark playing the hard breacher role. Sapa just quite sturdily sticks to the Ash player, so is DCH. Mr. Punch is there for the frags and the soft breaching as well. So far it's a pretty stable ground. Fury seem to be very much content with what they're doing. I9 occasionally swapping around between sort of roam heavy / a little bit more utility heavy operators for the team, just depending on the site. It seems from there on, yeah, look, it's a clash of the two giants at its finest, it seems. But certainly, we can feel that Theme Park is still a little bit of a sort of uncomfortable ground for Elevate, at least from the way how I see it.
Yeah, obviously Sapa has been one of the fragging bright spots for Elevate all seasons. So has Onigiri. I think at one point he was dominating the statistical scoreboards in Operation League and in Apex South. And then of course, you know, issues happened for Sapa. Personal issues affected him. But when he came back, it didn't really seem like, as far as in-game goes, it didn't seem that he has lost any of his touch. The problem is the rest of his team might be relying a little bit too hard on him, at least when they're attacking. Hajime gets the first pick, I9 traded out. Onigiri trying to help the wall get open here, but it's only a small angle onto B. And I don't think they are confident enough to start pushing it until Mr. Punch gets this kill. Onigiri piles on, even though like Colas gets a frag back, and this is suddenly looking a lot better for Elevate. In a 3 versus 2, you essentially no one's stuck in Cafe. It makes it a 3 versus 1 on the site. Just pick the correct site, maybe get a kill, freeze the other guy out, and that's the round win.
Indeed, yeah. Already, look, there's finally quite a fair bit of a bite back to come around from Elevate, although it is one of the first few rounds. Yeah, full of the plant, but it seems like maybe it's just the fact that both of the players are very much separated, so they need to rendezvous each other. Like Cole is spotted, perfect position, but so is BG Man is able to actually get the better of Sapa before the final finisher is coming around. So at least like Cole could be used as a bit of a sort of information gatherer. Is the Punch actually going to stick this time to the plan, given that the immediate sort of positioning has been eliminated? Oddly enough, actually, BG Man did not decide to completely sprint directly in. No, the gunfight erupt. No, so much damage being dealt. A single headshot should be, though, the end. But Mr. Punch had the perfect positioning, managing to relocate himself behind the bomb chassis. Worked out perfectly there. And well, Elevate do manage to keep themselves in the running here, keeping the scoreline a little bit tighter. But there's still a point advantage by Fury.
Fury, unfortunately, couldn't quite hang on. I thought, BG Man getting the kill in from Cafe was going to be good. And then Mark, of course, went in and started getting the plant down anyway. And I was like, okay, well, now Elevate's going to win this. Mark just had to stick it. I do think the angle, was it Onigiri, that he was holding for cover was the correct angle to hold. Generally, by and large, you can use a bomb chassis to defend yourself from like the long flank, immediate danger. C4 missed as well, but that spooked Mark enough. Luckily for Elevate, Mark just kept his cool in the 1v1 clutch. Didn't fall off the plant the second time around. He knew that under 10 seconds, not really much time. If he falls off, then it's basically he has to push for the kill. And it worked out for him. Fury, good attempt, but just lost too many members. And Elevate took too much ground simultaneously.
Definitely a good thing to see Elevate to be able to sort of recover from that initial sort of lost streak of 3 rounds where they weren't able to get a very firm grasp on what was actually happening, what was going on. Yeah, so definitely curious to see what what could be sort of the next set of steps that we could see from Elevate, whether they will be able to equalize the scoreline into a 3-3, which would be obviously the ideal situation for them, but ooh, pardon me. I suppose we'll have to wait and see how things will really go. Not a whole lot of changes really came around, apart from the fact that Mr. Punch decided to introduce the Twitch on a little bit more, sort of, I suppose, a little bit better of a drone game play. Plus, as well, I mean, from Fury, that is quite a drastic change with the introduction of Pulse, the Alibi, the Mirror. Seems, yeah, like both teams sort of trying to keep it as dynamic as possible, but that is an all-out hunt that is actually happening towards I9, it seems.
I9 is obviously being targeted. Elevate for sure knows his strength, his prowess. So many games this season, he has been the man for Fury. He's won them rounds and games all by his lonesome, but he's actually been forced off the bomb site over there. And that is the opportunity for Elevate, that wedge that they consistently have been driving into Fury's defenses. Not always successfully, but they've been doing it. They have a mirror window to back this up, but once that mirror window goes down, and I've no doubt about it, there will be some pressure being applied to that mirror window, that is going to spell trouble for Fury unless they're able to stop that advance by getting a few picks.
Just see the 2 picks happening as the Mute Jammer is actually halting the progress of DCH and the rest of the company because of the inability to get the Iana clone in through that. But with 50 seconds remaining, well, now comes the big bulk of the push. I9 already getting the better of DCH. That is the big fragger out of the equation. Sapper missed the punch. That is a lot of damage taken as well. And the Peekaboo play. 3 players are currently down. Mark is the last man standing. In a matter of few seconds, things went from, okay, this is still fine, to, oh my god, we're about to die.
Yeah, that went pear-shaped really quickly. Mark is going to try his best. He gets 2 kills, but these are going to be exit frags. He's 20 seconds, barely any HP. Diffuser, yes. C4 ends his life. BG-Men sends it flying. That's almost like a freeze frame record scratch situation. He saw it coming. He knew he couldn't track it successfully enough. Lost sight of it, and yep, it's over.
Yeah, that could be one of those freeze frame memes. Yep, that's me. You wonder why, how I got here. And certainly, yeah, this is not particularly, well, the most favorable situation for Elevate, but this is still very much a very workable one at that. Given that this is the second half now, Fury has gone onto the attack. This is where I think, at least for me, in terms of just this map specifically, is where we could get a bit more of a definitive sort of understanding how Fury are feeling, because in the past few days, past few play days rather, they did struggle on a few occasions with keeping their defense stable. So it's either usually for them they either absolutely struggling and basically relying on the fact that they got the point majority from the get-go, so they get a few more rounds of leniency, or they managing to, you know, keep on trading the rounds back and forth, which is not a bad thing, but it certainly doesn't really provide any sort of stability in terms of the actual point. So
you cut off.
yeah, it doesn't really provide, you know, any. Hello.
We might have lost Cthulhu. Unfortunate. Well, I guess I am Soul here. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the late night talk show.
Hello.
With Infinity Walk. Cthulhu, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Unfortunate. But we're going to continue on. I'm sure other issues will resolve as Dark nails Onigiri to the floor, takes his head off. 1 HP left for him, but he is alive. Onigiri isn't. No chance over here for him. Wonder what Fury can do over here. I'm not too sure what's going on. I don't know if you guys can hear Cthulhu. Might have some issues. I'm going to try and shake things up myself.
Yeah, as it seems,
oh, there we go.
Police production can hear me as well. Yeah, so there we go, all fixed up. There we go. So, yeah, look, as I was saying, yeah, it's just more so in terms of stability of the rounds for the attack. But look, for now, it seems like it's just a bit of a back and forth. Onigiri already getting eliminated, Dark as well getting eliminated as well. So it's back to the 4 versus 4. Still quite a fair bit of time remaining. Quite a definitive sort of change in the momentum with Fury and how quickly they've entered the, oh my god, the building, as Mark just gets the better of I9 really quickly.
Yeah, it's very tough, and this is the first test that you're talking about. They are failing, Fury. They have lost all their members except Hajime, but if there was one player you wanted in this 1v4 clutch, it would be Hajime. He's got 9 kills, only died 3 times so far. It started off well for Fury, Dark getting the opening pick, but nothing has gone their way. He's still getting pings onto the alibi, but these are not going to be useful pings whatsoever. He doesn't have the diffuser. Elevate know where it is. Elevate likely know where he is. He's gonna go and get it, actually, successfully, but pushing into site without walls open, without the legwork done by taking down all the utility, it's not happening.
Doesn't look like it, and already from a long angle, it is going to be DCH to get the better of him. I will have to say, though, the way how Fury managed to introduce their entry into the building in a much quicker basis with the backup of the KB and the Jackal actually felt pretty refreshing comparative to that sort of, you know, very, well, not slow, but it's a very sort of step-by-step kind of play from Elevate, where they took their time to, you know, scout out. They took their time to, you know, figure out and confirm where could be the perfect and the best sort of position of entry, and then they start making the actual big plays with sort of around minute 30 sort of buffer. Whereas we looked at Fury in their very first attack round, and it looked a whole lot quicker, a whole lot more concise, I guess is the other way of calling it, where they didn't really, let's say, go for a whole lot of quick, or rather, not quick, sorry, quite the opposite, prolonged sort of decision-making processes about where they make an entry, and just said, okay, let's find ourselves some frags first.
5 seconds remaining.
That is really the name of the game. You know, Fury tried it, Elevate did it successfully for 2 rounds at the very least. Now Fury gonna give a second go at it. They need to work together as a concert. The issue was they were just getting cut down left and right by Elevate, like that last attacking round of Elevate themselves. There weren't refrags, there weren't concerted pushes. Fury were playing very isolated. And while I would like to say that, you know, this might be something they're trying to throw off in terms of their Shonko-ping major opponents, I actually don't think that is the case, because Fury often this season in the Operation League, APAC South, RG Masters, all competitions, they have looked at times really oddly weak.
I think, yeah, we could at least partially chalk it up to the fact that some of the strats are still being occasionally saved, especially at close to the major. Yeah. So we could definitely see a little bit more of sort of changes to the general approach. Interestingly enough, actually, Onigiri, perfect lineup onto Hajime's bean, does get the better of him, which allows him to hold on to his position really well. The magnet charge as well, helping a heap with dealing with all of this throwable heat that is coming his way, which in return actually diverted the general point of aggression of Fury to a completely polar opposite position, now that they've realized that the cash room is no longer a point of entry that they would prefer to go with.
Cafe is also a very scary way to bring yourself into this room, into the building. You can see one angle he's trying to deal with, does it successfully, doesn't get the kill, and the pressure is off. It's gonna come back on though to try and keep himself alive. There's one looking down the rotation along over the stairs rotation that they have, but the 2 people have now moved in successfully. It's a really good start for Fury. Now they need to start getting the kills, because only 1 minute left. Instead, Fury are just taking damage, not dealing much.
Yeah, Fury a little bit struggling with finding their right point of entry, their right sort of position of approach. Sapper could actually have a phenomenal and absolutely dirty angle to contest the exit out of the cafeteria as well, but it seems like, already revealing his position, at least with the gunshots, does force himself to sort of start considering moving around. Mark already falls, so is DCH. Sapper could be next on the chopping block. In fact, he will be, like Hollis does get the better of him and makes sure that he stays dead. Onigiri and Mr. Punch low in HP, Mr. Punch out. Onigiri is the last player standing, and even he cannot seem to be able to line up any more shots at the end. Fury do make it look like it is a very almost easy venture for them with pushing out, and that rotation actually worked out just the right wonders for them.
Fury finally got that situation sorted out. They started off a little bit shaky, then they gained some very important ground, and then after that, things just fell into place for them. Elevate and Fury both using very similar playbooks, if you notice. Obviously, the first thing that they always want is map control, because Theme Park, after the changes, the changes years and years ago, the changes that they made, it's become a fairly compact map on the second floor. Not so much on the first floor, still, but generally you start pushing in from east-west side, whichever side you are, and then you can collapse onto these defenders really quickly. You can isolate them, you can get nice angles, open things up, and once you get that first step, that's where you can succeed. And it's also why we often see teams stalling out, barely getting into the building, because that's obviously the hardest part for many teams.
Absolutely, yeah. It's one thing to find frags, the other thing is, well, to be able to completely establish just about enough control on the map to actually ensure a safe entry into the building. So definitely, yeah, look, very much looking forward to seeing what is going to be sort of the end turnout of this absolute derby between Fury and Elevate. Fury only need 2 more rounds to claim themselves their own map pick, which would feel sort of almost, well, not natural, but sort of an understandable situation where they certainly in the past were able to really get a very firm grip onto the general swing of things, especially in a map like Theme Park, whereas Cafe is definitely looking to be the Elevate's sort of quote-unquote stomping ground. So I think if we are going to start seeing very, very close scorelines where Elevate is able to catch up to, say, a 5-5 scoreline and then sort of go on their own streak from there on out, that's where I think we might start having a fair bit more concern for Fury's odds here, because they need the win on Theme Park like oxygen, and, well, DCH is very much seemingly keen to at least try starting to choke out that oxygen out of them.
Yeah, good start for Elevate, gotten those 2 picks. That's the first half of this round done. And once again, the same thing that I highlighted, the fact that Fury are barely able to get in the building, that's by design, that's not unexpected. If they get in the building, that's when tides kind of start shifting in Fury's favor. But this time around, instead of, trying to get the early advantage, they'll be trying to claw it back. Hajime very nearly runs into a player he doesn't know is there. Mark gets one onto I9. This is going to be a freebie for Sapper. He steps up and delivers. It's all up to BG, man, against his former team. And he's not going to be able to do anything. They're going to take a pseudo-tactical timeout. 1 minute here outside. They can't talk to the coach, but they can talk to each other, figure out what's going on.
Yeah, try to de-escalate maybe a little bit of frustration. Something certainly went a little bit wrong there for Fury. So, understandably so, they would prefer to, get some talks going. Maybe it's, one of those points where you're slowly starting to get a little bit frustrated about how the general sort of swing of things keeps on going. And then, well, you need to resume or restart this sort of whole talk to force the players not to go too quiet into the remainder of the matchup. So, definitely quite curious to see how, it's been a bit of a sort of a back and forth where Elevate sort of started off their own defense pretty well, all things considered, but Fury were able to, on a few occasions, actually brute force themselves into the site. So, the 1 round deficit, I I have a bit of a feeling that we might actually end up seeing just sort of that back and forth, and Elevate sort of still attempting to just play that game of catch up, maybe.
Elevate have been keeping.
10 seconds remaining.
To be very honest, it's not going to be an easy matchup, and that's exactly what we predicted as well.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb
Been
and
close all throughout. 7-5 was the previous score as well. Fury are definitely keeping pace with the early predictions. You know, just having a little bit of an advantage given the fact that Elevate have been struggling all throughout Stage 3. But otherwise, I think this has been a very good matchup so far.
Absolutely. From the map pick to some of the rounds that we got to see, yeah, it's been definitely already quite a treat, and it's only the first BO3 for us to bear witness. After even just the general conclusion of this matchup, no matter who ends up winning out, we still get to see the Direwolves versus Gaming Gladiators, which could be quite a doozy as well to watch. But for the time being, Fury versus Elevate could be a treat, and I9, that is, wow. Well, talking about either luck or skill, but that was, he nailed poor DCH very, very promptly.
Good start. It's a great start, really, for Fury, I have to say. 1 minute and a little bit past. Elevate have fallen back so far, basically onto the bomb site itself now. Not able to keep the pressure up. It's not going to be a cafe-sided attack. From Fury, they've obviously learned from the mistakes. Didn't work out. It's so hard to attack and try to just move into the building when you're coming in from the cafe side. So you take as much map control as you can. Use that mobile mirror of sorts, but that's a very dangerous game that I9 is playing. Even when you're crouched, players like Elevates or like, you know, Direwolves, Gaming Gladiators, any of these top teams in Apex South, even teams like Champion here in Operation League, they will punish you. They can aim very consistently for those feet. So he needs to be careful he doesn't give away the advantage. Fury have given away 30 seconds, traded it for a little bit of map control, very cautiously moving in, but the caution is warranted. They have the time, they have the man count advantage, and now they're going to be doing the execute with 50 seconds left.
50 seconds remaining. We will need to be very prompt about where they make their entry, where they find those frags. Despite the fact that they have the numbers advantage, they very easily lose that very same advantage that we were talking about. Mr. Punch holding a very, very tight angle over that wall into the office, which could be an absolute, well, death spot for any sort of push. Mark falls. Sapper and Mr. Punch now the only ones remaining. 17 seconds is all that they need to hold on to here to prevent the push. Lycolis is going to attempt to go for a plant under the shroud of the smoke grenade, and it's all down to Sapper. He does nail one, but only one is he gonna get in terms of the frags before he falls.
Great round. Really, really great round from Fury. Textbook stuff that you want to be doing here on Theme Park, and if you're, you know, watching this casually, trying to pick up some tips for your ranked games, I think this is one of the best matches on Theme Park in the Operation League that we have seen so far. Just very clinically done. You get those early picks. Don't sweat it if you can't get in the building. Have your drone set up. Have your, you know, teammates watching the flanks as well, because Fury haven't been worried about flanks even when Elevate have been threatening the flanks here and there. They are making good progress, getting the map control. They're not pushing brazenly. Like, you know, it would have been completely understandable if Fury, after getting that 5-3 man count advantage, were like, oh, yeah, this side is definitely empty. You know, let's just rush in. You can see I9 was sussing things out. Everyone was still, you know, ADSing, checking corners left, right, and moving in slowly. That worked out just for Fury. They have looked very good on the attack, and Cthulhu, I think, at this point, I know we're basically almost at the end of this matchup, potentially, or this map. But they have passed that attacking test with flying colors so far.
Absolutely, yeah. Fury managed to keep themselves very firmly in the running here, being able to really bring out some absolute heater of rounds like Colas introducing the Glaz. It still feels absolutely weird for me to see, Glaz with the vertical grip as well as some of the more different sights for it. Remembering the old times where the sights were all locked in for the for each one of the faction, but definitely it's sort of now turned into quite a dangerous piece of weaponry on top of the bearing 9 that you can now get for the Glaz nowadays. The Glaz came sort of to find his own sort of identity is probably the better way to describe it after so many seasons where it sort of almost felt redundant.
Jackal pick coming in, that's going to be helpful. He's going to scan and identify the player at the top of Dragon Stairs, but he's going to get away. And that's, I think, well, he's not moving, but he can't get away. In fact, I think he just got dark. Royal, while falling back, PG-Man does trade out Sapper. That's not really gone to Fury's plan. But this is exactly what I was saying, like the Jackal, useful, you can get some pings, you can get some information, but generally it's something that you would already know through drones, and a Jackal ping won't exactly help you action upon the information a lot better than, what a drone would. So, utility of Jackal bans that you were talking about earlier, maybe not the best. Regardless, 1 minute left in this round. Like Colas still trying to use that Glaz to good effect. Now the smoke goes in. Is he going to get a free, or is there going to be a pre-fire? Oh, that is brazen from that Mozzie, and Lycolas misses a gilt-edged opportunity.
Yeah, Lycolas could have had a big opportunity here to go in for the push. This still decides to go in for the peak, despite the fact that the smoke grenade is about to dissipate. Frag grenade, no out. Wait, oh, that still flew past the Monty. I was about to say that bounced back at him. That would have been dangerous. DCH actually still nails one more player from the Fury, but as it stands, Lycolas finally letting him play it out. He still ends up nailing it, and Fury just like that. They wrap up the first map. Theme Park will definitely be keeping them on top of Elevate.
Well, dominant attacking her, I have to say, all things considered, we had 2 rounds go the way of Elevate, of course. They brought themselves back in contention. They were close, but 3-2 overall on the attack of Theme Park, and the manner of victory in the rounds that they won. This last round in particular, tactically, Elevate were just too passive. Fury were just allowed to come in, roll in, and just get as much map control as they wanted. And we've been talking about this the whole map long. Theme Park is where map control is so important, and which is why you see Team Staller on the attack. Fury never really stalled out in the rounds that they won. It wasn't like it was close at one point. When Fury won these attacks, they won it like really decisively.
Yeah, definitely it looked like Fury managed to finally, clean up their gig really well. They managed to sort of go back to their regular season performances and say, okay, well, what went wrong there? How can we, actually clean this up? And the rounds that they were losing, it was still, still a valiant effort. They were still doing a pretty solid job, all things considered, just caught off on those very odd and just difficult to contest angles from the get-go. So, all things considered, yeah, Fury are still looking to be like a very strong team, despite the fact that they did get dethroned from that second place at the last playday. But with us now wrapping up the theme park as well, this is now going to start to be a very interesting sort of talk about Cafe being our second map. So, look, this could definitely get quite heated, I reckon, on map number 2.
Yeah, let's be honest, it was super heated here on Theme Park 2. Just Elevate was just outclassed a little bit, and at the risk of sounding a little bit too haughty, but that's kind of the difference between a team in Stage 3 that's qualified for the major and a team that struggled to finish in 4th place.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, quite curious to see what could be done on map 2, because yeah, Elevate. I mean, we got to see a quick glimpse at their player cameras. They definitely were not particularly too excited about how things went down on Theme Park, and it obviously seemed to have maybe even slightly reopened some of the old wounds as well for them. But look, I mean, whilst we are still waiting for the break to come around, we could talk a little bit more about Theme Park itself as a map, because it's one of those maps that, oddly enough, managed to actually pass the time of, or rather, pass the trial of the time, where I believe it was basically from the very launch of Siege, or from the very start of the competitive Siege, it has been in one shape or the other part of the competitive map pool, which sort of tells the story of it's a map that, for the most of it, teams do know how to play it, even after some of the map buffs. It's still, for the most of it, keeps its usual sort of lineup, where, yeah, teams were able to absolutely fiend it up. Yes, some more entry points have been added ever since the original cafe, but it's still one of those maps that things could go really either way, and so can it go even for our dear viewers. All you have to do is type in #CallYouShots whilst following our channel Rainbow Six SEA to be able to win one of the R6 credit packs plus the Operation League Southeast Asia pins as well. So do make sure to get yourselves in for the draw. We do, I believe, draw the prizes almost every map. Correct me if I'm wrong. And yeah, look, there's quite a fair few prizes to be given away.
Yeah, especially on Facebook. Make sure to go over to the Rainbow Six SEA page, follow, share, tag 2 friends there, and you can win anything from 32 gigs of RAM to 7,560 R6 credits, as well as some physical merch. Mini Caber off Sledge. But that's map 1. First Blood, I think, in the end, what started off as a close one, decisively in favor of Fury, and they are looking oh so good. Cafe is up next. Both these teams have traded that map out once apiece since Fury got this roster. 7-5 once for Fury, 8-6 the other time for Elevate. So it's gonna be fireworks as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I definitely think that Cafe will still be very much of a close matchup where things could definitely get pretty close. Not as, you know, we could call the Theme Park scoreline close, being what, a 7-4.
It was 4-5 at one point. So
yeah. It did get to that point at a certain moment. Yeah, but I think Cafe is where I wouldn't even be surprised if we'll say first half goes something across the lines of 4-2 or even a 5-1, and then the next half is literally a mirrored sort of turnout for us to send us into the overtime. So I think, in the context of how much more dominant Cafe has been for Elevate, I definitely think we could see that very sort of similar turnout, where it's just going to be just trading punches and blows left, right, and center. But for us to find out how will this map number 2 really go between Elevate and Fury, we have to go to a bit of an ad break, and after that, we'll get back straight into the action. Don't go too far away.
buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see.
if I'm starting to lose face. Keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get up, move on until I make it. But I can't go back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the continuation of Operation League Playoffs. My name is Cthulhu, joining me still is Infian Ewok, and Ewok, we already seen an absolute heater of Theme Park where, well, Fury came out victorious over Elevate in a relatively convincing scoreline, being 7-4. Very, very well sort of organized conclusion to that map. We still have at least one more map that is going to be Cafe Dostoevsky, and should we need a sort of a third map to resolve this dispute between the two teams, well, Villa is going to be the next one after that. But Cafe, let's dig in a little bit deeper into this very map, because this one actually been played a little bit more frequently by Elevate, it seems.
Yeah, it used to be an Elevate stronghold, of course. They haven't looked impregnable on it. Of course, you know, in recent times, things have changed, meta has changed, especially Stage 3. Elevate suffered greatly. They got pushed by teams like Tide, on Cafe. And, you know, since these roster changes, they have lost this once to Fury. That's the most recent time that both these teams played Cafe against each other. 7-5 it was to Fury. Prior to that, it was an 8-6 OT win for Elevate. So right now, the ball's firmly in Fury's court, because they only have the map 1 win, and you know they have more recent fall here on Cafe, and Elevate struggled a couple of times.
Definitely, it does look like, yeah, Elevate have struggled quite a fair bit, and certainly a little bit of a signs of annoyance seem to be starting to creep into the faces of Elevate. And look, yeah, definitely got a feel for them though. It's been definitely a bit of a rough run for them. Whether it's OPL or whether it's, you know, even APAC South. But yeah, as we sort of talked before, they I'm pretty sure was it SI that they just managed to qualify courtesy of some of the previous performances. So look, definitely keen to see how will this all really play out. Now going into the map number 2 straight away. Do we expect the same ban phase?
I think maybe we will see the Aruni ban for sure. Elevate, yep, there we go. They're sticking with the Flores over here on their side. But I think from Fury's side, we are going to see most likely Aruni on the defense. On the attack, I'm not too sure. We can maybe say Thatcher, potentially Dokkaebi, because Dokkaebi is an operator that Onigiri does prefer, and it's an operator that works really well here on Cafe. But it's going to be a Ying. Interesting choice from Fury. Obviously, they know something that we might not. I don't really remember Elevate being prolific Ying users here.
There's been a few appearances, being not specifically specifically on Cafe, but they definitely did bring out Ying a few times, and was and she was used to quite an extensive amount. So it, to a certain degree makes sense to ban her out, at least in a context of, you know, Elevate versus Fury. But she definitely is still out of the general sort of meta, it seems.
Yeah, she's got LMG, she's got nice 3 Candelas, she's got smokes as well, I believe. Very strong kit, but it's really a shock and awe operator. Essentially, you're bringing for the LMG, which has been nerfed in recent times. It's not always something that is useful, but sometimes, in some situations, can just provide this perfect blend of chaos that you need. It's a bit weird because, you know, Fury were the ones just now using the glass and going for the chaotic attempt, that last attacking round onto Throne and Armory. Excuse me. Very, very pretty round. Very brazen push in from Lycolis, particularly on the glass. Sat in the smoke inside of the site and just took pot shots at everyone, got a couple of kills. So yeah, I thought Ying would help with that, but clearly Fury think the threat is greater if Elevate have access to the Ying.
Yeah. It's definitely going to be quite the matchup, I reckon, on our hands. Fury looking to lock it down, close it all out, not really let it slip into the map number 3, which wouldn't be the most ideal sort of turn of events. But as it stands, first round, Fury will continue their sort of sprint in terms of the attacking side, which they managed to actually show, all things considered, pretty well. And apart from a few hiccups here and there, but it was more so just Elevate just popping off in a rather enormous way. So can't really completely blame the loss on Fury in a few of those rounds. But as it stands, look, we're looking at the setup. It seems for the most of it relatively standardized, but the main thing that sort of confuses me, I guess, is the one to really say is lack of Jaeger. It's mostly just the Umai there for the projectile denial, but it's introduction of the Frost instead.
Doc just trying his best to get some information on his side. I9 obviously assisting with that task. He finds that player inside of Piano on Pixel spot. It's not really a surprise. It's a Wamai. He's got a shield to protect him. No surprise there. It's a very classic situation. Onigiri backs out of there just in time. He's very lucky he doesn't get punished for that from anywhere near the hatch. Dark catches one, but can't land the shots. And Fury are just about getting into the building. Nothing really much has happened. Both teams just kind of sensing each other out. Fortunately for Fury, that gives Elevate the advantage.
Elevate, as long as they're able to just drain the pure time, force them out of that position. BG Man actually getting a little bit cheeky with the EMPs. That is perfect usage of the EMP grenades, which does allow to force Mark out of his safe position at the Pixel, and consecutively actually get rid of him as well. Dark nearly managing to nail the shot as well into the Alibi, but instead it's Onigiri to get the better of him. The 4v3 is in full effect. the housing of the sites as well do block very much like Oz from seeing any of that flank. So now it's all down to him in a 1v3, which does not really get to live too long, as well Onigiri gets to put a stop to that.
Similar start to what we saw on Theme Park. I think, you know, of course, Fury were the ones defending in that situation, so not exactly the same. But a similar start, Fury looking maybe a bit confused, you know, they were a little bit tactically naive, perhaps. They took a lot of time, but it's just the Fury way, you know, they're just trying to suss things out, see what is what, see how Elevate respond, press their buttons a little bit, and then after that, they will come in second, third round onwards. That's when they really start revving the engine. No surprises that Fury struggled here. It's just a very strong defense, resolute from Elevate, and time was too short for Fury to do anything of effect.
Well, let's see if that is going to be in fact the case, Cynthian, because Fury definitely will need to keep themselves well composed, not allow Elevate a whole lot of breathing room, especially on the attacking side. Defense should be still a relatively comfortable zone for them and comfortable time for them to play, whereas on the side of Elevate, this is the prime time for them to break sort of the pacing, the momentum of their opponents, to force them to maybe start getting into that a little bit of a sort of frustration zone. Speaking of one, I9 looking to double down on being frustrating to deal with as he introduces the Blackbeard into the fray.
Well, Onigiri off the board is a very good start. The best players for Elevate in their entire history. Not on DMR right now, but potent enough with the SMG. They're going to find this play inside of Christmas. I9 very oddly picking the Blackbeard. They're going to get rid of that Banshee with the help of the Frag Grenade on the Yana. But it's not the worst decision. You know, if it helps you survive one bullet, that might be intended for your head, and you can get the kill. In close matches such as these, that might just prove the difference. But what could also prove the difference is not having a specific piece of utility that would otherwise have been really useful for you to have. Something that you don't because of you bringing Blackbeard. But it's the former. I9 takes down 1, Dark piles on, it's 2 versus 5 for Elevate.
Being able to hold on for this long, it seems already quite a miracle, given just the sheer onslaught that Fury managed to bring out. I9 to find the finisher onto DCH. It's all down to Mr. Punch to do all the punching himself, but as it stands, nothing is really being hit at all. The onslaught continues, and well, yeah, man, the people over at Fury are able to wrap it up in a much more clinical way, I suppose is the best way to really call it. Round 2 definitely felt a whole lot more decisive in the attacking side favor than what was happening on the top floor in the round number 1. So now we are going to be going to the second floor. Elevate seeming to be not particularly too ecstatic to try to stick out the same site, wanting to keep it fresh, keep the opponents guessing, and I think in this sort of scenario, in this very situation, I think this is the most ideal way of going about it.
Yep, so just as I said, Fury coming very strong in their second round over here. Obviously they have one site, you know, that either unable to defend or attack. They will gain valuable information, of course, of what Elevate like to do. And it's always easier as a team who lost the first time around to come back and win it the second time around, because there is more for you to learn from your own failure. So I expect to see, when we eventually get to round 4, going back up to the third floor, a better Fury. And I also expect to see a very strong Fury on this attack as well. It's a little bit different though, this attack on the second floor, because you need to essentially clear out the whole map before you can get onto the site. There are flank opportunities coming in from the first floor, there are vertical opportunities coming in from the third floor, and just a lot of vertical angles that you're going to need to deal with up and down.
A plethora of those will be present. We'll need to be very, very mindful of, but already starting to open up a few positions to ensure that they are just getting some sightlines into the building. Hajime as well already does get to spot a few of the footsteps, unfortunately unable to scan them as they are a little bit too far away from him. But regardless of that, that still presents a little bit more of the information on Nigiri as well, getting rid of Lycolas. That's your ace. That is the only Heart Breacher that was on your team. He is now out of the equation, so that, well, makes things a whole lot more difficult for Fury. They have to go through all of the now pre-set up choke points that Elevate will be introducing here.
At least it's not like a first floor bomb site where really having no hard breacher would destroy you, but this is, you know, the second worst bomb site that we could have without a hard breacher. It's not going to help though if you're going to push in so naively, so brazenly, exposing your entire body without getting enough information. The drone work from Fury this round has been poor, particularly the fact that they had Yana as well. Good response from BG Man taking down Piece H, but Onigiri is gone aggressive here, and I don't know if they have information. They do!
Alright, so they do in fact, yes. Shutting down Onigiri does allow us to see, well, a 3v3 situation. Still a minute remaining, so quite a fair bit of a buffer in time. Problem being is that BG Man is very much separated from the rest of the team. They haven't fully cleared out the top floor, which should still provide the ability to rotate as well. Hajime is on the case now, does nail a very, very solid headshot. That does, well, leave only Mark on the roam, only one person on site. So the moment Fury will get a read into that, this is, I think, where we could start seeing the absolute pressures to start coming through already. I9's breaching charge is starting to ring out. C4 lands perfectly there, as well as that. In comes the drop down. I9 continues to dish out the damage, but the damage is upon him. 1v1 ultimately is now on our hands between Elevate and Fury. Hajime already revealing his position. Pre-aim from Mark is there, spotted and tagged on that rotation. 13 seconds remaining. Needs to pick the diffuser back up. He needs to back up and go in for the plan, but no. Actually, full ping still coming through. Hajime needs to stick this one out, and unfortunately for him, that's the opportunity completely lost out in the heat of the moment.
Honestly, really good attempt from Hajime to try and make the clutch happen, but with cams, it was always going to be difficult no matter where he stayed. Whether he chased a kill, maybe that would have been the best chance, but it's just very difficult to clutch that out. Very good attempt from Fury to try and bring this back after what seemed like a really poor start to this, losing those two picks. Then BG Man, of course, fighting back, getting control of mining. Just couldn't close things out because at that point time was low, positions weren't well known. The information game mainly was the concerning part from Fury of that round. They just need to have better information, better idea of what's going on. I didn't really catch whether they wasted their drones or whether they were just uninterested in using them. Two different issues that need to be fixed in two different ways. Elevate shift things up though on this defense by bringing a castle now on Onigiri's side instead of the Legion that he brought the first round.
Yeah, I mean, Castle could actually be a very strong idea here, plus in tandem with the Echo. This certainly seems like this time Elevate are starting to sort of elect to go, to lean more into the idea of just slowing down the push and draining a whole lot more time and utility before Fury's attack can get any closer to them and any closer to the actual site. So I do rate this sort of the idea. Castle picks always sort of bring a little bit more excitement because you can use those barricades to be able to just expand your general sort of safe area for even just a brief moment. So it's definitely, I reckon we could see some very intricate setups to come around from Elevate's defense here on Cafe. Already quite a fair bit of the utility being just thrown around just to get a good feel for what is actually happening. Very clear sideline opened up on the A side, as well as that Onigiri tagged up, forced to be a little bit more mindful about where he holds his position. As well as that, the Ash Charge does connect to, I believe, actually clear out one of the cameras too. So now it's all down to Elevate's own eyes to try to hold on to their own positions. 5 vs 5, but a lot more positive from Fury this time around. Last time out, they
were barely making their way into the building, and then just they ran out of time, started getting cut down. Pixel's still not been dealt with though. The castle barricades, literal barricade towards that achievement. Dark is still trying to take down Onigiri, it seems, here, deep inside of Minibar. They lose their player. DCH takes down Dark. He did get, I think, a couple of AESs burnt, but there we go again. DCH and Onigiri pile on, and Fury have just fallen apart. Pixel is still a focus, but everyone's died like Hollis. Nothing really he can do. Gets one exit frag, maybe he'll get a couple more. He has a minute to play with, but this is clutch that is impossible.
It will be quite a difficult one to really perform. I'll definitely have to agree with you here, Enfian.
No Selmas either.
Looked a little bit. Yeah, no Selmas, only one Claymore to his name and the AK-12, but even then he's blazing through those ammo reserve pretty quickly. Getting caught off on some of the angles and just continues to bleed the HP, which drains all the more opportunities there. Yeah, Mark, perfect angle to hold and able to keep it all up. Elevate do manage to keep on pushing the favor of the scoreline into their own hands, so definitely now looking to be a much more powerful entity, seemingly actually nearly repeating the sort of the way how the scoreline kept on going for Theme Park, apart from the fact that sort of it was the first round that, you know, the attacking side was able to initially claim, and then it was the streak of 3 rounds in favor of the defense. But regardless of that, curious if Fury will be able to recuperate and sort of get themselves back into the swing of things, whether it's going to be a 4-2 or maybe even 3-3 is completely and entirely upon them, but certainly it seems like Cafe is a little bit more of an uncharted territory for them, as weird as it sounds.
Yeah, it might be that they just haven't been putting it through their scrim paces as they do with other maps. This is, of course, Elevate's pick, so not a massive surprise that Elevate are leading. But then again, it is on the defense. We saw Elevate initially give a very good account of themselves on the defense of Theme Park. Might just be something that Elevate are good at, potentially. Could we see a Twitch room take out? I was gonna say that was a bit of a missed opportunity from Hajime, but yeah, Elevate potentially just more comfortable on defense. Maybe we'll see the tide turn on second half.
Certainly we'll have to wait and see how this sort of chaotic nature will be able to evolve. This is the lineup that actually managed to score Fury the win in the round, their only win so far, Cafe Dostoevsky. So curious if the Blackbeard buff will be able to come in handy here. Already quite some pressure coming around from the double window at the VIP lounge on the ground floor from BG Manners. I believe that might be Mark that is stuck now right by the Christmas tree.
A bomb has been located.
Provide a few, well, issues as, yeah, just a bit of a game of peekaboo so far coming around, it seems.
Dapper takes a little bit of damage, but nothing that's going to worry him. Einein's playing very aggressively here. That's what helped him out last time. With the Blackbeard, he knows there's a crossfire kind of being set up, but BG Man needs to distract that player near the front door sufficiently enough that Einein can push in, get this kill, gives away his position, unfortunately. Decides that, you know, it's not worth it. Not worth pushing in and potentially losing your life. Mark has a lot of assistance in his arsenal. Got the Yokai drone, got an angle coming in, got an ADS. No shield, because it's been taken down now. But Fury are losing time.
A lot of time, yeah. That is going to be the big piece of weaponry to really utilize. The Yokai drone confirms the position. There's the ping. Perfect swing, but unfortunately no actual connected frag. Like Horse, meanwhile, does get the better of Onigiri. Falls I9 to the hands of Mark, and Mark falls at the end as a trade-off to Dark. So all of a sudden, we're just about to call as the round that was handled by Elevate really well. All of a sudden divulged into, well, their own player disadvantage. 2v4 with 40 seconds. They could still hold off the general onslaught if they continue sort of chipping away at the health pool, but as it stands, simple double swing will basically be the end of one of those two remaining players.
2 versus 4, but time is ticking away. Fury still have the time pressure that they haven't sufficiently dealt with. Zappa still holding the angles, and these are decent angles to hold. Mr. Punch gets 1 kill onto Dark, gets a lot of damage dealt his way, but C4 is going to go out. Doesn't actually kill anyone, might have done some important damage. Hajim is inside though, getting the plant down. Unfortunately, Zappa can't deny it in time. Mr. Punch makes it 2v1, but it's all over. BG Man haunts his own team. Gets Fury's second attacking round of this match.
BG Man on the clean switch around does manage to keep it running, so it seems like so far, at least the kitchen site is very much nailed by Fury on how to pull the attacks, but now they need to, well, make sure that they nail their play on the reading room in Fireplace Hall, which they nearly managed to actually make work close to the conclusion of the very first attempt, but there was a very angry Onigiri with the Maestro's Alda 556. Was able to mow down quite a number of players, so we are looking potentially at Elevate to be able to close it all out at 4-2 sort of scoreline if they will be able to replicate their success here, which in return could actually start, you know, the whole storyline about us possibly even talk about Villa, because I reckon if Fury do manage to push this to a 3-3 scoreline, I think there is an ever-increasing sort of opportunity there for Fury to just completely wrap it all up at the end of map 2 and basically deny Elevate the contention for the first place.
Well, going back here to the second floor, last time out, Onigiri's Evil Eyes and his LMG started and ended the round. Evil Eyes at the end, of course, giving the information to help his teammate get the 1v1 clutch. Deny Hajime his clutch. Started off with 2 important kill Fury. If they don't ship those 2 kills, I think I back them to win this attack. But it's a big if, very loaded. Lots of things that Elevate will want to change as well. They nearly lost it. They know what they can do better.
Definitely so. Definitely quite a fair few opportunities that could arise from the next few rounds, which we're definitely going to be keeping our eyes out for. So far, look, only Mark has really taken a fraction of a damage amidst all the pre-fires, amidst all of the initial early top floor contestants. I mean, on the side of Fury, they all doing just their due diligence. They making sure that they're clearing it all out top down, not allowing any more of that flank play to come around from Elevate, given just how proficient they are at that. And I9 is looking to absolutely flood on with the vertical gameplay, completely diminishing any further ground, and like all this perfect play in tandem with I9's buck to get rid of Onigiri. So that's the first stepping stone. Fury to possibly get the win, but I say that Mr. Punch, ooh, nasty play from him.
That's what, you know, just as he praised them as well, Cthulhu, for, you know, checking every corner, droning everything properly, being careful. They were very sloppy over there. That's a player you have to expect in 2022. Every team is going to post a player out there. Luckily, Fury do deal with him, as Mark unfortunately leaves Wingman at the wrong time. DCH helps out, but Mark still gets the kill, traded by Dark. 1 minute, and it's a 2v2. DCH lost his C4, but got a kill with it. So, all's well that ends well. Shotgun for Zappa staring up. Vector for DCH staring up. Dark is going to try and get some information through this replicator. He doesn't see. Oh, I was going to say that was going to be devastation if he actually didn't turn around.
Certainly, yeah, that would have been rather problematic. Later down the line, we're looking at a swing. It's just completely lined up. DCH cleanly takes it off, takes it out of the equation. What a play by him as well. And, yeah, well, Elevate do manage to push the scoreline into their favor. Slight irritation starting to come around, but it's good to see that Fury, especially I9, continuing sort of the talk. At least internally during the match, they're not really letting that tilt completely settle in, which is the ideal turnout for them.
Let's see what Fury can do now on the defense. Elevate were decent on Park's attack, but it did seem like, you know, it was a little bit lacking given the fact that they allowed Fury to take 4 rounds. Lineup wise, nothing too spectacular, nothing too surprising, except for the fact that I guess Onigiri on the Thatcher Cthulhu, that's, I guess, something that you don't see every day. Usually you want him at the forefront, fragging, you know, getting those kills, getting the opportunity to get those kills. As a Thatcher, of course, once you use your EMPs, you can go and frag as much as you want, but the thing is, you're not only using them at the start of the round, or like one shot, you dump them at one place and you move out of the way. It might be something that requires consistent attention from you, which means you can't just wander off and try and get the kills, which you're very good at doing.
It definitely does feel like a bit of an oddity, seeing Onigiri to move on to what usually is considered to be, you know, the I suppose the support operator that is Thatcher, but look, I wouldn't call it just yet. We've seen plenty of times, you know, fragging Thatcher. Even the L86 is just a phenomenal piece of weaponry. So put it past that, we could see just the absolute frag fist to come around from him in tandem with somebody like maybe Mr. Punch, maybe a Mark. But the bigger question for me is how will Fury be able to handle this defense? Because obviously with the introduction of Warden plus the Oryx, they are leaning a little bit more into that sort of the ability to roam around the whole map. Cafe. Oh my, okay, right.
Well.
Alright, well.
That's ECH done with.
It's a turnout that I didn't expect.
Both is 5. Fury, of course, starting off positively over here, trying to prevent Elevate from gaining any meaningful ground. And so far, they are a little bit more passive than I expected.
In fact, feeling a little bit passive, the fact that they weren't able to find that initial good ground to find the first blood from certainly seemed to have crippled them a fair bit, but they took a very firm control over the minibar, which in return does provide them with even more ground to really work around. Like Colas, perfect C4 play, but unfortunately for Fury, Mr. Punch is also taking control of the construction hallway, even if it's partial through the window. But regardless of that, it's still no more a safe zone to move around for Fury.
4 versus 3. Fury in the driver's seat. 30 seconds Elevate have to make this attack happen with a man count disadvantage. Long angle still set up from I9. That's the most powerful angle, really, denying most everyone who's going to be coming down that pathway. Mark also has to deal with the Vice players, but it's a lot easier to do it. Gonna go in, doesn't predict where Lycola says he gets a triple for this round. Mr. Punch tries bring things back, but Sapper's still on the rappel.
No time.
I don't know what he's doing there. There's no time. I9 gets 1. T4 out on the floor, but Sapper just runs out. And Elevate. Very impotent attack.
I believe it's also the first time in the whole of the BO3 that we get to see actually the round to conclude just off the back of the time, rather than the sheer abundance of the frags that came by. So that's also something worth mentioning, that Fury managed to drain the time so much that, well, Elevate didn't really get to mount any sort of concrete offensive, really, which is something that I think it was more so actually Fury that, you know, kept on playing into, whereas on the side of Elevate it was always just about frags, and just being able to sort of set that pace in the earlier stages and to wrap up the round before the actual time even gets close to wrapping up. So look, we'll have to see how will this very round go, because if Fury do manage to equalize it all and start their own sort of comeback train, this could get quite dicey for Elevate the moment they start, you know, getting pressed even in terms of the scoreline. Certainly could arise a few more question marks in terms of how much are they ready to rumble here.
5 seconds left before insertion.
4-3. He elevates the lead, cut down a little bit now. BG Man on the Echo. You know, he's obviously a very capable support player. I just want to highlight him for a little bit. Decided it wasn't, Elevate decided he wasn't good enough for them. Now, it's just very funny that he's coming in and he's really coming to his own on Fury. Unfortunately, trying the same thing as Elevate did earlier, gets his Yokai drone caught out, tries to respond onto a Twitch shot drone, misses that, gets the normal drone though.
Was able to keep on denying the information game here. He is in relative safety unless some form of magical pre-fire through one of the barricades will connect to his head, but even that seems to be highly, highly unlikely. Though I have to say that denial of the information could certainly be rather big. I'm not too sure what is I9 attempting to do there. I don't think he has been sort of enough far away to actually be able to pop up as somebody being outside, but BG Man's situation here, he is actually still able to keep on rotating pretty well, all things considered, but tagged up by the Twitch drone does force him to start moving as he notices the breach in a very peculiar position. Frag grenade, that was perfectly threaded through that hole, and well, that is, well, it's the end of the Echo. 1 for 1 so far is the trade, and well, the pressure from DCH could actually be rather crucial here.
It was a bit of a missed opportunity from Elevate for a second. Hajime, you saw he got close up to the wall. I thought he's going to try and aggress. I was thinking that, yeah, this was a chance for Fury to get that momentum back. But they have lost so much ground with the death of BG Man, and then Hajime trying to retreat at the worst moment possible. Dark nearly gives away his position. He certainly knows that he's coming. Is he going to predict this? Yes, he does. Mark goes down. He goes for a pre-fire. Can't land it. DCH. Triple kill for him. I9 and Lycolas, the only two members left. Lycolas had a very good round previously. Gonna get his health back with those Thunderbirds. Good chance, but 45 seconds. That's gonna be very hard to fight against Cthulhu.
Indeed, it will be. Problems just piling up here for Lycolas and I9. Trying to hold their own fort here as Elevate the War just keep on pushing in. Quad for DCH. He's looking for an ace here as well. He does in fact find it on top of it all. And what seemed like a very slow round from Elevate, well, very quickly got escalated courtesy of DCH.
Yeah, okay, at this point, I think, you and I, we can say this is looking very much like a Elevate win. They're just too proficient at this map. They are just too practiced here. Yes, they have lost it. Yes, it's not impregnable, but it's good enough to beat Fury right now.
Defenders, protect your
Yeah, Fury certainly starting to look like that's sort of the general thought process is starting to be lost sort of in the context, lost in the play as well. 5-3 very much seems to be sort of reverse replicating the situation that has been sort of put up in front of us during the theme park as well, where it was Fury that were leading the charge, but unfortunately the Cafe Dostoevsky so far seems to be an absolute hell in terms of just being able to find sort of the right pacing, the right positioning, just the right play in general, which did allow Elevate to get back into the general swing of things. Interesting camera position as well to come around from I9, but given that nowadays the bulletproof cameras do allow sort of having a really good sort of view range, full 180 motion of the camera. This definitely does provide a little bit more flexibility with that piece of utility.
Good round, good game, so far. This is looking like Elevate's version of Theme Park. We saw Elevate kind of draw things up, 4-4 Theme Park, and then 4-5 Fury, and Fury ran away with it. 3 rounds for them. Then Fury getting pushed back now. very heavily. And you saw this in the previous round too, Cthulhu. You know, BG Man dying, that gave so much impetus to Elevate. They pushed up, they got another kill, Chase Hajime made him blink. And right now they made like Coldest blink. He doesn't lose his life, but lots of map control given up with just a minute elapsed.
It is already quite a bit of just the hunt for the drone around. At least Fury are able to dispose of that one in a pretty prompt manner. But the question being is, how long will Fury get to hold on to it? Because that frag grenade is also going to fly in a very quick manner. How long can Fury hold on to this round before the onslaught of Elevate just proceeds to be absolutely unbearable to really hold on to? The push needs to happen very quickly. Mr. Punch falls. Now in comes the push from or maybe even towards the actual bathroom as Dark keeps on holding his position. It is DCH, the Mr. Ace himself, 10-4, looking to make that scoreline even further than the current double digits.
Really funny, before the previous round he was like, you know, he's having an okay game. Right? Like 5-4, oh, not bad, not fantastic, but he's absolutely switched on past few rounds. He gets one more kill to add to his tally, makes it 11 for him, and he has been Elevate's best player many games. You know, all throughout 2022, at times he has been the one leading the charge, and that's usually when Onigiri takes a step back, and it's lovely to see that Elevate coming back when Onigiri can, you know, back off a little bit, go for more support roles as the rest of the team composition requires, and then you have someone else like DCH stepping up. Another evil eye gets wasted.
15 seconds remaining.
Or it's a little bit of a closer venture. 10 seconds remaining. Push needs to happen. Could be yet another round to play for the time, but no, very quickly collapsed. It's all down to Lycolis to make a play. The plant will be starting to go down, but there is a crossfire already to be made. In comes the jump in, and yeah, Onigiri basically had their number. Elevate, only one round away from wrapping up map number 2, as we are just about to be ready to send ourselves into the decider map, Villa. The map that, well, one of the top played maps throughout the whole OPL season.
Elevate love this map. You know, for better or for worse, right now it's for better. They are absolutely dominant. 6-3 scoreline speaks for itself. Fury's 3 rounds were good rounds, but when they lose Fury, they just look hapless. 6 that they have lost. Cannot afford to lose any more if they want to force this OT, and that would be the biggest margin of victory I believe Elevate have recorded on Cafe against Fury in 2022. Played it a total of 3 times. The previous big win for Cafe was with the old Fury roster, with producer Boomer being on board still. 7-4 that was. The other 2 matches since then, the first was an 8-6 to Elevate, then was a 7-5 to Fury. But no, this one's looking like it's going to be a 7-3, honestly.
5 seconds to go. Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
See if Fury will be able to score themselves any more of the rounds before the conclusion of this matchup, or whether this will be a much more of a confident sort of play come around from Elevate. If they can wrap this up at a 7-3, all of a sudden, well, the odds do seem to be quickly reset. Even that theme park for Elevate definitely did look a little bit dire, but Cafe, complete and absolute turnaround, definitely looks just very crispy so far, and it definitely is a really good sign to show as well, given that it is a very impactful one, and it is a very important matchup for both teams to really get themselves running. So as long as they are continuing this sort of push on both ends, this could be absolutely scary.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser. Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Punch. Trying to find an entryway. Not gonna find it just yet. Very finally, Onigiri's gone to the Zofia for this round. In the previous round, it was DCH on the fragging, and Onigiri was on the support with the Osa. obviously Onigiri had a great previous round, and just going for the Zofia, very flexible. Always a good sign that your team is feeling confident enough. You have practiced well enough that you don't need to restrict yourself to an operator. You can basically swap things around depending on the strat, depending on the site. And Elevate, they have got enough ground, I think, to start the execute in a little while. No Mujama supporting Lycolis here inside. Now I9 inside of that freezer location. Might be in for a little bit of trouble in a few seconds.
Let's see if trouble will in fact come around. Frag grenades are looking to start flying in already. Dog has been tagged up to just about 60 HP, so now he's looking to try to just default back to the side, try to just play off the anchor positions. It's BG Man to try to hold onto the play, but Mr. Punch just absolutely deletes him. All now leaving to the 4 remaining players of Fury. This is not looking good, as Elevate only 4 frags away from wrapping up Cafe Dostoevsky in their favor, and that is looking extremely, extremely promising.
Mr. Punch trying to find one. Does he know he's on the left? He takes a lot of damage on Chem just as his ability expires. Dark comes in from White Stairs, takes him out, saves I9. I9 may not know how close of run to death he had. Like Polis gets one. 15 seconds is all falling apart for Elevate. DCH has a diffuser, but unfortunately for him, his teammates don't have their lives. Like Polis gets one more. DCH gets Dark and I9, but this might be possible for Elevate. He sticks it with just 1 second left on the clock. Do they know where Lycolis is? He sees the head of DCH. Unfortunate positioning from DCH. Got a bit lucky, Fury. And Elevate got a little bit pinched for time.
Bit of a misplay there from Elevate, which will grant Fury a bit more of that breathing room. They just need to get themselves reset, get themselves flowing once again. 2 rounds away from pushing for overtime. The dream is not yet dead, but it's still very much at the possible risk of the ability to close it all out in 2 maps. Still very much could get shut down in a matter of a few moments. So, going into the kitchen side, this was solely the site that quite confidently Fury were able to completely dissect on the attack. Now, question being is how well can they hold it on their own defense?
Fury brought themselves back into that round when it looked like Elevate had every single advantage. Elevate are going to respond though with a near full swap of their operators in the attacker repick. Sledge comes in, Ace comes in, Monty comes in, and the Glaz comes in. Glaz was what won Fury the map on Theme Park. I think that was also a 6th pick from Lycolis back then. Was a 7-4 as well on Theme Park. Might we see the same here? Oh, that's a good opportunity, good spot from Onigiri. He misses it, unfortunately. That Fury player gets away with it. Is it BG Man again?
Might have been actually BG Man, yeah, holding his position as dearly as he can. Monty as well from Sapa, looking to try to just apply a little bit more pressure towards the position over by the bakery there, but it stands already. The utility train coming around. It is the Magnets that are trying to get disposed, spotted now on that rotation, plus the C4, plus no! Mark actually finds a team kill, plus DCH falls as the least needed situation, as now it's, well, down to a 3v5 after a huge kerfuffle by Elevate.
Elevate nearly brought themselves back into it in the previous round. It's looking marginally more difficult, but 2v5 attempt starts with Mr. Punch getting I9. Is he going to get a second? He deals some damage, I believe, to Hajime. Gets out successfully. Doesn't catch any strays on the way back. Sapa trying to do his best. He's on the Monty, not had the best fragging success. So he's going to try the Monty a support role, but Mr. Punch is doing the damage here. Lycolis also goes down. He's almost at full health, Mr. Punch.
Punch could
Bad idea.
really bring in the pain pistol out. Bad idea indeed, but taps away at the life. Does find himself a frag 1v2. Still very much doable. Minute remaining. Mr. Punch could really make the big play. Has the information as well on top of that. Does know about the precise position of one of the players. Prone he is, in fact. And in comes the pre-fire, pre-aim, perfect 1v1. Tagged. To all hell, does he know exactly about the positioning? Tries to bait out the swing. Not enough to actually classify as the full audio cube bait, but he wants to find the frag instead. Not here. What? He might just know. Punch goes in. No. Dark wraps it up. Fury continue their run here. Elevate's starting to get a little bit concerned. Maybe. Quite possible on the side of Fury, though. A few smiles being cracked here and there. They still looking to continue their push here. That comeback could still very much happen if we do see one more round win. And overtime, Fury once again well and truly reset all that progress that was made by Elevate previously.
Very sloppy, but they're getting away with it. Lucky that they didn't lose both rounds that they have won so far. It's gone from 6-3 6-5. Might look at overtime here. They pinch, of course, Elevate for time in the preceding round to the last one. But they also got lucky with the fact that, you know, they just had enough of a man-count advantage. They are playing sloppy when they get those man-count advantage nearly in the 2v5 slip as well. Mr. Punch was so patient in that previous round. He just stood in the same position, lost maybe 15 HP, got 2 kills. That should never be happening. It just means that Fury are peaking there.
10 seconds left before insertion.
So,
Fury.
I don't know. What do you think is like the case? Can they hang on for OT?
I think there's still a chance. Fury to make it to push for the OT. Yes, they are getting a little bit maybe too keen. They may be getting a little bit too proactive, but I think that's also part of, quote unquote, their charm. The way how they've been playing, the way how they've been, you know, conducting both the attack and defense, it was very much to just go out there, get those frags going. Onigiri already being so low in HP does make things a whole lot more problematic. C4 perfectly connects as well. That's the Osa out of all of the players out of the equation. Like all is down, but no actual confirmation that he is actually out of the play. So Mr. Punch, he knows simple one frag grenade will basically be the end of the mute, but instead it's a jump out, it's the play. No, it's a double as well for Hajime. A trade out so huge that right now Fury might just be able to push this for overtime.
That was remarkable. I did not expect. I got baited too. Hajime flying out of the window, getting the second one onto the repel, predicted it just right, and it's fallen apart for Elevate. But then they nearly brought back what, a 3v5 and then a 2v5. Missed opportunity for DCH. He had the frag grenade in his hand once it's crossed in front of him. There we go. It starts again. BG Man gets felled. Half the round still left to go, my friend. And Elevate are looking to make it 3rd times the charm with this clutch attempt.
Drone's ready.
This is looking to be quite a peculiar setup. Zappa and DCH still have the ability to completely overturn this whole play. 3v2 is very much workable, minute remaining, but denial of the information is certainly still coming around there. Zappa would be the big element of change here for the duo of the Elevate to try to make this their 7th point, but it is still going to be a bit of an uphill battle. No information yet about his presence on the White Stairs, so his first frag could very much come around. Now announcing his presence. 2v2. Now it's up to Fury to make any sort of amends as Lycolis falls to DCH, picks it all apart. It is all down to Dark to be able to keep his team in the running here, and he's about to get pincered here.
Oh, they know where he is now. Goes for the cross, loses some HP. They know where he is, they're pushing him. They got 2 angles coming in. They try and give him almost accidentally 1v1, but yeah. 3rd time lucky, 3rd time that they needed to make this clutch happen, and they get the win. Nearly let it slip from 6-3, but it felt like it was coming. Fury just too sloppy. I don't understand how 3 rounds in a row they have let these man count advantages slip. And they got lucky in one of those rounds with DCH's plant position as well. This could have ended way earlier.
And now it's a bit of a turnaround. Fury nearly managed to make it work, but comparative to the conclusion of the first map, where, you know, we looked at Elevate, they looked completely almost dead inside. Fury, after their loss, they still looking like the smiles are certainly still there. They still able to, you know, continue their talk. So I think this is going to be ultimately a battle of just who has a bit more of a sort of a stronger mental game to go into the Villa, where I think now that we sort of reset the overall progression between the two teams, now that there's no more of those, oh yeah, we have one map up on you, this is where I think we could start getting some really big nervous rounds to start coming through, because each and every round will very much count, and Villa being one of the most played maps, there's plenty of the material to work with for both of the teams.
Yeah, we expected a very close map. We got it 7-5. It's not maybe like, you know, the highest form of Siege, the most clean way, you know, particularly Elevate getting outclassed in the initial round on the attack once, you know, Fury started going into it, and then after that they try and bring him back off the back of the fragging firepower, and Fury just giving just opportunity after opportunity, holding weird angles, not having information. Like, Elevate also lacked information in those attacks towards the end, those 3 rounds, but Fury lacked information just as much as Elevate did, and then it came down to like almost a 50-50 coin flip. 2 rounds in a row it went for Fury. Can't really push your luck that much, and that's why we are going to our third map. But before that, make sure to follow the Rainbow Six Siege Twitch channel. Put the hashtag CallerShots in the chat for a chance to win the Operation League C pin that you saw me wear, as well as 600 R6 credits. You also have giveaways on Facebook, 7,500 and R6 credits over there, massive amount, as well as 32 or 16 GB Kingston Fury RAM, Kingston Fury mouse pads, chibi shirts, pins, and a mini cable of Sledgehammer.
Yeah, look, definitely quite a fair few dubs could be achieved here by both the teams and our dear viewers. I definitely do keep an eye out for. But yeah, look, Villa, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what to now even think of the matchup as to who will come out victorious here, because I think prior to Cafe, things were definitely looking up for Fury, but now that we wrapped up with Cafe and the way how it all ended, look, whilst I still think that Fury, at least on the defense, should still be able to give us a pretty good run overall, look, I gotta say, Elevate definitely did show up.
I have a feeling, you know, just momentum shift wise, and Fury's casting their thoughts to the future, I don't think they will have that much of a fire to win. They will obviously want to win, but Elevate, as I said earlier on, you know, this is the only thing that they can win this stage. I have a feeling that they're gonna do it. So to find out, we obviously need to come back from break.
Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. see. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe you say you love me, then go and leave me. Can't get ugly, trust in my...
Was hit hard. Here, Liv. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
If I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the continuation of our playoffs run for day 1 of the autumn season for Operation League Southeast Asia. Cthulhu and Infian Ewok are still on the microphone. Look, Infian, we just seen the conclusion of Cafe Dostoevsky, which was Elevate's map pick, and accordingly, well, it went their way after, look, a bit of a fumble that nearly cost them the to go into overtime, but alas, that did not really come to fruition. So now we get to see Villa to descend upon us. Do you feel confident towards either one of the teams, or is it still sort of a bit of a 50-50 as to who will come out the victor here?
Yeah, I think it's 50-50. Fury definitely looked sloppy towards the end of that. Cafe, they looked outclassed at the start of Cafe, so, you know, you might call me a little bit, you know, daft for trying to say that Fury might be able to get this back, but then again, as you can see on the screen right now, Cafe was Elevate's map pick. They played way more than Fury do. They played, I think, the most out of any Apex South team. So it's really no surprise that Elevate were able to take the win eventually. They were also playing really well. Just in general, TCH was absolutely unlocked. I do have to say though, Villa, the map statistics over here, the most recent one was a 7-4 victory for Elevate. So that, I think, gives a little bit of an advantage to Elevate. So maybe not quite a 50-50 Cthulhu, but an advantage nonetheless, like maybe, I don't know, 65-35 in favor of Elevate. Hajime is not even here right now. But Fury have won this map before against Elevate. 8-6 it was.
Yeah, look. It definitely feels like they seem to have, you know, fully warmed up comparative to what we've seen from them during the theme park, where they seem to have been bamboozled sort of left, right, and center. But all things considered, well, and we go into the ban phase. Villa, the decider map. This map will be deciding who goes into only the third place matchup and who gets into the contention for the grand finals.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see how the Villa shapes up. It's not really a map that they otherwise go to very often. But they have a victory recorded here against Elevate with this current roster. I'm gonna start off by banning Lion. Cthulhu, I don't know about you, but a Lion ban does make a lot more sense than potentially like the Ying that we saw earlier on Cafe. He's got the Impact EMP, he's got the E1D that we all know of. Vector with the Drum Mag can do a lot of damage, and he won't be doing any damage for Fury's defenses this game.
Yeah, look, I'll definitely have to say that, yeah, whilst Lion does sport quite a very flexible sort of lineup in terms of his loadout, including, yeah, the Gon 6 too, it definitely feels weird for him to be banned out on Villa. He definitely has been sort of a big operator in the right hands, but definitely, there is some extra context behind that ban. The remainder of those, though, relatively stays the same floor as Valkyrie and Womai. To wrap it all up, Fury very much realizing that, you know, for Elevate's success on a couple of the positions, things been definitely looking very much promising, and more so because of the flexibility that Womai introduced into the fray. So, with him out of the equation, we are in for quite a interesting matchup, to say at the very least. Now Nook making the reappearance here, arguably on one of the more suitable maps for her playstyle, given that the basement is out there for the full exploration.
Yeah. Always an odd one, that Villa basement, used by some teams, used by some players of some teams, really. And just ignored by most others. I believe one of the players I remember that utilized the basement very much was Hysterics. Back when, you know, IG was a thing. Earlier this year. Yeah, rest in Pepe's. IG, of course, no longer a thing, but Hysterics used that to good effect, and he forced a lot of attackers to clear him out, to spend their time droning the basement, dedicating at least a player to pushing it or droning it at the very least, and that burnt a little bit of time. Sometimes he even got picks on the flanks, but all in all, I do feel that the impact wasn't as much as he intended, and maybe that's why most teams and most players don't really care much for it.
Could be Could be the case. Definitely feels like it's a thing of from case to case. Interesting to see that Thorn is also making her appearance on Villa. A utility less being used as the actual damage dealing factor, but more so sort of the one to force some movement out of the attackers. Mr. Punch hiding behind the profile of the oh my god, of the pillar, but gets forced out of there with the C4. So far, I mean, both teams sort of trading punches, but no knockouts just yet, it seems.
Yeah, 1 minute gone. Obviously, this is tentative start. Very emblematic of both teams, I would say. But oh, there we go. Using that basement paired with a drone, even. Nice little catch onto that Thorn gadget. Silence SMG over here. He does get caught out on the camera though, just at the wrong moment. They are going to try and deal this mute jammer with the bounce fragment. I think that will be successful. You hear the helmet popping off. Very well done from Mr. Punch, even though he didn't get a kill. 1 minute 10. Oh, it's close. Frag grenade nearly gets the kill. The prediction on the run with the information given. Great stuff, but he will get picked up.
Yeah, Hajime will get picked up, but regardless of that, that is a lot of damage that has been dealt, and no more there is the ability of the revival as well. So the moment next time Hajime does fall, he falls for sure. For Elevate, yeah, there's still quite a fair bit of ground to cover and only 45 seconds to really work around with. So there's definitely going to be quite some hurrying up to be done. And Fury will need to make sure that they are lining up their plays as firmly as possible. Because right now I9 is about to get quite a fair bit of heat going his way, it seems. Hajime already picking up a perfect frag. Mark falls on top of it all. All seems to be like it's still in the hands of Fury, but with Mr. Punch getting the better of I9, that Sapper falls too. Fury well and truly in control here. Mr. Punch finding himself one more, two
Mr.
more. That's a
Punch?
triple on the total. 4 seconds remaining, but nobody else will be pushing him. That is going to be the problem for him. And yeah, based off the time, Fury do win out their first round. But once again, like we highlighted before back on Cafe, Fury too keen on contesting those gunfights.
I mean, at this point, it's getting baffling. I do not understand it. And the only wild, crazy explanation I have to offer up why Fury are playing so by the seat of the pants so much is that they want to fake out the major teams. That's the only thing I can think of, because they have aggression, but they don't have foolish aggression, as we have seen, as you said, for those 3 rounds in Cafe. For a fair bit of theme park as well, and now this opening round here. They won it eventually, which is the first time they've actually won the first round in this series. But yeah, I don't know, man. Cthulhu, this is just very poor form from them. Playing it like ranked, trying to get every last kill, no matter what, rather than playing it patient. Saw a little bit of patience from them. Nearly paid the price again.
Well, I mean, remembering the old days of the original Elevate, remembering when they first were introduced to the casual crowd. Oh, not the casual crowd. Pardon me. To the global crowd. That was sort of their statement when in the first few interviews. How do you prepare? Well, we'll play ranked together. So we'll look a few of the remnants there being sort of displayed by Fury, given that I9 used to be part of that original squad. But yeah, look, I'm definitely curious to see if that is actually going to bring any sort of success, given that Mr. Punch already gets rid of I9. And just like that, already Fury once again back on the back foot.
Fury can recover this. I9, of course, still taking his time to kind of find a kill for himself. You saw that on the first map of Theme Park 2, I think. It took until the 3rd or 4th round for him to get kills, but after that they came free-flowing. Mr. Punch tried his best with the Nook at the end, as well as the start of the previous round. Wasn't too successful. I think the main issue, Cthulhu, for me, that I saw was a little bit of a lack of decisiveness from Elevate as a whole, which didn't give Mr. Punch an opportunity to cause more chaos until the very, very end, because that's where he really excels.
Simply so. A few of the changes starting to happen. Onigiri does get the better of Dark as well. C4 does introduce a little bit more damage to Onigiri, and at the end of it all, it is that Hajime that does pick up, does find one more. Actually, Hajime is a little bit cracked right now. Now the positioning is being split between two spots. DCH can't really pick up the right position to really go from. BG Man gets the better of Mr. Punch as well. No, DCH.
They chase
Last
him.
man standing. They chasing once again, which could be absolutely punished. But they not going for the full-on blind push. They are waiting for him to re-push back up. 45 seconds remaining. If one person that needs to clutch up, it is going to be DCH, I reckon.
Please, I beg of you, stop chasing kills. Please stop. We could have been looking at overtime at this point, you know, if they hadn't chased 3 rounds in a row. But they get away with it. BG Man, you know, just now when he was tussling with the Yana on the stairs, I thought the wraparound from what was it, Steady Door? I think that was where it was coming from. That would get him, but somehow he managed to snap 2 and get that other player. And then the Frost came in and was like, let me get a kill too. And I'm like, just chill. Fury are up 2-0 though, which is something that they haven't been for the rest of this series so far. Correct me if I'm wrong, Cthulhu. You know, they haven't been 2-0 up until the very end, until Theme Park, where they went from 4-5 to 7-4.
And so far has been an exhilarating sort of matchup, I have to say. The way how both teams been sort of punching back and forth, the way how so far Villa defense for Fury has been just almost feeling magical, really. Definitely shows that at least we know defensive Fury are very, very clean, very sturdy with it. When they go on the attack once again is, I think, going to be a big question mark for me. Whilst they were able to do a stellar job on the Theme Park, Villa being the most played map, I think this is where the biggest statement will be made. If they can make this work, if they can have a very strong attack and then win, obviously, the Villa, I'd say my bets would definitely be on them rather than whoever is going to be the winner of Direwolves versus GG.
I feel it's gonna be Direwolves. Even without Reaps, they look pretty solid against Knights.
We'll see.
We'll see. We're getting ahead of ourselves. We are really flying, zooming ahead of this as this match is over. I9 now using that basement room, just as I mentioned earlier on. It was Hysterix's role on IG on Villa quite often, but PCH gets the first pick and his first kill of this map. Lycola is off the board, the smoke, that's gonna hurt Fury significantly. Predicts I9 as well, who's still at 0 kills, but doesn't predict a third attempt at Fury to get him. And finally Fury traded out.
Lead already. Quite a fair bit of damage being dealt on Onigiri. Felled as well amidst all the breaching that has been done. Onigiri continuing to fight back. Onigiri gets picked back up, but next time a few more shots and that is the end of the Thatcher player. The remainder of the Elevate very, very healthy right now, so this is going to be still very much of an uphill battle for Fury, and BG Man specifically. A single pre-fire through that soft wall will be the end of him the moment the drones do spot the position of the defensive player.
Yeah, very careful. You know, BG Man playing it very crazily, just now standing up in full view, trying to get a better angle onto Onigiri, or someone else might be pushing in. Why is someone watching that bulletproof camera? I cannot understand. But it's going to be a nice little freebie for Dark. Both of those guys, one low HP. Sapper through the smoke. Makes his way into the building. Finally, BG Man doesn't see his back. Mark takes down Hajime. Mr. Punch cleans it up. Elevate finally answer back. That is a round for them on the attack here on Villa.
Elevate being able to bring it all back in the early stages of the Villa. Definitely did manage to show a good recovery, and given that the sort of the mid game certainly looked well and truly in the hands of Fury, but they managed to pull off that very, very eloquently made flank, courtesy of the Nook, and then, well, the rest is basically history. Although not everything is lost, and yes, Elevate still need to catch up with one more point to make it at least a draw, well, Fury still might just be able to continue dictating their pace, as long as they don't get too sidetracked with playing for time or getting a little bit too funky with some of their plays. As long as they can nail the down to basics, they can certainly introduce a whole lot of problems for the Elevate squad. Now, interesting to note is that Hajime has decided to introduce the pulse here for this very site, whereas on the side of Elevate, actually swapping off the Nook means, well, a little bit less of that sneaky beaky roam game, which relatively does make things a little bit easier for Hajime, but I would assume at least part of the reasoning behind the pick of the pulse was to at least try to spot the approaching Nook.
Early engagements, that's what DCH is looking for. He was successful in the previous round, taking down Lycoris. And you just, you might can't help but think, really, that had Lycoris been alive, he would have been able to block it off with the smoke. But it's BG Man who gets the first kill. Onigiri once again having a tough time so far on Villa. Only one kill, but he's died 4 times. BG Man trying his best to keep DCH's attention. Might catch a little bit too much though in just a little bit, because Elevate, when they push, they overwhelm. Unless they overwhelm, they get overwhelmed themselves.
Yeah, not the most ideal result there, not the most ideal setup. Could possibly see a bit of a development in the later stages of this round with the way how there's so many possibilities for Elevate to completely dislodge their opponents. I mean, remembering the old, what was it, the round 12 on Cafe Dostoevsky, how still overwhelmingly high the odds were in favor of Fury, with them having the player's advantage, and how quickly it all fell apart. So only one player's advantage, this could very much still divulge into a very dangerous situation for Fury to deal with.
Being very quiet. Characteristically quiet. Not much happening from Elevate. They get into the building though. This is where they really shine. Even if they have the man count disadvantage, give them a minute, give them map control, even a little bit, and then they can just swing into site. Sapper on the Twitch. Fearsome Prospect, not got any kills so far, might be able to get all 4 if things go his way. That's how good he is, but they don't. BG Man gets him. Target's taken down. Still 3 members to find. He finds 1. Mr. Punch isolates another. It's gonna go down. 20 seconds.
Situation that I've been talking about right now. Fury starting to get a little bit too keen, tagged up to all hell, both like always an I9, only 1-2 shots, 1-2 punch. Mr. Punch is good right now. Quad kill to come around, and only 1 more frag to wrap it all up. Shotgun is there. No, you do not get that. That's a second ace for Elevate, and this time it's Mr. Punch completely to shut down Fury.
First it was GCH on Cafe with the ace on Iana. Now it is Mr. Punch getting that 2-2 scoreline for his team, and poor. Very, very poor from Fury. They had the angles, they had the mankind advantage. They just let everything slip. Ironically, they were perhaps a little too passive at times. You know, they tried to aggress onto Elevate. They got rebuffed and then they just couldn't find a way in. The verticals perhaps weren't set up. There was no opportunity of a late flank from Fury. The initiative was very much left alone with Elevate, and that's a situation that Elevate love to be in. They almost did it for 2 rounds on Cafe, got it on the 3rd try. Helped by Fury overpeaking things, of course. But this time around, you know, so they tried to overpeak, but they also just had imperfect information. That player near the reinforced wall, the Aruni, I think, right? Just clueless.
Ooh, this is one of the ways to really describe this, it seems, in terms of just even in, well, for the last round for Fury, the way how they had the man advantage, they had the positional advantage, plus it was, well, up to them to really play for time. Still a little bit confused what was the point in a number of those sort of pushes towards the attackers where, well, it's in the name, it's the defense, you can play for time, and Fury were able to do this perfectly well previously. So I definitely feel a little bit confused as to what happened all of a sudden with Fury's roster. That started happening close to the second half of Cafe, and it continues here. Like always, though, does get the better of Onigiri, so continuing the unfortunate run of the captain of Elevate, but the team so far was able to pick up the slack pretty well, all things considering. And you look at Mr. Punch, 11-1 so far. This man is absolutely unstoppable.
Staying alive is going to help his team out significantly. Couldn't quite do it in the previous round, but this is a different bomb site. All of Elevate are pushing in essentially from the same angle. Mr. Punch won't really have the opportunity to sneak in. The FMG9 is very good on its own, and he might be able to get the kills anyway, but it won't be because he's sneaky. And might I just highlight, I just noticed, he has 11 kills in 4 rounds, and only died once. 1-1-1. Oh, goodness.
Yeah, look, he's been so far on quite a heater of a performance. All things considered, he's been doing some really good job in keeping his team afloat and keeping his run alive. We get to see the continuation here, though, of it is completely upon them and upon him specifically. Hajime getting the better of Sapper does dwindle down numbers of Elevate players even further, but as we already came to learning, Elevate, even at the player deficit, are able to do 2v5, 2v4. DCH starting his run. Mr. Punch, 2v3, 1v3. Well, that's Mr. Punch's second death, but DCH previously was known to be able to do it. I9, you can't be going down like this. Spotted out and nearly finished off, but as it stands, 18 seconds remaining. Fury needs to make sure that they don't overextend. Hajime just decides to still take him at a face value. Those risk-taking plays just seem to be the staple here from Fury, and it's very much of a coin toss whether those work or not.
I genuinely, I'm not even kidding, Cthulhu. I genuinely believe that they would concede the 2v5. I truly did. I saw it go 2v5 and I was like, yep, here we go. Like, they are in a Magna advantage. They're gonna let the concentration slip. They're just gonna start doing weird things, exposing themselves, forgetting players are coming from only a finite number of angles, despite having 5 people. It's bizarre. It nearly happened for Elevate a 4th time. I cannot believe it. This, I truly hope, and at this point, I'm a little bit worried for the Shonko Big Nature. Like, I really hope this is something that Fury are doing on purpose, rather than trying the best and failing, because that is something that other teams, Elevate are punishing them. Of course, an international team in their own regard. Other international teams who have their own play styles, they're gonna
will have to.
Fury.
Yeah, suppose time will show if that was sort of intentional to throw off the teams. We'll have to see. Definitely, it is quite an interesting deviation from the usual sort of Fury formula. They seem to be, while still keeping up their aggression, it's they still always manage to keep themselves really well and composed, all things considered. So definitely have to agree with you. This is quite a turnaround. But look, yeah. Still not all over yet. They still able to keep up the point advantage here. Like Colas once again, poor Onigiri is just in the absolute gutter right now with the way how he's been picked off left, right, and center.
Onigiri really having a tough time. Mr. Punch having a great time. Maybe Onigiri's wondering why he can't share some kills. 1 minute left. 1 minute gone, sorry. And let me push back. Could be a 4-2 for Fury, which is, I think, exactly where both sides want to be. The attack and the defense. Not the worst place.
Far from it, as a matter of fact. Far from it at all. There's definitely quite a few opportunities there for Elevate to steal away. The way how they've been holding on. Been still very formidable and good to see. Oof, already
like that.
falls
Why do you have
again.
to keep that? Why?
Oh look, the confidence seems to be running high at all times, it seems. But yeah, look, like all this. Please don't tell me he's gonna jump out. No, he won't. Oof, he only lines up ahead of Mark. But
another risky.
Yo, Fury, what are you doing? Fury all of a sudden completely dwindled very quickly, all fell apart, like Colas and I9 all completely separated from each other in a 2v2 situation. Historically so far, this has been favoring Elevate very thoroughly. Infian. Fury might just end up losing out on the being able to catch themselves that 4th point.
I do believe this is 3-3 for the attack, as it gives them a slight advantage, at least by stage 2 statistics. I haven't look at stage 3 statistics or OPL specific statistics, but I believe Fury are feeling the pressure. I9 very low HP, like Colas also pushed back onto the A bomb site. Obviously B is easier to defend from A, which is why I usually have the attackers who want to be taking A as well. Mark's got himself on the inside. Bizarrely gets rid of the frost mat. 20 seconds left in this. It comes swinging. Like Colas gives away that freebie. I9 with a blind C4, it feels like. Just misses. His phone's ringing. They know where he's coming from. And he's not going to be able to stop this time.
Attackers are activating the diffuser.
It'll look like it, yeah. With the plan down, Sapper exactly nails I9. 3-3 is the scoreline. First time in this whole BO3 that we do get to see a drawed out scoreline at the end of the first half. So yeah, he's definitely starting to really feel a little bit of frustration. Maybe it is the fatigue that is starting to happen as well. So look, yeah, there's definitely quite a fair bit of concern coming around with the performance of the Fury members. Certainly
Defenders, protect your
a fair bit of concern from the management, I would imagine. But at least, look, this matchup does not really sort of hold the same implications as, say, something within APAC South, where it would have been the spot for the major. That already has been all done and dusted. Now it's also now it's just more so just a match for the money, and quite a sizable change. I mean, between what, $3,000 and $8,000? What a sizable chunk.
I do not understand Fury. Hopefully they show us something less. How do I say it? Yo-yo. Less like extreme. When they look good, they look really good. But when they look bad, it's just you're like, come on, man. It's not even that
you said yo-yo, I was like, well, what does yo-yo have to do here? Hold on.
Yeah, I mean, just when they look good, and they look good for most of the rounds. Sometimes they're able to close it out, but then when they don't close it out, it's frustrating, particularly because they could have just closed it out. Wouldn't have been that hard to close it out, you know?
Very much so. The play has me at the edge of my seat with basically each and every round. I'll be honest with you, Infian. I'm quite a long BO3, and we still have one more after this one. Quite a fair few interesting matchups to still bear witness. Elevate. We're gonna miss the punch already. 13-3. The man is an absolute legend. Hajime being pinged and attempted to be C4'd from down below, but it's Mark to get the better of Lycolis. Fury not particularly having the best start to their run right now.
I9 finally has a positive impact after a long while, it feels. Mr. Punch goes down, the big hitter on Elevate. That's one kill that they really would have wanted. Especially after they lost Lycolis. DCH getting killed is also a big advantage for Fury. But Mark retakes his position behind the shield, and that is, again, a minor setback for Fury if they want to push through here.
Elevate a little bit more pressed. Yes, they are missing one extra player. A minute remaining though. Fury are still yet to begin their whole onslaught towards the site. Sapper gets to knife Hajime out of all the things. I9 to trade out on Igiri. 2v3. 48 seconds remaining. This could be a big breakthrough round here as well. If Elevate continue to keep on applying pressure here on Fury, this could be starting to show the early omens of the conclusion of the matchup in Elevate's favor to represent the Red Rebellion. Push to come through the classical hole. And I'm completely unaware of the presence at the end of that hallway, but still nails Mark. That's a 1v3. That's a swing. Sapper 1. Sapper does not get the 2. It is BG Man to conclude the round, so Fury continuing their run here, still being able to reply back in a very confident manner.
That was a good attack from Fury. The thing is, it always looks good, right? Until a certain point, all of the round, Fury. Like, there's a decisive point within, like, when you hit the 1 minute mark, when you get the big man advantage. I don't know what it is, but they kind of lose their focus maybe. Just maybe getting a bit too ahead of themselves, thinking the round is won when it's really not. But they managed to hold on, and that's the thing, right? When they win, they look pretty good doing it. It was close, but when you're on the attack, you're naturally gonna be disadvantaged. And they fought off that disadvantage pretty well. Got the kills. I9, that prediction on the flick, as you said. It looked like he didn't know, but the information was there, or his game sense. One of the two helping him out predicts it right. The person making the swing misses. Good attempt from Elevate, but unfortunately didn't really net them the results they wanted. They are down again, but they made the comeback happen from 2-0 down on the attack. So I have faith. Still have faith in Elevate.
Waiting for sort of the moment of truth here, is just at this point just sort of patiently waiting for the gunfight after gunfight to erupt. Fury has been able to really show their solid performance on the attack, seemingly sort of almost channeling that very similar sort of the aggressive Chihuahua sort of energy back on the defense, now onto the actual attack where they need to be aggressive, where they need to be in their opponent's faces. And so far, I mean, it's been a decent turnout. I mean, scoring a point to begin the first half, and possibly even starting to string the rounds if they do manage to come out victorious at the conclusion of round 8.
Still holding on. Some damage dealt to Mr. Punch, I believe, in this engagement with BG Man, maybe. And send out a call. Legion's not an operator you see too often. We saw it earlier on from Onigiri. This time around is from Mr. Punch. Though, you know, at this point, whatever Mr. Punch wants, he should be able to play. Still, you do wonder. As though it's not an operator they could have picked with better utility. Speaking of utility, big utility in killing Lycolis. The only hard breach.
Located a bomb.
Already quite a fair bit of shots being exchanged. Mark continuing being an absolute menace to society, just being basically all over the whole Villa map. I think his frags has been definitely a good turnout. The Alibi and the MX4 still a very dangerous entity. Fury now being pressed to be at the player disadvantage. Comparative to Elevate, they're the ones that have been seeing a few more problems. I9 though, well, still able to eliminate DCH. Mark falls as well all of a sudden. 3v3, but you compare the health pool between the two teams and, well, Elevate are still very much in control of that one. Plus Hajime being the shield player as well. It is ultimately a 2.5 versus 3. 20 seconds remaining. You need to go for a push. With no Selmas, no hard breaching, you have to go through all of those choke points. Now that the Sapper as well still has the gas grenades, this could be rather problematic.
10 seconds, pushes in, chokes on the smoke, chokes on everything. Elevate. Hang on. They choked the time away. They got the kills in the end. Well played from Elevate. Got the early picks, put Fury under immense pressure. And in those situations, I have to back a team like Elevate. They're on the defense. They're the ones who come back from man count disadvantages. And when you get man count advantages, that just makes it a lot easier for you to hold on. The pressure, everything was on Fury.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Particularly too sure what to make of what has been sort of happening between the two teams. Sort of one round, you see absolute thorough confidence to be springing from both sides, and then on the literally the next very round, it's just all falls apart. Not particularly too sure what to really think of all that, but apart from the fact that we'll have to just see what is going to be sort of the end result of it all. What's going to be the end play, because man,
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and
certainly both teams so far has had a bit of a just all over the place really performance.
Mr. Punch has slowed down a little bit. I think he was 11-1 at one point, right, and then 12-2 and 13-3. And now he's 14-4, so like, you know, since like 11-1. He's gone pretty even, which is like, you know, still would be a good performance for pretty much any player. At the very least, you're trading yourself out. But, you know, Elevate haven't quite felt that same success. They have had to fight for it a lot harder. Mr. Punch trying to make his mark. Previous round, the Alibi of Mark was the one who got those two opening picks. Essentially won the round for Elevate right there and then. Mr. Punch gives away that he's come into the bathroom, loses the Kiba barrier and has to retreat right back. Very lucky he didn't get punished in the jump in. That Runigate can work against you so often. You can see every time he goes close, if anyone from Fury is watching it, even if they don't see him because of the Kiba barricade, they'll be able to get the kill. But instead, DCH and Mr. Punch pile on.
The initial set of trade-off shots right now. Fury just not particularly having the most fun of the time. Elevate 2 more frags, and will they will be able to find themselves the 5th point. Only 2 rounds after that, what they'll need to win to be able to win out the whole best of 3. Deny the Fury as well. The run for the money. Deny the run for the particular potentially the first place. From there on, things could definitely get escalated even further. Sapper getting rid of Lycolis does sort of put almost the final nail into the coffin. It's all down to BG Man, and this is looking like a flawless round. In fact, it will be. Mr. Punch in the long run out just concluded all. 5th point. in the hands of Elevate, and they are oh so close to pushing themselves into the grand final, whereas Fury are, well, now 2 rounds away from possibly being forced out into only the contention for the 3rd place.
5-4 is their lead. It's a tight one, but it's their first lead in this matchup. They were... Is it? No. Yeah, it is. Correct. It is. You know, they were down 2-0, and it became a 2-2. Then they were down 3-2. Looked like Fury might make it 4-2, but no. So now they finally got in the lead, and I don't know about you, on the defense, in their form, Mr. Punch also, you know, just as we highlighted, like, oh, he's only gotten 3 kills and 3 deaths since he was 11-1. Goes ahead, gets in 2 kills without any deaths. Continues on the alibi. I think Elevate realized, like, look, you know, the guy's been struggling for a couple of rounds. Let him have the alibi. The rest of us can, you know, can make do with other things. He's doing so much work.
5 seconds left.
Let him frag.
Attackers must locate and defuse the
Let him
bomb.
frag indeed. I mean, it's so far worked out pretty well. Things considered, another run out this time. Elevate are starting to get extra keen. These sort of plays. These sort of matchups even, because certainly starts showing the confidence that Elevate managed to gain through all of these rounds, through all of these matchups. They can taste how close the victory can be here, and well, certainly the way how they have this all set up, Villa certainly seems to be like a bit of a home address as well for Elevate, comparative to what so far we got to see from Fury. Alas, you reckon we could see Fury to pull a comeback yet again, Infian?
No. Gotta be honest with you, no. This is a lot harder because, you know, when they're on the defense, they just have to hang on. So they got lucky, for example, with that plant spot from DCH on that 3rd floor round on Cafe. They got lucky again the next round afterwards in a manner which I can't even remember how at this point. But on an attack, you have to take the initiative. You have to make it happen. But Fury are making it happen because I'm eating my words very quickly and looking very stupid.
Oh yeah, look, this has been a little bit sort of all over the place, Mr. Punch.
But it is a 2v5.
Yeah.
It's a 2v5, I forgot.
We were saying that it was all over the
2v5.
place. Mr. Punch is just so good, man. Elevate are just
again.
on another level. Mr. Punch unleashed 2 more frags. He hits the 20 bomb. A 20-4. Infian.
21.
20-4. He's
19.
on 19-4 now.
Yeah.
1 more frag. That's a 20 bomb. In comes the attempt to plant. C4 is there. Sapper destroys BG Man. I9 to swing. 1v1. Mr. Punch. He is in for that 20 bomb. It is in his hands. The baits come around. Is he being expected at that angle? Is now the question. I9. He can hold Fury still afloat and deny the match point, but right now actually falling back towards the kitchen. The long absence of the alibi player is now very much known. The sound cues are there for the footsteps. Now reviewing the position, still just playing for time right now. Oh, Mr. Punch got so close with that pre-fire as well, but unfortunately that doesn't work out. Sticks now the planned I9 will be going in. The timer is starting now to tick against, and that is the quad kill. That is the 20 bomb as well, Infian.
I have a request from chat.
Look at Mr. Punch.
Like, what is this? The 1, so like the 1, 2, 3 attempts on Cafe that they nearly let slip Fury. The 3rd one they did let slip, sorry. 1 earlier on Villa over here that almost went the way of Elevate, and another one just now that as we saw, Mr. Punch's quad kill that they actually let slip. Why is it 5 2v5s or like 3v5s, whatever it was? And why do I never have confidence in Fury when they are up 5v2? What is going on? What are Fury doing? Why are they never able to hold on to it? They just lose their shape, their patience, their technical know-how, it feels. It's exactly a 2v5 every time.
The secret formula how Elevate will win. You put them in a 2v5 and the rest is history. It seems. Well, 6 point, only one round away from the victory from the contestant in the grand finals, whereas Fury about to be upset after such a great start on Theme Park. Everything else
5 seconds left before insertion.
went sideways, and it's quite a tragic turnout. And really, I have to say, Fury, given it's far from being far from being a bad squad. It's definitely quite a lot of potential, but the way how they've played this first day of the playoffs definitely does not bring a whole lot of confidence, at least in their stay with an OPL.
5 versus 5. Elevate on match point, series point. I expect this. Even if it goes in Fury's favor initially, I expect Elevate to come out with a round win at this point because they are just looking way more put together as a team. I don't know what Laxing has done. You know, obviously he has talked to them since their 2 regulation final losses. But you can see when they pushed Direwolves to OT, I think, and then after that, Knights as well. They beat them in OT, or did they lose? I can't remember at this point in Apex South. You could see that the belief was back, the good team was back, and then of course they ended off with beating Game and Gladiators. So you're seeing that Elevate again, with they obviously left it late. They've got it now. I think you know, they win their 7-4, you can call them one of the favorites. Oh, that's really poor from Mr. Punt for a man who's gotten 20 kills.
20-5 though, still. That is a big accolade here. I9 does end up falling. 10-10 is his sort of record so far here on Villa. Lycolis, Hajime, BG Man, and Dark. This squad of 4 is the only thing that stands between Elevate and the victory and the grand final. Will be rather big. BG Man will be able to use the Impact EMP to get the plan down. No, the timing. What is that? BG Man, after holding for so long the angle, in comes the swing. Jiggle is there. But Mark, now wielding the alibi, could still be able to keep on dishing out the damage, the punishment. There's still 2 more gas grenades as well, so should be just about enough to hold off a push. Throw a few more positions. Onigiri still very much well and standing. We haven't yet reached that position of, well, complete no point of return. Mark gets the better of Lycolis. BG Man tag. Dark got hit once as well. DCH piling on, compounding the losses. Down goes Onigiri. 3v2, 2v2. 10 seconds remaining. This is not good right now for Fury. Infian, they're about to fail their push. Down goes one, down goes 2. God. DCH single-handedly wins this match, this game, and this very round for Elevate to go to grand final.
Well, that was one way to end things off. When Onigiri can go 3-9 on a map and still you lose 7-4, he's laughing because he's barely done anything. Look at Mr. Punch vibing in his fancy pajamas. He's playing in his pajamas. Chilling.
So that's the ultimate comfort, mate. That's the ultimate comfort. Oh, played by Elevate.
Yeah. Incredible. Just incredible stuff. So many 2v5s they brought back. Just sorry, I just cut you off. I can't get over it. 5 times.
Yeah. 5 times, yeah. Look, that's the magic of Elevate, I suppose. Right now, being shown to us, they are finally back into their form, into their play, into the swing of things. Not to discredit Fury in any shape or form, they still managed to prove a formidable matchup, but unfortunately, at the end of it all, a few of the mistakes did end up leading to where we are at right now. Unfortunately for Elevate, for Elevate, for Fury, it is starting to get towards towards the later end of the night. For Fury, this is the end for their of their run for the first place. They still can contest for the third place, but ultimately no more chances for the grand final. But look, Elevate now get to chill for a little bit longer, as they will now be keeping their eyes out for our second matchup of our first playday for the playoffs. That is going to be the Direwolves versus Gaming Gladiators, which I think would also be quite an interesting watch, given one, well, it is Elevate, it is Elevate that is going to be waiting for them, and two, like you alluded before, Infian, Reaps is not going to be present for the play days, it seems. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one to watch how Direwolves will be able to make it work. But yeah, look, there's definitely quite a few unanswered question marks, at least on my end, I reckon.
Well, there might be question marks for your end, but we'll find out who's winning the Operation League C pin and R6 credits as well. Follow the channel, put in the hashtag right now. We're going to be drawing very, very shortly 2 people to win these credits, and the pin, I believe, can go to the Facebook page as well if you don't win right now, or if you want extra 7,500 R6 credits over there on offer, like the Rainbow Six C page there. And of course, tag 2 friends, share the post, you know the drill. I said it enough. Lots of stuff, RAM, mouse pads from Kingston Fury, R6 pins, credits, and merch, as well as a nice little caber for you if you want to try and win something.
Absolutely. Yeah, look, and I mean, all those R6 credits, with all of the always being, with all the esports skin always being refreshed and more being added to the game, well, there's definitely plenty of space for those to get bought once people do end up getting their hands onto the R6 credits as part of our giveaway. Each and every map we do those giveaways as well, so already 3 maps all finished up. We are just concluding on our 3rd giveaway for the night. Well, there may just end up being 3 more if we do end up seeing a decider map as well from our matchup number 2. But yeah, look, Infian, I'm very much curious how will our second match really go, because on one hand, look, Gaming Gladiators had a bit of a rough run throughout the regular season. I mean, we cast our sight back to the past, and I mean, they started off so well. That 7-0 against Varian X was good, and then it all started going sideways, where they couldn't really get the upper hand onto Elevate, they couldn't get the upper hand onto Fury, and sort of from there on, yes, they were able to overpower, you know, the non-APAC South teams, but the moment it came down to, you know, to the big boys, that's where they just faltered so many times.
Absolutely. I have a feeling we're going to see Direwolves take on Elevate, but we'll see how things work out. Of course, I am super excited. Tomorrow's matchups are going to be electric, but we still have one more tonight to come up, and yeah, I don't know. I have faith in Direwolves as I think you do too, but we'll find out if our faith is misplaced or not, with or without Reaps, as we come back from a little bit of a break.
is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see.
Was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over. Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Well, Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the continuation of our first playday for the playoffs of Operation League Southeast Asia. We've just witnessed an absolutely huge turnout for Elevate here, battling against Fury, the matchup of the second and the third seed, now all concluded, done and dusted. And the first team to go into the grand finals has been now confirmed. We now, well, need to cast our eyes towards our second matchup, the one to decide our second team for the grand finals. It's Direwolves versus Gaming Gladiators. Infian, so far, you've already mentioned that sort of your bets are still sort of leaning towards Direwolves, despite the fact that Reaps may not be playing tonight. Give me a bit of a more thorough rundown. Why is that?
I think, Harambe, when he slotted in earlier this week against Gaming Gladiator, against Knights it was. They still came out with the overtime victory. Knights, of course, going back into the game and speakeasy and everything, they've looked good themselves. He didn't get like the same fragging output as Reaps, but Reaps has been shut down in the past as well. Yet Direwolves, since 30th of July, which is what their last loss in any league that was here in the Operation League, since then they haven't lost any series at all. They are just indomitable so far. And, Harambe is probably going to get a lot of practice in a various set of roles as well, because ED is going to have trouble with, I believe they're expected to have some trouble with the preparation for the Shonkoping Major, which means that, his funny little face there, the Harambe dance, is probably going to be broken out quite a bit more, because, I don't know, just Direwolves as a team, as a unit, no matter what player that they have. I know it seems often like this is over-reliance on Reaps, but they can still make things work without him. And Harambe will frag a little bit less maybe, but he'll frag enough.
Absolutely so. It's definitely good to see Harambe back. Certainly been quite a fair bit of a while without him, but at least with an OPL. Yeah, look, Direwolves, the roster that has been within the Siege community for quite a fair bit while, and it's very much of a star-studded roster. And you look at even the players like Souffle, like Jackie Wu, they are able to keep outputting a huge amount of damage. Pecan as well, plus ED, who, yes, whilst ED doesn't have the, as flashy of a AD scoreline as somebody like Souffle, regardless of that, he still can do some absolutely magical things, I'll have to say.
Yeah, I have to say, Souffle is the leader here, short of Reaps, not being here. ED steps up when he's required. I think that is the biggest factor of ED just in general on Direwolves, whether the rest of his team is fragging as a result of him or he's fragging when the rest of his team aren't. He's always there in some capacity, but we can't ignore Gaming Gladiators, of course. They went to the Berlin Major, they aren't going to the Shonkoping Major, but Hovenhurst has taken over the mantle of one of the best players, I guess, or maybe the best player here in Southeast Asia, or rather in this team. 136.82 on that KD. Ape used to be that man. Ape's finding it a bit hard to find form, but it's spotty. It comes back and it goes. Hovenhurst is there, though, usually to pick up the pieces.
Absolutely. So, yeah, look, Hoven has been definitely the big highlight player for Gaming Gladiators. Previously, it was Ape that was able to do absolutely just vile things, really, with the way how he was able to play it all out. But then you look at the remainder of the roster, things are not as, not as flashy as, say, somebody like Direwolves are now. Looking at the map picks, a whole lot more tamer set of the maps. Oregon, Chalet, and then, of course, the Villa. And I'm definitely, the sheer amount of pick rate of Villa, that definitely doesn't make me want to cry, but...
I mean, we're getting Oregon, come on. We're getting Oregon and Villa, those are the bad, the overplayed...
Actually, here's a question for you.
Chalet is fairly played too, right?
Yeah, but here's a question for you, Infian. Is it bad that I actually, at this point, I'd rather watch a triple Oregon rather than yet another map of Villa?
That is shocking. Cthulhu. I would never have expected. I know, just like, please stop with a Triple Oregon. We've had Triple Oregon playdays. Do not enjoy them. Every team plays it the exact same, and at the end of the day,
but so is the Villa. That's the thing.
Yes, but there's a little bit more to Villa. You know, I believe since every site in Villa has a verticality on offer. Oregon doesn't really have that on every single one. Like on basement, there's barely any verticality outside of the hatches, and even then, it's just like the hatches are mostly death drops if you want to do it. We're gonna see a nice little animation again for the map ban and pick. Just to remind you, we are going to Oregon and Villa. I hope we don't see a Villa. Just not because I want this over quickly. I actually want it really close, but as you said, I am also tired of Villa. I'm also tired of Oregon. Unfortunately, it's our first map.
Yeah, look, I'm curious to see how Gaming Gladiators would actually be able to handle themselves. Yeah, border would actually be
Skyscraper.
Be huge.
All these fantastic fun maps.
I mean, I'll even settle for another run of Cafe as well, because we're reaching sort of the point where Cafe, it's map everyone knows, but not everyone plays it, and so it sort of almost feels odd to see that, you know, we are going to Oregon and Chalet. Funnily enough, actually, Oregon and Chalet ended up being one of the more frequently picked maps by GG, namely Oregon. That's the map where GG took down Champion, who were actually on quite a hot streak themselves for a brief moment. And Chalet should be one of those maps that we could see, you know, pop off as well. But look, Oregon upon us, Dials without reaps, or reapless, I guess. Curious how will they be able to really perform here, because whilst you are seemingly convinced that, you know, Harambe buff certainly will be there, I'm not yet. The Harambe dance here, you know, to buff up the teammates, I'm not yet too sure myself, so I'm very much looking forward to this very matchup, just to see how will both teams stack against each other.
Well, it's going to be a Ying and a Nook ban, another Ying ban from Gaming Gladiators, but I think, to my memory, Diables have brought it a little bit more compared to teams like Elevate from earlier on. The Nook ban, though, I mean, come on, because you said it earlier on, it's a big ban. We've seen it at the top of the Operation League ban charts as well, somewhere around there. Very potent operator, FMG9, Silence, and Impact EMPs. Very, very powerful kit. Wamai being banned, no surprises either.
Yeah, Wamai being banned out almost seemingly feels like a natural sort of one to get rid of, given that the MP5K is a very dangerous weapon as well, with the magnification, with the fact that it's basically a laser beam of death as well in the right hands. Valkyrie out of the equation as well does make things a little bit nicer in terms of the fact that the attack won't really have to deal with having eyes on them constantly 24/7. But yeah, Direwolves, looking at their initial pick, I'm actually quite curious how will the Zero really be able to slot into the fray, whereas I'm looking at GG's lineup, it's all very sort of stable from the looks of it, because, well, you have a Jaeger to deny the projectile smoke for the late game, Azami is there to reinforce the positions, and then, well, the Aruni and the Alibi for all the fragging intents and purposes. I'm definitely get behind this defensive lineup.
Just want to quickly, you know, congratulate, or like, you know, positively call out the Ubisoft developers, because what an operator Azami is. I truly think she is very good, and obviously she's in the meta significantly. She's very useful, but she isn't OP, right? You know, the kit that they've given her, it's perfectly balanced, very well balanced. I love that the Russian SMG, the impact grenades to do some remodeling. Kiba barricades are fantastic too. They're not overly powerful. They can be broken with just 3 hits. She gets enough of them. Just what a kit, and I'm truly very impressed by Ubisoft for creating such a good operation.
Yeah, definitely Azami felt rather nice, and the way how they managed to design her and the way how the kit sort of feels nice and versatile, but it's also just about enough to be the one to actually shape up the meta a little bit more. The ability to reshape the site is always a very welcoming sort of thing. So yeah, I very much echo your statement here, Infian. Now, to focus back on the round number 1, so far neither of the teams really had any sort of big clash. There is a presence of Joe right at the bottom in the classroom, which hasn't been actually spotted out at all, and neither will the drone either. Joe already on the flank coming around. Jackie will fall, so is Harambe. All of a sudden, Gaming Gladiators. He actually still gets the shot, and it's all down to Souffle at this point. Still manages to nail Rix, and not everything is lost, but at this point, his position has been revealed. Majority of the GG players will start moving towards that.
Yeah, well, that was the Joe Show. Welcome to the Joe Show. Souffle is going to try his best, though, as GG try to do their best Fury impression at the start of this round. I think you saw that, got some inspiration. Souffle's going to go for a very risky open on this reinforced wall. It's actually a good idea. It's going to cause that player to fall back a little bit. But the window is being watched. There's a Kiba barricade that he's going to have to fight off against. It's a doable clutch, Cthulhu. All you got is 2 kills. Got a minute to play with, just 2 players. Some information coming in. Gonzig's getting rid of 1 Kiba barrier. I don't think Holland's going to get any more. Yeah, he's not going to get any more. So, just the fact that he doesn't have the diffuser is his main failing. But he can do this.
40 seconds remaining. In comes the jump through the window. Very much predicted by Tolji here. Knowing full well the Zero could very much go for it. Spotted by the camera as well, so his position is very well known. Frostfire should also be there. Now Souffle is looking to just going for a few more swings here and there, not being spotted out. Tickled by the 416, finished off amidst the crossfire, and there we go. Gaming Gladiators do find themselves the early round win. They're starting their own crusade here against Direwolves. Partially as well, worth mentioning, this is the time where Direwolves could still technically continue their lossless streak. And this is also here where Gaming Gladiators would be able to introduce the first losses to Direwolves ever since the end of June.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they might drop a lap here. This is GG's pick, so they're obviously comfortable going here. They have practiced it, and GG also have nothing else to play for like Elevate. They got a lot closer than Elevate through the major, but Elevate stopped them on the final playday. So right now this is them gunning for everything that they have, and they'll have practiced this. They'll be using the full strategies. Direwolves also actually can use a lot of the strategies because things will change without Reaps right now, and then things will change later on, potentially without ED. Of course, ED might still play alongside Reaps, but ED will be out of practice. So as he said on the final Apex Alpha Playday, we'll see how that shapes up, what decision Odin takes. Now we have to focus though on the decisions that Dire will take in this very round. Not much resistance offered from GG right now, so DW can just sweep in and get as much map control as they want.
Yeah. The calm before the storm right now is upon us. Waiting for next gunfight to erupt. Hoven being thoroughly droned out, nearly managed to walk directly back into the sights. One of the players in the garage, but Joe is the one to possibly meet another one. The timing, though, will be deferring him from the path towards one of the attackers, and funnily enough, actually, the whole of GG, without drawing a single drop of blood, get to default back to their very site. Where's Gaming Gladiator? Oh, rather, pardon me. Yeah, Gaming Gladiators. Direwolves, though, on the opposite, they are in to go for the offensive, awaiting for the right openings, and indeed, those were presented in plenty for them.
Jackie Wu trying to help his team out, but piling on, falls off the angle at the wrong moment. He could have gotten one more, but giving away his position and looking at the time, wisely decided it's time to fall off. They have to push the site now. 1 minute and a little bit left. They have the utility. We can get the hatch open as well. I am not too sure if it's already open. Yeah, there we go. They're getting it open here into Freezer. I don't know if you can get an angle onto the mirror window, but that will be pretty big if they can, because there is nothing protecting it. A shot of a player moving into Freezer, of course.
Oh, and now this is starting to slowly mount up. Hoven now being cornered right behind the bomb chassis. A single Retero drone will be able to force him out of the position, as ED is going to be throwing in one of those flame darts to force off the position from around the lock, as Hoven forced to push up a little bit further into smoke, as his line of sight is starting to get obstructed even further. Jackie Wu looking to go in for the push. In comes the play. Harambe falls. Toji is the next one to try to make a play. It flicks perfectly onto Jackie Wu. Direwolf starting to fall apart. 10 seconds remaining and no ground really to cover. Now 5 more seconds. The time is ticking. Finding a few more and exit frags. 2 more seconds.
What?
1 second remaining. Unfortunately, not enough time. They had the fragging power, but 0 time to play.
Well, left it a bit late, despite making that wise decision to make that rotate and focus on the basement with 1 minute 20 left to go. They just couldn't make it work. Stalled out. Couldn't use the utility as well as they would have hoped. Gaming Gladiators up 2-0. The first round was really won once Joe got that 3 triple kill. I'm not saying that GG wouldn't have won otherwise, but it was won at that point. Joe getting that was fantastic. Then over here, Direwolves just ran out of time. Gaming Gladiators didn't really have to do much. We talked about this early on, right? Like, they weren't offering too much of a room within the first minute. Then you had some players come in. The first pick was lost by GG, but on Oregon basement in particular, you need a little bit of more than just 1 pick. You need to start clearing utility, and you need to start really making those defenders uncomfortable, make them blink, which is something that Elevate did very successfully against Fury earlier on. There are so many times that Fury just got antsy, maybe got rid of their heads, and then just let slip Mankind advantages.
Well, yeah, that's definitely has been a big proficient point of Elevate, just being able to just keep on snowballing that progress. Something that, yeah, unfortunately for Direwolves, they weren't able to do it in the correct time. Sort of, once again, feels like maybe they've gotten a little bit too complacent with Reaps being around, being able to do so many just outrageous things, so many big frags. The rest of the team is just like, oh, yep, he's found a frag, time to go with him, time to back him up. The moment they don't have the actual player, it seems like no matter what kind of dances Harambe will dance, well, it's not enough to introduce those frags. But look, regardless of that, we could definitely still see Direwolves turn around. It's only been just the first 2 rounds, and it is technically the attacking side on Oregon, so there's plenty of things that could happen between now and the conclusion of the map, maybe even the conclusion of the best of 3. Certainly would not be surprised if we do end up going to the 3rd map, despite the fact how much I already despise Villa as a map itself. Regardless of that, Joe, well, he finds a nice quality bean onto Harambe to get rid of the Osa player, and so is Ed. Is not for long in this run, as yeah, just the pistol plays swinging back and forth. Ape is clinical.
See, unfortunately, while the LMG is really good, it is not a weapon that you want to be using in quick back and forth gunfights. You want to be pre-firing with that weapon. ED obviously knows that. He knew he was at disadvantage. Long range, from downtown, Lemonhurst takes down Souffle. That was the man who's made it happen. 4 direwolf shot of Reaps, and it's a flawless round very quickly after that. GG just running through direwolves right now, and direwolves don't look too happy about that.
Direwolves getting their fade ran here by Gaming Gladiators so far. Doing some really good quality work. And you can see, I mean, on the side of GG, all smiles all around, minus Joe, who's just seeming to be just stone cold, concentrated. But
Alibi
regardless of
today,
it,
man. Alibi players today, yeah. Just on something else. Well, I'm totally 6-0. I actually just realized. Jeez.
Yeah, I told you, it's just absolutely on a ripper of a performance. But yeah, look, yeah, it's the Alibi diff seems to be the buff, seems to be the play and the case. He has been leading the charge very, very well. I mean, yeah, MX4, I want to say one of the few guns that has been completely unaffected by the changes in the recoil patterns after some of the more recent patches during the season. So look, yeah, definitely looking forward to see how will the rest of this matchup really divulge, because to me, I still would say if Direwolves had Reaps on right now, this would have been a completely different situation, different play, with Reaps out of the equation and Direwolves technically playing with only 4 core. Gladiators has such a big advantage.
Complete a full rotation now, of course. Now they're going back to the second floor bomb site. Direwolf started off the same way earlier on. It's very funny that these guys have a very good idea on the information here, but they just kind of fall apart when trying to execute it, which has usually not been the case. Throughout the season, it's really been Direwolves, even with imperfect information. Ouch. Even with imperfect information, they manage to eke out the wins because they have such good fragment firepower. But then again, we are missing Reaps here, and Jackie loses 0 kills, so is Arambe. Souffle gets downed as he tries to take on Ape. Nice little assist coming in from Joe in the background. And GG are almost essentially going to make this.
GG so far has had a phenomenal run on their defense, quite honestly, really, with ED falling yet again. Direwolves just seem to be disorganized, disfigured, discombobulated, just all of the things that could have gone wrong went wrong so far for them for 4 rounds in a row. And I mean, Gaming Gladiators just seem to be back into their form that they were, I believe, just about maybe a quarter of a year ago, where they just seemed like borderline one of the powerhouse teams of the APAC region. So certainly they look very crispy. So is that headshot with a dig. My goodness. Looking good right now. 4-0, matter of fact. This is definitely looking to be a much more sort of accelerated matchup here in Finn.
Well, yeah, this might be a bit quick. I was trying to think of like, oh, what's going on with Direwolves, and I'm like, just maybe they don't really have an idea of how to bring all the strategies to bear while not having Reaps in the lineup. At the same time, just struggling to figure out what they want to do with ED. I'm sure internally, ED did say he's gonna have some troubles in a while, right, with the military. So they might be already thinking or like planning life without ED potentially. What happens if Harambe fills in ED's role? What happens if we have Harambe filling Reaps' role? So that might be the reason why DW are a little lost, it seems, right now. They are trying. They are definitely trying. It's just, it looks confused. And there's probably a good reason for that.
Yeah, there's definitely, it feels like, yeah, confusion is at least partially at play here. All the understandable reasons. I mean, yeah, the attempt to sort of make make Harambe play sort of a similar position, similar aggro sort of level. But yeah, can't really replace, I suppose, the excellence of the mechanical gameplay that Reaps was able to bring in. But Harambe, we can't say that the man has been, you know, lacking in his own department. But yeah, Direwolves certainly don't seem to be feeling in their bowl right now, in their right sort of swing of things, it seems, which is rather unfortunate, at least for now.
Yeah. Today he's, I think, using like slotting into ED's role. So that situation, you can see I was trying to, like, you know, cast my thoughts back to what he did against Knights, and I'm very, very sure at this point, from what I've seen, quickly skimming through the stats, he was playing Reaps' role, Harambe, the other day. He did okay. He fragged, I think, close to fragging himself out, his deaths. ED today is on the fragging side, and he can certainly perform, but he does feel a little bit out of practice. So does the rest of Direwolves with, you know, his roles. Perhaps it's a new situation for them, not really having. Maybe they even switched up IGLs in case, you know, ED isn't there for the actual major. They need new IGL anyway for practice sessions. So that is, you know, all those things combined probably creating havoc. But Harambe, so far, as you said, he has his roles. He is doing his job as a support player. It's just unfortunate they're up against Game Gladiators, who are almost going to the major.
Ooh. Interesting to see how the rest of the matchup will really evolve here, because we finally do get to see Direwolves actually kick off the scoreline in their favor already. It has been devolving into just absolute chaos once again. Tolji just pushing the envelope further and further. Joe has been picked back up. Hoven is the one to get the better of Souffle. All of a sudden, once again, it's all down to ED and Pecan. Pecan is able to dish out at least some form of damage, but as it stands, actually, ED is the one to find the finisher onto Hoven right now. The play is there. Pecan gets the better of Joe. All of a sudden, it's all down to Tolji. The UMP 45 master does find one, needs to just back away, needs to play chill. Pecan is the one that needs to hunt for the frag, and as it stands, it is a game of Ring Around the Rosie. 2 more seconds remaining, and unfortunately, there's no time for Direwolves to come back. 5th point, 5-0 Infian. This is looking a little bit scary here for Direwolves.
The reason is probably because they're not chugging a Pepsi bottle, 1.5 liter directly. It's probably why, I just assume. No, just ED, like water? What's this? That's not good enough. Go for the Pepsi. No, Direwolves just, yeah, I think, I truly don't know how to say, like, they are getting outclassed. There's really not that much to analyze. Combined, these guys have 13 kills so far. 13 kills with 2.5 rounds.
They just asked that you're attempting Infian and doing maths on stream.
Hey, I have a mechanical engineering degree and I intend to use it. I'm just kidding. Engineers don't know math. They get everything done by the calculator. But yeah, Direwolves just technology. Exactly. We made the technology, we're gonna use that technology. No, but just really, what can we say, dude? There's really not much more to say. GG are playing at a level that nearly got them to their 2nd major in a row, at a level that got them to their 1st major in Berlin. Direwolves are playing like a team that has undergone a massive change, I think, in all of Direwolves' history. Across their various iterations, ED has been the IGL. If he's not the IGL right now, as I suspect, obviously I don't know, as I suspect, then yeah, it explains a lot. But Rix goes for a Brazen Peak. Souffle at least gets that one.
Once again, finding the initial opening there, but wow, BMX4 is just scary, man. It is dangerously scary the way how just quickly poor Iana player has been just bursted down from 100 to 0 HP. And that shows how and why the Ana players were just so sort of built differently today.
Harambe takes down Joe. Jackie Wu piles on. This is looking a lot better. Hovenhurst is still holding the fort. ED goes down upstairs to that's Diffuser with Ape, I believe. I think it is. Hovenhurst just has one player really to deal with. That's easily done over here. One angle. Ape's dealing with the other. He's gonna get it. It's 6-0. A double site rotation. A flawless defensive half from Given Gladiators. And this is a massacre. Look away, Direwolves fans.
Tough time here for Direwolves. Just unable to really find any sort of any pickings, any frags, anything really. With the swap over coming around, 6-0, only one round remaining before we finish the Oregon, the map that a staple of APAC. And for it to be this one-sided feels so odd given just how well Direwolves performed so far for the whole season during the regular season. To see them fall like this in the playoffs definitely feels different. It's probably the more sort of neutral way of saying this.
Yeah, I know some people are confused what's going on. It's just I obviously I'm speculating, but it's like I feel like I'm connecting the dots. It's like intelligent guesses. I'm gonna say it again for those in the back because they don't have anything else to say. Cthulhu. Direwolves are undergoing a massive internal change. Huge changes right now, and internally they don't have like a static roster because of military issues with Taiwan. And Reeves, of course, having to go back to China to get his visa before after he finishes his quarantine, the 10 days thing. I don't know when that started, but I think he's more than halfway through at this point. They are probably changing IGLs internally. ED is trying different roles so that he can accommodate Harambe on his roles. But Jackie Wu, again, second round in a row, helps his team get the first pick.
And in fact the first pick, but will GG be able to keep up the run? Is a completely different question. Jackie Wu holding a very questionable angle, not gonna lie, but well, I suppose we'll have to wait and see if that will actually bring any sort of dividends. It seems like main, well, not concern, but main sort of point of contention is going to be, oh my lord, the laundry stairs, pardon me, is I nearly sorry, lost the ability to speak there for a brief moment. I'm not too sure whether that was an aneurysm or anything else.
By GG 6-0 lead.
The 6-0 lead, and plus the fact that right now, I mean, we've seen already 2 members of Direwolves just be able to escape what arguably would have been certain death.
GG still have the Monty up, which is going to fill them confidence, although I always question this. I sometimes look stupid after I do it, but told he's the top fragger, they put him on the Monty. Very funny. We see countless teams doing it. Obviously, there is wisdom in it. I'm not gonna say that these guys are bad players. They have good game sense. They have good patience. They have good sense of timing. As Souffle takes down Jackie Wu by accident. Riggs is felled. Elsewhere, Joe gets one more. Harambe gets Togi. That Monty's off the board. No impact except for that team kill and Joe going down, and it's a cleanup from ED. Direwolves get the first round. It's not going to be a 7-0.
Thank God that is at least, not a 7-0, so Direwolves are not going to be going into the end of the Oregon quietly. They're still looking to fight back as much as they can, and I mean, that's exactly what we want to see from them. That's exactly the kind of idea we were borderline expecting to come out from them. So hopefully we'll get to see the continuation of that. Now the introduction of Echo for ED is looking to be a rather interesting one. But for the site that is upstairs, it's actually almost a perfect one to really bring out. Curious though how will Gaming Gladiators will be able to play off the back of that, because so far the picks are definitely quite a little bit off meta. Ape though bringing out the usual heat with the Amaru and the introduction of the Buck for Rix, and Tolji is sort of swapping around for the Capitao. It is though curious that we do see Thinker being sort of reintroduced into the fray after all of the changes and the LMG meta being no more. Thinker definitely seen a bit of a step back, especially after losing the frag grenades as well. Oh no, that's a suppressed shotgun from Ape as well. Oh lord.
You see that so much from teams here in APAC, and particularly here in the Operation League. Shotgun, SMG-11. Oh, Souffle is giving his position away though. I think Ape thought about yeeting himself up onto 3rd floor, but now he knows Souffle's there.
I mean, we've seen even before, me and Proto actually got to witness it previously. I want to find out actually that matchup. It was absolutely nuts. Which one was on Clubhouse? It was Champion versus Varian X, where we got to see, I almost want to say Crit J, sniping with the Supernova suppressed at the bottom of the clubhouse throughout the whole of the hallway and being able to get in 1 or 2 shots the down and the kill. So, you know, I suppose we can't really completely discredit the Supernova and how powerful it can be, but so far, I mean, this trade of the two, the Thinker for a Jaeger, that is a defense dub, if I ever seen one.
Harambe helps out. There we go. Dials growing into this game on the defense. Might we have a game on our hands? No. Dials lose their member, their mankind advantage. Rix is very low though. You think he took a shotgun blast at distance, but fully to his face. Not all pellets connected, so that's why he survives. No Thinker on the board. Not like in stage 2. So he can't get that HP back. 1 minute and 16. Is Ape really gonna try this? If he does, he's gonna die. It's 2 members. Yep, he's gonna die. Look left, look right.
He's in.
Doesn't matter.
Yay, what a Gaming Gladiators doing is beyond me. All down to Rix, 1 HP. Yeah, good luck with doing anything with that. Second point. Go into the hands of Direwolves as, yeah, slowly but surely they're climbing out of this rut that has been presented in front of them. And they're doing it with quite some class as well. Being able to just shut down all of this aggression that has been attempted so many times by Gaming Gladiators. And yeah, look, they're doing all their due diligence. They're not really letting it get to them and just taking it at a round-to-round sort of basis, it seems.
Well, Direwolves making their comeback. ED is taking this matchup very seriously, and they rightly should be taking it seriously. You know, I obviously have no criticism for Direwolves, aside from the fact that what they're trying so far hasn't quite worked on the attack. And obviously, Cthulhu, when you make such massive changes as I'm speculating, I just want to reiterate that, as I'm speculating, are happening, well then I think the attack is the one that's going to suffer.
10 seconds remaining.
5 seconds to go. The attacking side will need to be extra cautious about how they're approaching this very round, how each and every sort of push happens and gets organized, because yeah, look, there's definitely could be a very quick turnaround towards Direwolves, and they could very much just absolutely run away with an absolute steal, honestly. I wouldn't put it past that could be very much the case. Once again, it is ED looking to go on his very own sort of Roman crusade. Do we get to see him perform, though, is the big question to me.
30 seconds gone. not much happened. We are seeing Ape pick a sensible operator with a sensible loadout so far. The Sledge, of course, has the option now for impact EMPs. Not that they, I think, are going to need it with the Twitch on board, and of course, Tolji bringing the Osa. But it's just like an option that I haven't seen availed so much because while Sledge with an impact EMP would be great, Frag Grenade's always going to win out.
It's definitely looking to be the dominant power, and I mean, yeah, you're exactly correct. The sheer flexibility of the actual explosives is certainly much more prevalent. And we say that finally we are starting to see a little bit more of a sort of like Gaming Gladiators-led attack. But we still yet to see which side will get to draw the first blood. Positioning up above from Ape, looking to try to find anyone that is behind the big table right by the stage, but unable to find any sort of pickings. Harambe does fall. Courtesy of Joe here. This could be the round to take, as Souffle does get stunned as well. Courtesy of the setup, the Keeper Barricade, unfortunately not yet able to find the right covering as Riggs gets the better of ED. Jackie will falls. It's all down to Souffle and Pecan all of a sudden. This could be the end for them. Map number 1 already, Imphian. Oh, this is where we could see the big play. Pecan does get the better of Joe. Swing comes around. Souffle can't seem to be able to find the final frag.
No, wait.
Pecan
No,
comes
wait.
around. No,
Oh.
he gets the down. No, only now Trey away. Souffle gets the frag, but it's only just one. Gaming Gladiators do wrap it all up right here, right now. Map number 1 all done and dusted. 7-2.
Oh, I was getting them flashbacks from Fury. I was getting those Fury flashbacks, Cthulhu. Because he was allowed to run a marathon in full open view for what seemed like one entire minute. I know it was just like 5 seconds. He went and got the kill. And there were 2 downs as well. I think Covenhouse was the last man standing for Gaming Gladiators. Very, very fortunate Gaming Gladiators had enough members to just not capitulate to that last-ditch effort. But obviously Diabol's having a lot more issues to work through, at least here on Oregon. Just want to remind you guys that this is the map pick of Gaming Gladiators. We might see an improved Direwolves on the subsequent map or maps because, well, obviously you're going to start working on the strength first if your Direwolves are making such internal changes. Speculation on my end, though.
Yeah, look, we'll definitely have to see how well their own map pick will really work out. But we'll also have to see who gets to win yet another one of our giveaways here, ladies and gentlemen. To make sure to keep... to post one more time the hashtag call your shots, as we are going to be going through yet another draw of our giveaway for some credits and the Operation League Southeast Asia pin as well on our end. As well as that, do make sure to check our Rainbow Six SEA Facebook group as well, as we have quite a sizable giveaway coming around, including some of the prizes from our dear friends at Kingston Fury as well. So definitely worth checking out on their side. But yeah, look, Imphian, this has been definitely a much more decisive venture between the two teams. Going into Chalet, look, I'm not too sure I'm yet sold on the Direwolves' ability to pull a comeback, but that is one hell of a way to introduce a map loss within the season to them.
Yeah, I think they might have dropped a map here or there, but obviously, you know, it's been mostly BO1, so I think you might be right. It's the first time they might have lost a map in, I believe Dev said it was 20 attempts or something on Apex South broadcast, which is wild. They've played, it's not like they haven't played in like every level of competition that they have been offered. So the fact that they have only lost a map now is remarkable. We'll see whether they lose a series though. They haven't lost that either. Can Gaming Gladiators do it? We'll find out after the break.
faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see.
If I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. Real one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to, well, map number 2 of our matchup. Number 2 as well. Direwolves versus Gaming Gladiators, and the first map was almost felt like a speed run, honestly, in Fien.
It was. We burned through the first half, the defensive half for GG. 6-0 it was. DW, I think, by my speculation, the only explanation that makes sense is that they're undergoing significant internal changes. Roster roles, IGL wise, and obviously that's going to affect you massively especially in a situation when you're still trying to figure things out very quickly within like the 3 weeks that you have for the major. The next thing, of course, though, is that Direwolves, they are now going to their own map pick. Chalet, it is a map pick that they have picked fairly often in Apex South, but that's with Reaps and without all the changes that they're making internally in order to prepare for the major. As I said, and I was, we were discussing Cthulhu and I before we came back from the break, and I was just saying, like, look, I'm maybe barking up the wrong tree here, but it's the only explanation that makes sense for why Direwolves underperform so much. But at the same time, if there was a situation where they would start by reimagining the strategies of the rules, it would be on maps that they are good at, maps that they pick, which would be Chalet, given that Direwolves have picked this right now. So if we are to see a Direwolves that's good, or that has potential, we're gonna see it now in Chalet. Otherwise, GG will just wipe them again, and then Direwolves have a lot more work to do.
Yeah. Look, definitely feels like a bit of almost a fall from grace from Direwolves compared to what we've seen them perform back in the regular season. I mean, you look at even their last playday wasn't even played, given that Gaming Gladiators had to forfeit against Direwolves due to the unavailability to play during that day. But look, all of that is completely now nil. We are going into map number 2. Once again, it's the Ying being banned out, given that Direwolves did take quite a fair bit of liking to Ying in some of the previous matchups. It is understandable that she's borderline permanently in the ban.
Very funny. Not something I would expect at Cthulhu. But Nook is something that, yeah, we saw earlier, and we have expected, given the statistics of the banned operators as well. Just such a strong kit, such a strong overall combination of everything. And we saw in the Elevate Fury matchup, Nook used to great effect.
Yeah, Nook being an absolutely powerhouse of an operator for any sorts of plays for the flank. Definitely interesting to see how much she's now copying the bans and everything. But look, yeah, there's definitely an interesting sort of so far been development in terms of just the general sort of pacing that came around from Gaming Gladiators so far. The ban, well, introducing now Azami, as I will sort of learn that, well, you really don't really let Gaming Gladiators to wield this Azami purely for the fact of just how powerful she was in their hands. But yeah, that now done and dusted. We are looking to go into, well, map number 2. Master Bedroom and Office is going to be the first choice for the defense of GG. Once again, they are on the defensive side, and well, last time we checked, it was a pretty well organized one as well.
Yeah. I did say, you know, if you're making these changes, the attack will suffer the most. Like the changes that I predict Direwolves are making, that I presume. But Chalet is traditionally an attacker-sided map, and it is Direwolves' pick. So there is a good combination of test factors over here. You have stuff that's helping Direwolves out with the attack-sidedness, with the fact that they are probably good at this map in general. And then you have, obviously, the other factor being that they are on the attack, just in general, not specifically on Chalet. And they're up against GG. It's a good testing ground. They are probably going to be treating this game very seriously. This Chalet in particular, perhaps even more so than the preceding Oregon.
Yeah. Chalet. Funnily enough, back in OCE, Chalet actually spotted one of the higher attack-sided wins. So curious to see if, you know, maybe the fact that Gaming Gladiators went on the defense here will be more so of a detriment to them rather than a win. As it stands, it's a very much of a quieter game so far, it seems. Neither of the team is seeming to be too keen on approaching one or the other position. The ping's actually starting to come around quite a fair bit of an information towards Ape, but he's actually quite firm in terms of just trying to fall back. Unfortunately, just flanked out, and yeah, that was a perfect read from Pecan.
Yeah, they knew the play was there near the window, and they knew, like, look, if he is gonna escape my frag grenade or my gun, the only place he can go is down into the basement. Pecan, you cut him off. They already had Pecan coming down the main stairs well before the E1D went off and the pings came in and Ape was dislodged. So very smartly played. That is coordination. That's something we didn't see from them on Oregon. And the second part of coordination, second evidence of it, Show going down to a vertical knee.
Ooh. Well, right now, already Harambe again getting to.
Harambe's playing Reeps' role. Sorry, just to cut you off. I just realized it's on Yana.
Yeah, definitely. Basically was forced to go into that sort of position. Now it's all down to Hoven to do any sort of work here, and Direwolves, this is so far a much better turnout. Another gunfight does wrap MPX in the hands of Hoven. Might just be able to perform just the right feat of just fragging duty. Who comes around, does not know about the position. This is big. No, ED is clinical on that one. Gets a bit of a peekaboo, spooky moment, but nothing more, nothing less, it seems.
The Direwolves passed their first test here on Chalet. They get their first attacking win in 7 attempts. Obviously, that's across 2 maps. They didn't win any of their attacks earlier on Oregon, starting off well. But as I said, there are some advantages to the fact that, you know, this is a map that they are probably the most familiar with, and the fact that this is an attacker-sided map, as you highlighted as well, in OCE, and I think just in general across the world, maybe even in Apex South, though I'll need to check. Gaming Gladiators rock back. It's hard to defend here, but Direwolves look coordinated, and it's a really good sign. Even though, you know I sound like a maniac right now saying yes, but the truth really is, it's a good sign for them, but there's a lot more work to be done still.
5 seconds remaining. Setting up. Attackers are heading out.
So it seems. But look, at least it's good to see that Chalet definitely seeming to be a whole lot more confident of a position to play, or rather a whole lot more confident map to play on. But, well, I say that straight off the bat. Ape does get the better of Jackie-Wu, shutting down the line, shutting down the ability to force out a whole lot of, you know, aggressive engagements. Yes, you technically still have ED on the floors to use the Reterodrones to force out some of the players out of their hunkered down positions, but that's basically the only piece of utility, plus the frag grenades of Sledge, to be able to do anything there. The rest, you have to basically go for the physical actual swings, and, well, that is probably the last thing that they would want to do with the Direwolves.
Trying their best to get this information. They successfully dislodged Show. Haven't got rid of his alibi clone. Harambe, very risky position to be in. Goes all the way up, exposes himself without defenders knowing, actually catches someone. I thought Gaming Gladiators knew he was there. He gets 2 for his troubles. Even as Joe picks off Pika and Souffle piles on. At the refrag, it's all up to Hovenhurst upstairs, and Ape coming back on the flank. He stops the marauding Harambe. Hovenhurst drops back onto the site. Very important for him to fall back and provide cover. And a refrag potential for his teammate. Souffle is all the way off on main stairs, and ED's still looking upstairs at Library. GG have played this really well to recover.
Somehow have the ability to go from the absolute, you know, train that has no stops to, well, this sort of 2-2 scoreline already. Information is perfectly there. Souffle doesn't actually elects to not follow up on that information, which actually could have gotten him the frag as well, because that was quite a wide swing too. Instead of 44 seconds, looking to make a play, does know, or has at least the inkling about the position behind the chassis, but at least now he's waiting for the ED to rendezvous with him. They don't want to be separated too much. Souffle going in for the flank, and right now he actually has the knowledge about the pressure and the presence by the fireplace.
They hear him. They hear him. He's gonna go across. He's gonna get the Mozzie first. Oh, can't land the shots yet on Hovenhurst. I thought he needed this position. He goes down, but Souffle brilliantly held Avengers EDs down, and that's second attacking round for Direwolves, and they are looking good. I think this is turning out to be a good map for him.
Tell me you noticed what happened. Why did the Wamai die there at the end? Enfian. Because he started repeating the very same position after he completely ran dry on the mag.
It's like this muscle memory that a lot of pro players have. Like, you know, I gotta repeak, and they forget. Like, hey, hang on, my weapon's not reloaded. I see so many times pros peeking in the middle of a reload, and I'm like, you're gonna die. You know that.
Oh well.
Good catch though.
Yeah, good catch.
See it.
Yeah, look. Feel like that sometimes. A bit of a, I would imagine, would be quite a frustrating point for Gaming Gladiators players as well. And that was actually the position where, say, a full magazine would have been basically the end of that round in favor of GG if the spray continues. But regardless of that, that was, well, they're now in the driver's seat, albeit at a much slower pace, but they are well and truly in the driver's seat here compared to what we've seen from them at the Oregon gameplay.
If they complete this third attacking win, I think we can say they're gonna win this half. Winning the game right now might be a little bit beyond them. As you pointed out, rightly so, this is an attack-sided map. Things might change on the defense. Sometimes you have the defense requiring more coordination here on Chalet than you need on the attack. It's a unique feature that we don't really see in maps, at least in the current competitive map pool. Many wide open areas, many long lines of sight for these attackers to just freeze the positions of defenders, as they're using the E1D to good effect too.
Ooh, quite a fair bit of damage being dished out. It's Pecan with the G36C looking to put in the effort, put in the damage and the oomph in there for the Direwolves, for the boys, looking to continue the swings left, right, and center. Funnily enough, that does actually force the remainder of GG to actually start defaulting back to the side and just hold the tight angles onto the positions where the Direwolves players could really start coming out of. 3v4 with Pecan tagged to all hell. Not the worst, not the best kind of situation. Minute and 20 to go. That's quite a fair bit of time that the defense of Gaming Gladiators would have to hold on to. Told you, how are you alive, my man? No, the swing does not even come through even remotely close. As now it is the 4 versus 2.
3 versus 2 now makes it a 3 versus 1. Gaming Gladiators, they're gonna lose this round for sure unless Ape breaks out one of the best clutches we have seen so far today. But he doesn't even know that Pecan is ready and waiting for him. Lack of an information game from Gaming Gladiators, it seems, on the defense. Just in general, they just didn't really find it easy to predict where Direwolves are coming from. Direwolves were the one who had the upper hand in almost every engagement. Almost everyone. But yeah.
Yeah, Direwolves definitely feeling quite actually in the element, which is rather surprising given how one-sided Oregon was. But look, it's good to see that they are back into the general form. There certainly was a bit of a concern going into map number 2 after the way how Oregon ended up sort of panning out. So the way how they actually holding down their fort, at least on the attack, has definitely been quite a pleasant thing to witness. But look, we'll have to wait and see how really things will go on from here on out, because if it does end up being also another sort of similar situation to Oregon where it was sort of 5-1, 6-0, and it's for Direwolves to lead, then we're having a few concerns for both the teams in terms of their performance, in terms of their stability as well.
Let's see how things shape up. I do believe Joe bringing the Rook might change things, give them a little bit more of a health advantage here on the defense. Told you could have used it just now when he was on the frost right at this window. Harambe replicating his entry in as he did a couple of rounds ago. Nice drone capture though from Tolti. That might help with the information game. You know, we mentioned it in the previous round, how they seem to lack it. They have one drone captured, brought them Aussie, but they still lost the first gunfight. Hovenhurst goes down, so does Ape, and Peacon's just having a ball of a time on this map.
Already, this has been quite an exhilarating round with Hoven and Ape not really getting a lot of time to really play around. Well, down to the remainder of GG to try to pick up the slack, and well, the slack is going to be quite a gargantuan 1 minute 46 in the first, even less than half a round. Already so much action that pans out, and Pecan picking up a triple for himself. It has been an absolutely stunner of a performance. Rix finds one, in comes the swing. Joe keeps him covered. That is a really, really solid turnout. 2v2 all of a sudden. This is much more workable for not for Dire Wolves, pardon me, for Gaming Gladiators.
PG have brought it back. That's not something I expected. And this was not really poor performance from Dire Wolves. They just were at class. Joe is trying his best. That Rook, I said, is going to bring him the HP. It's bringing him the kills. Not good enough, though. ED gets off the plant just in time. Cuts him down. And Dire Wolves continue their march onwards. 4-0 the lead here on the attack.
I'm confused now, Inthian. We went from Oregon being just a map of just huge momentum. Gaming Gladiators, where they were able to find their stride so perfectly well, to now being unable to find a single round in the past four rounds, a single point in their favor on Chalet, and a map that's not really, you know, it's not a rare map to be seen within APAC. Each and every team got to play it at least once. They know how the general flow goes, but the sheer inability to find that sort of pacing definitely feels very, very odd, considering the fact that Toji, the man who was able to nail quite a fair few shots back at Oregon, is currently still sitting on a donut. And then the next two people close to him are Ape and Rix. I'm gonna be honest with you here, and this, I don't know what happened to Gaming Gladiators here.
They're just perusing through Apex South for now. I'm just looking at what maps Gaming Gladiators have played, and the answer is not Chalet. They've played pretty much every single map except for Chalet. They have limited map pool in that regard, and I think we are seeing the evidence of which. Because in Apex South, the 2-7-2 victories that Dire Wolves got against Wildcard and Tide, yes, they were the two weakest teams in the league, but they were 7-2 nonetheless, and they absolutely steamrolled them on Chalet. They are very well practiced with Chalet, and maybe that's why they are just looking a lot better this time around. As I say that though, they lose 2 members.
We've seen already that will still be able to pull a comeback from a similar deficit. Definitely this could be the one round to stop the round bleed by Gaming Gladiators though. The 417 could prove to be quite a deadly weapon in the right hand, so we'll have to wait and see. That is going to be the case. Still half a round to go. This is the one thing that keeps on throwing me off, I'll be honest, compared to what we've seen from the previous matchup, is just how quickly the initial engagements happen. You look back at the Elevate versus Fury, it was, I'm gonna say this, it was the absolute slowest match that I've seen in a long while. And then you look back now at this Dire Wolves versus Gaming Gladiators, majority of the frags have been done in the first half of the round, which is just such a stark contrast to what it used to be.
So Gaming Gladiators are practiced in the Operation League on Chalet. They just watch through, but this was the map where they struggled 8-7 against Variants. But then again, the next time they played it, they smashed Fury 7-1. So, and then of course they beat a straight pair in the final week, I believe, 7-4. So it's a mixed set of results for them, but they are growing into it. I think it's going to be the first round win, surely. 30 seconds left, only one member in a 1v5 situation for Direwolves. He's got 1 HP, 417 rings true. Rix has no idea where to look. Random gunfire going in, Joe hears him, takes him out. Gaming Gladiators finally get around, and it's not going to be a 6-0 attacking sweep at the very least.
Certainly there is an opportunity as well for a 4-2 scoreline, which at this point would be the ideal scenario here for Gaming Gladiators, and after that they will need to be the ones to absolutely push the envelope on the attacking side if they want to wrap it all up in in 2 maps. For Direwolves, if that happens, that is a huge upset to really perform, but I would imagine that out of all the situations, this is the one that will be suitable the most, it seems. So now let's find out and see how really this all goes and how far can either of those teams really push. Ourselves, well, at least for Direwolves, the one redeeming factor close to the conclusion of this this half would be the fact that, well, they still have a 3-round buffer. So whichever mistakes that could be happening later down the line could get negated by that.
Yeah, I think it's a good situation for them to be in. Direwolves gonna be okay with the 4-2 half, but I think they have the capability to make it 5-1. And that's when the alarm bells for GG should start ringing for map number 3.
So far it's a game of drones, C4 flying out, but no actual success in the connection, so Pei and the rest of the team will try to fall back. Contention straight at the window. Oh, this is dangerous play. Pecan still, how does he come out alive? That one is beyond me.
Yep. And he's gonna get a scam off too. Just piles on the misery, sees that Goyo. And that's gonna put the Goyo under pressure from Jackie Wu.
Good entry as well from Direwolves, being able to just make that entry, but unfortunately for them, that's, well, Harambe once again lost into the void, into the darkness. Next theoretically will be Pecan on the chopping block, but what is unfortunate is the fact that this sort of breach was able to be done basically scot-free. Now Gaming Gladiators defense is now being forced to start scrambling around, trying to find the ways of how they can stem the bleeding, how can they prevent the entry onto the side. Pecan already getting the better of Rix again. What's been happening is completely beyond me, Benfield.
What's happening is that Direwolves are really good at this map. Gaming Gladiators are questionable. Pecan on 1 HP gets a 3rd kill! I don't understand this. Just as you don't understand what's happening. 1 minute left here. Power position still held by Gaming Gladiators upstairs. Specifically this one mine, but he's gonna get drawn down early. Might catch 1 or 2 people off guard though. Question is how many kills is he gonna get from that as ED tries to plant down quad kill for Pecan. Can he get the ace? 1 HP. No, he's gonna souffle to deny him. 5-1.
How does Pecan go from jumping into the window and getting put on the 1 HP to being able to nearly cop himself an ace? It's just mind-blowing to me.
He must have started chugging Pepsi from the bottle.
Pepsi from the bottle? Must be. Honestly, at this point, that's the only buff that seems to be going around. Hey. I'm trying to, you know, put together at least some sort of a cohesive thought about as to what's happening. Why is there such a huge difference in the fact of just how Gaming Gladiators played their Oregon and the Shelly? But yeah, you're saying map pool. but
I
they
guess,
had
right?
so many opportunities to ban out Chalet. They know that it's Styles' better map. Why do you let that slip through? Is just
maybe a test for
borderline
themselves?
beyond me.
I don't understand.
Why
that.
would you go for a test on the playoffs? That's the other one. Is like,
I mean, yeah, no, I don't understand it either. Don't worry. Odd decision making. I agree with you, but it is what it is at this point. They are suffering for it. Let's see. Maybe they are really confident in their attacks. Who knows? Maybe we'll see them roar back to a comeback and complete a 2-0 victory.
I'll have to see indeed. Live drone coming inside meanwhile with Hoven seeming to go ahead as well to go in for the push. But a fair bit of the utility starting to get cleared out. Tolji gets the better of Jackie Wu in the early stages. That's the Jaeger out of the equation. One of the big Roamers. There's still plenty of presence up on the second floor. So is, Hoven. He is basically everywhere and nowhere at the same time, being able to get the better of yet another player. And the Fink boost the buff at this point. I'm just starting to stutter everywhere. Ape follows up as well into the frag. Whilst I'm stuttering, Ape for the double. That's another one from Tolji. A flawless round to kick off the attack. And look, this may end up just being the one for us to bear witness, it seems. Enfian.
Yep.
Attack. That was wow. That was a stark difference comparative to what was an absolutely abysmal performance on the defense from Gaming Gladiators.
They still have that buffer. It was 4 rounds. It's now down to 3 again. I don't know about you, but just looking at Piton solo carrying that Diablos team doesn't really fill me with extreme amounts of confidence. If he's isolated, if he doesn't, perform the same way that he's been performing, well, then we'll see whether they can really hang on.
Exactly. Another setup coming around. The side that, at least within OC, has been sort of one of the second more difficult ones to really approach, given the sheer amount of verticality that there usually is. It's definitely an interesting one to be approaching this time. They also deciding to pick up the 417 DMR rather than the V308, whereas on the side of
Silence
W, yeah, silence as well, but thankfully this time no damage debuff, so it will be still hitting like a truck. And as well as that, without any sort of traces too. So look, this could be a very exciting sort of time plus as well. Tolji, if he could relay the information about Pecan, if Pecan could get eliminated in the early stages, this could be actually a huge opener for Gaming Gladiators to kick it off.
Harambe though, he gets taken out by a flying frag grenade. ED responds. Ape goes down. He trying his best to provide stability amid, an attack that seems to have been slipping in the favor of Gaming Gladiators, but Pecan helps out. He is tucked away in this corner, gets his 12th kill. Souffle helps out. Hovenhurst going down. We're looking at match point. Pecan gets another. Continuing on. He's trying to find a pick. This final member, Rix, just left alone. They know where he is. ED goes for the wide swing, game sense, information, whatever the case. ED is definitely feeling up to it with the SMG-11, and he takes match point for his team. Gaming Gladiators, they are looking just as lost as Dials did earlier on in Oregon, and Dials being lost in Oregon is certainly an anomaly. Gaming Gladiators being lost on Chalet, maybe not so much given the fact that they did not touch this map in APAC South whatsoever, so that might just indicate this is not a map that they're really very comfortable with. We'll see how it works out, of course. Pecan just continuing his tear. 13-4.
Yeah, look, it's definitely been quite a interesting change of pace, change of momentum. From a 7-2 win for Gaming Gladiators, we might just end up moving to a 7-2 win for Direwolves, which is just a mind-blowing sort of situation. And once again, we'll be going to our favorite map in Vienna after this one, Villa, which is such a fun, such an interesting map that I definitely do not hate by all forms of imagination.
Well, maybe Villa will be an interesting one. Maybe it'll be played with Amaru every round or something.
Even Amara at that point can't really change just how. Yeah, it's Villa is one of those maps that like I used to call it, you know, the map, the holy grail of versatility, right? Because you look at Villa, 3 floors that you could span out all over the place. 3 floors that you could go for a very roam heavy play, but each and every side is so expansive that you could play even for a full-on just turtle down play style.
Yeah.
And all you seeing nowadays, no matter so if you have the side upstairs, you have 2 people trophy stationary, you have 2 people study and AVG, and 1 person roaming ground floor. That's literally the formula for the defense. The ground floor, you have 2 people upstairs, the rest around the just sitting on the ground floor close by to the fireplace, and then the side. Whereas here, at least with Chalet, you have some sort of versatility. You have in terms of the fact that just the difference of the approach. I mean, with Jackie getting the better of Ape as well, this is a great opener. The fact that we are starting to see, you know, the Solarium push to come around once again. This is a very sort of expansive top to down clear here from Gaming Gladiators. For Direwolves, they get the choice. Do they stick around? Do they try to play for the tight corners? Do they back up? Do they go for the default back to the plan, or do they go for a complete walk around through the bottom of it? They can afford that. They can do that, and the route does provide the certain safety. Villa doesn't do that.
Well, Chile is where we're at, even though within 1 minute we might be heading there. 4v4. It's really looking in favor of the defenders at this point. I don't know about you, Cthulhu. This is feeling like this is the end over here for GG. The utility is still being cleared. 40 seconds. Jackie Wu piles on. Hovenhurst goes down. That second floor is going to remain in the defender's favor. No, maybe not. It's 2 kills for Toji. This is looking superb for Gaming Gladiators to try and bring this back. Try and keep this fight going. Toji gets another 3rd for him in this round. They have torn Direwolves apart. And Souffle can't do anything. Too slow to the draw. And it's Joe to clean things up.
Well, yeah. GG continuing their run, trying to cling on to the hope as much as they can, trying to keep them afloat amidst all the chaotic nature that so far was the Chalet. And interestingly enough, I believe this is the Direwolves tactical timeout. Introduced, yeah, there it is, yeah, Direwolves tactical timeout being brought in.
Attack timeout in Operation League? When does that happen?
It is a rarity, yeah, I know. It's quite a rarity to see nowadays, especially from the Apex South teams as well, on top of it all. But yeah, look, this definitely shows the seriousness of how much Direwolves are approaching this. They're fully acknowledging that, look, yeah, they are starting to let this slip away from them. Something needs to be done. Something needs to be organized. Something needs to be sorted. Regardless of what will be done, it's only 1 round that needs to be achieved here by Direwolves. They certainly have all the tools in their toolkit to be able to do so. Whereas on the side of Gaming Gladiators, 3 more rounds in a row that they have to basically perform flawlessly if they only want to contest just the overtime. And then from there, they need to score 2 more points without full. Quite a tall order, if you ask me, but look, we've seen some magical turnouts to happen. I mean, We already got to see back in the regular season the trades of 5-1, so what stops us from seeing yet another one?
Now, I think, I'm not sure who, but was Pecan the first to fall in the previous round? Or like one of the second?
I think he was second to fall.
Yeah, which is when it really went pear-shaped, right? Like, once Pecan was taken off the board, and then Dio just kind of tumbled into pieces, and that's what I highlighted, the danger. You know, he got most of his kills on the attack. Maybe he's just really good at attack. Maybe he's just feeling it. He's in form. He's in nick. And once you switch over to the defense, it's a different game, essentially. And he is doing okay, but he cannot be relied on to the same margin that got Dio to 5-1 lead. Perhaps.
Perhaps indeed. Now, 6-3 scoreline definitely looks like this is where Direwolves could really put the foot down. We'll have to wait and see if that is the case. Another Return drone starts going out in hopes and dreams of finding the next target. That's actually the ADS as well, so well, unfortunately, whilst it doesn't pop the castle barricade, it does get rid of the ADS, so Dragonite could quite easily get rid of the positioning. Ape very much wants to capitalize on off the back of that. Jackie Wu holding once again that tight angle whilst also being backed up by the ADS as well, so seems like maybe Gaming Gladiators are looking to try to circumvent the position. They want to try to circumvent the placements of all those defenders up above and just full send straight to the side, but that could prove to be a little bit more dangerous, it seems.
Hurst, he got the opening pick last round, couldn't quite help his team convert it. Looking for this player that's really close by. I don't know if he knows exactly where Pecan is, and yep, if Pecan falls, and it looks like doom befalls Direwolves. Nice little pick from Hurst again, getting the opening. Jackie Wu helps out, but Tolji, he's killed one of his own. 3 versus 3, 3 versus 2. Edie helps out. Could we see this go to Villa right now? We have 40 seconds.
Yeah, just a few more moments, and yeah, this looks like it just might be it. Joe and the rest of the team fumbled the bag rather heavily. And it's all down to Rick, but even he cannot do anything good. Half well played. We are going to be, in fact, going to the final map, full 3 mapper tonight for the second time. It's come around this time a 7-3 scoreline. Direwolves do win it all out. The back of their own map pick, and yeah, look, here on out, it's, well, going to be the question of who just has a much better trained Villa, it seems.
Yeah, unfortunate for Gaming Gladiators that they were looking good for a couple of rounds, couldn't quite hold their nerve. It just seemed like this is just not a map that they have practiced well enough. They have tried it in Operation League a couple of times. They've all been victories, but, you know, aside from the Fury 7-1 victory, which, you know, thinking about it, it's probably Fury trying to save strategies. I know we hate that term, but, like, you know, trying to give away as little as possible to the very opponents that they were going to play, you know, in the same league, etc., right? Give as little away as they could to try to qualify for the Strong Coping Major. Maybe that was the case, because from what we saw today and what we've seen in the past, like the 8-7 against Variants, stay led 4 rounds against the Strape as well. So, like, you know, this is maybe not the map for them.
Well, let's not forget the fact that right now, well, the result of Oregon as well, from Gaming Gladiators as well, partially could be attributed to the fact that, well, Gaming Gladiators are not per se going to either SI or the Major. They basically don't really have a whole lot to play after this season concludes. So for them to play out of their minds, like as if they have nothing to lose, is actually quite a good shot. Unfortunately, yeah, look, Chalet is definitely far from being their best map. Matter of fact, probably one of the worst ones is the way how I see it. So for Direwolves, look, at least they managed to play pretty well into their own comfort zone. So going into this one, going into the Villa, look, I'm curious which team will be able to come out the victor. I'm curious how will GG be able to really keep themselves afloat, because whilst yes, they were able to absolutely dominate and bully their competition on maps like Oregon, I don't actually have any. Well, the closest recollection of Villa is actually their loss to Elevate, which was a 7-5 loss, and that was against Elevate. That was actually coming off a rather unfortunate result against Direwolves. So I'm not too sure what to really make of it, because yeah, Direwolves so far looking very much warmed up, despite the fact that Oregon definitely was not their brightest sort of play.
Well, you know, even though Gaming Gladiators lost here on Chalet, you can win. 600 R6 credits are an Operation League C pin. Follow this channel, enter hashtag call your shots, as I know you guys are already doing it. Why do I even need to say it? You can win this little pin that you're going to see in just a couple of seconds. See, on me, it's pretty good, doesn't it? Over here. Yeah, you also can go to the Facebook page. It's the links in the chat. Rainbow Six Esports SCA, I believe, and follow the instructions on the page. Lots of more goodies, way more credits, and cool stuff to win.
Definitely, yeah. Look, there's been quite a fair few things being given away at the Facebook page, ranging from you know, the RAM sticks, the SSDs, and more of the cool things from our friends over at Kingston Fury. But yeah, look, for us to get over to our final map of tonight's Playday, we'll have to go into one more break, and after that we'll get to see some more action. Stay tuned.
But I'm on now. All these lanes gonna zone out, and all these lanes gonna take what I did, and they twist and they burst till I fall out. But I know that, so I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move, I'm a Kodak. So I'm gone, finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there at that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time of my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My God up on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to boss me in. I'm Mayweather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess, but I live.
Was hit hard. Here, live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. Real one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our final map of our playday. It's been quite a long run for ourselves here, but we are finally at this point. Villa is going to be the deciding map between Direwolves and Gaming Gladiators, where we've seen absolutely one-sided adventures from both sides. Oregon being a 7-2 scoreline in favor of Gaming Gladiators once we moved over to the Chalet, it was a 7-3 conclusion in favor of Direwolves here. Infian, going into the Villa, who do you favor the most?
I don't know, man. You'd ask me after Oregon, I would have said GG. You asked me if Chalet had been the first map, I'd have said Direwolves. I truly don't know, so I'm just gonna hit you with some stats, right? Because I think that's exactly where I think might be able to give you some insight. I'm gonna back Gaming Gladiators. Direwolves are good on Villa, but they aren't as practiced, perhaps, as they would want to be. Yes, they beat Elevate 8-7 in the decisive matchup that qualified them for the Strong Coping Major in APAC South, so that obviously indicates they're really good at it. But there were some dicey moments, and of course, Reaps was the MVP for that game. He really dragged his team through. He got 17 kills in that matchup. Reaps isn't here. And Gaming Gladiators, I think, are better than Elevate right now.
There we go. Look, I'm not even too sure myself how to really read into this, because you are very much correct. The way how Gaming Gladiators has been playing, they definitely are seeming to be a whole lot more consistent in terms of how they are going about their way, going about their plays. But yeah, Villa could definitely be a bit of a coin toss, at least in my eyes. Lack of Reaps is certainly going to be felt by Direwolves. I'll definitely agree with you here, given just how expansive the map is. So yeah, look, Battenface is probably going to be also playing quite a fair bit of a size as to what could be the end outcome. Nook, as the very first ban, understandable just how impactful she is at the current stage. Get her out.
Yeah, consistently banned in this series. I think in the previous series too, for 1 or 2 maps, if I'm not wrong. Or am I just blending matches together? There we go! Finally! What I've been saying from the start of this playday. Dokkaebi banned. That DMR is incredible. It's got a 3-time sight. She's got impact EMPs or smokes if you want. That call can disrupt your dead defenders' camps as well. They cannot do anything. They can't even cut the call because they're dead. And they can't get on camps while the call is ringing. Valkyrie being banned, not much of a surprise there either. Just don't want to give the opportunity of easy intel gathering. On a map like Villa, it's so big, you aren't always able to check like the ceiling, the corners, because if you do that, you might get picked off, and peeked by a long angle, for example. Closing out with Azami. Azami particularly potent on Villa here. You can see a lot of good angles being set up, particularly on Solar Stairs, I believe. That's really one of the best places. An Statuary Trophy is where the Kiba barricades can also just give you so much more cover when you're playing from the far bomb site in, I believe, Trophy.
Yeah, Zami here would have been almost a big deal breaker for the defense as to how well will the defense be able to really perform, or how flexible can they get. It's probably the better question out of the two. Looking at the lineup, actually, GG looking to try to flex their set pieces of utility as much as they can, given how important it would be to try to just clear out as many of those flank positions and, you know, tightly held corners in the early stages as much as possible. Whereas on the side of Direwolves, introduction of the Warden plus as well the Echo, that certainly signaled for a very similar sort of turnout where they want to actually hold those tight angles. They want to play for that distance. That's exactly where I think we could see some rather interesting actual outcomes actually come to fruition.
Well, utility being cleared very effectively by those Rotero drones so far. Still making some rotations with their DMR on the defense, of course. Not having that Mark 14 on the attack. Joe gets rid of the camera. Is he going to push at the main stairs now? Is that the plan? Because you have 2 members roaming here on Trophy Statuary's side. One of them is likely going to meet this Iana and Twitch combination, at the very least, because the other has backed off to red stairs. Joe's trying to help out. He might want to come up the window right there and apply some pressure, but he's actually looking towards 90.
90 hallway could be the big swinging point here. We'll definitely need to keep our eyes out for. I wonder if we'll get to see a lot of those big swings, or whether it is going to be a much more simple sort of outcome. Already quite a fair bit of damage has been exchanged. Ape down to just about 50 HP. As Souffle and the rest of the team will start considering even the opportunity of just flanking around. The grenade actually at the end of it gets eaten up by the ADS, which feels rather funny. But Pikan and the rest of the team are looking to... Oh, spotted now by the drone. The element of surprise is no more, and now the angle has been held, forced, and now eliminated as well, courtesy of Toji. Another one flicked actually by Souffle. That's Joe out of the equation, and well, back to a 4v4 it seems.
He's going very aggressive. Oh, Jackie Wu gets away with it, but also misses the opportunity to get the kill. Eventually doesn't get away with it. Alvinhurst piles on, and Gaming Gladiators in firm control of this round. Harambe, can he get one back? No, he misses his shots. Ape swings in the moment he knows where this player is, and Gaming Gladiators only lose 1 member on their first attack here on Villa, and early signs look to be dire for Direwolves.
Well, seems like an interesting situation that we find ourselves in. With Direwolves and a bit of a struggle at the beginning of the villa. The way how they've approached the push does not seem to have introduced any form of success, any form of flexibility. It was always sort of a forced push through just that one position, no actual intention or ability even to make a rotation towards the just a different flank, different part of the site. So curious if this is going to be in fact a recurring sort of thing where Gaming Gladiators will just be able to hold just sort of only one side and without needing to borderline worry about Direwolves flanking around them. So I suppose time will tell. But yeah, once again, sort of going for a relatively default-ish sort of setup with a few people being sort of extended towards the AVG and study room to just try to at least get an early warning when the push is looking to start from.
I'm getting very curious, very afraid of that window very near sight. He's gonna retreat back onto the other side. Souffle very aggressive here. No really, no push coming out from Gaming Gladiators just yet. Unlike the previous map where we had like kills coming out, flying out within the first 30 seconds. Just to say that though, it's not 30 seconds, it's 45, I guess. ED goes down.
This is much more sort of paced down, it seems, play coming around.
Nope.
Given that it's been such a very quick set of frags coming through with ED down and out, that was already seeming to be struggling a fair bit in finding the sort of the right spot to go for, the right position to fight from. But Pican at least gets the better of Hoven, so it's an even-Steven sort of so far trade-off.
Oh, he's trying to push in, use his return, and sorry if I cut you off. Harambe takes down Api. That's a nice little push in from the top of the stairs. That's a big important kill. Finally levels the man count. They now have to worry about this one and forget about the player behind the desk. Pican gets one, gets traded out by Joe. That's important, but now Joe's alone in trying to deal with Harambe. Problem is for Direwolves, this is one angle that Jackie Wu won't win. Not at this long-range engagement. He is under pressure. He needs some assistance. Souffle brings it. Gets the kill on to Rix. 50 seconds and just up to Joe.
Up to Joe indeed. Direwolves back onto their own bike, it seems, as well. They managed to completely circumvent all the problems that were coming their way, and with the way how Gaming Gladiators just before disposed of them. They managed to learn off the back of that, so it's all down to Joe to try to make this round work. Knife Peak, unfortunately, has been well and truly out of the fashion, and yeah, look, whilst the old trick could have worked out, but alas, the patience did prevail here. We get to see, though, the sort of pacing continue, because I mean, we'll look back at majority of the maps that we got to see tonight in Finn.
Yeah.
And for the most of it, it has been either, a full-blown streak of rounds, say 3, maybe even 4, in term, or in sort of in the case of Direwolves and Gaming Gladiators, has been almost full-on half streaks. Do we get to see an actual sort of back and forth round gameplay here between Direwolves and Gaming Gladiators at not round number 3, map number 3, or are we seeing the beginning of Direwolves' streak yet again?
Well, I think there is a chance, of course, that we might be seeing a fairly back and forth matchup. Yeah, no, I went to look at Gaming Gladiators' chances here on this map on Villa. And this is exactly where they beat Fury 7-5. They had the do-or-die matchup in the very third week that they played. You know, that super week in Apex South. And they came up top. RP was a force to be reckoned with. And you can see earlier on, I think in the first round when he walked in, it was him to get that triple kill with the Twitch, something, double kill at least. And he's back on the Twitch, yeah, same site, attacking. Got his drone inside of sight too. Nice little positioning from him. Pecan though gets the first pick to show.
With Joe falling, that doesn't really doesn't spell a whole lot of promise for GG, and by far actually one of the worst ones to bear witness.
Oh goodness.
Well, let's see if things will get escalated any further, because with Riggs already. Yeah, I mean, I would imagine that the suppressor as well doesn't particularly help the situation either here. So we are looking at a very, very scary situation where Gaming Gladiators could just keep on falling through and being unable to really find their stride here.
The info still coming in from RP's drone. And RP, yeah, he gets the kill. Pecan goes down, and suddenly it's a flurry. 2v2, we go from 5v5. It was something like that.
Yeah,
absolutely exploded.
Yeah, with Hoven already getting tagged up quite substantially, C4 from Souffle could actually come around quite rather big. Instead, it's Ape that actually goes quite big. Another tag, another damage, another frag. It is Gaming Gladiators that do shut down that push that initially was started coming around by Direwolves. So we are going to be seeing once again that sort of trade-off back and forth of the frags. Curious how will Gaming Gladiators and whether they will be able to keep on pushing the envoy, or whether things will be a little bit more different for all intents and purposes here. As it stands, looking at the lineup, very heavy emphasis towards the Abu to have those rotations going. The running the variety plus the castle as well should make things a whole lot more interesting.
Well, Gaming Gladiators, as I said, they relied on Ape. He was the MVP in that 7-5 win against Fury. So far, he is delivering 6-1 on that Twitch. Looked absolutely fierce. I've only died once as well. Hovenhurst going from the Yana to the Ash, or kind of a side grade in terms of like the gun. But of course, he gets soft breach and utility. They found out that it's not going to be a repeat of that second floor aviator game. It's going to be kitchen instead. And Riggs is happy to take that supporting role here in this engagement. Joe as well on that soft breach. But make no mistake, as we saw in Oregon, Joe can absolutely frag.
Oh yeah, 110%. Definitely.
That's great info.
Well.
Free. No, they know.
No.
He's moved. It's a Mexican standoff.
Oh no. Hoven, yeah, Holdition, oof. Completely demolishes Souffle in every shape and form. In all intents and purposes. No more chances have been presented here.
I really gotta commend GG, specifically Hovenhurst on. He saw that, he knew that he had to act quickly, he had to take the initiative, and this is what we didn't see earlier on in the Elevate Fury game. Like, many opportunities were missed because initiative wasn't taken by the attacking team, for example. And Hovenhurst, because of that, he's gotten 2 kills now, and really put this round in his team's favor.
Yeah. Absolutely, Hoven has been. We've highlighted him as being one of the big performers for his team previously. For all the right reasons, he has been an absolute menace when it comes down to just the sheer amount, just the freaking he's able to just keep on dishing out. So it has been rather bigness how well he's able to perform and how just damage output it has been relying on him.
Yeah.
Just gonna be waiting for a round of 2. Divulge any further because, well, Gaming Gladiators might just be on their own. Talking about multitude of teams were able to be able to just keep on pushing their own momentum, their own envelope so well. I think of just how Villa so far been going through, it's certainly been a whole lot more decisive.
Absolutely. We on the attack is more on. We have seen a fair amount of attacker side Villas. Even when Villa was released earlier on, when we expected Villa, oh, it's a new map, it's going to be defender sided. No, there was still like 5-1 attacker halves. I remember very clearly in those days, back in like, what was it, Pro League days it was? I believe it, yeah, people are like, oh, what's happening? You know, these are like the top teams all across the world. And it's just happened. Like I think I remember a reciprocity game where they came back from 1-5 deficit on the defense. This Twitch zone has gone really deep without any stopping. Oh, that wall soft? There was a mute jammer there, but the wall was left soft. Did I see that right, Cthulhu?
I think that you might have seen it right, actually. It'll be rather unfortunate if that is the case, though, Infian. By far one of the worst sort of outcomes that could have been found, but alas, that's just the case, I guess.
They're trying to rely on the fact that they don't have a soft breacher, like gambling on the fact that, on the chance that Gaming Gladiators don't bring a soft breacher, and then if they try to hard breach it, they can shoot it out. Is that the game plan?
I mean, so
if that's
I guess it's just about as good as mine, honestly.
On the Twitch, kill number 8, ED goes down. The Direwolves are not having a good time here. This is a map that they have been okay on at best. Ape gets a second, can't get a third this round. But yeah, the Gaming Gladiators, they're having a good time, but Pika, nice little jump out. There's a drone on him too, takes out Rick, and that's a diffuser drop on the floor outside. He'll need to be killed, I think, for GG to recover this, and that's exactly what Havenhurst does.
Exactly what Havenhurst does, and he will continue the gaming, continue the plays. For all the intents and purposes, he is to just keep on dishing out the punishment. I mean, he's been absolutely proficient at that. It's been absolutely a pleasure to watch how he rolls, how he plays. But yeah, look. Not yet finished, not yet done, not yet out of it. Far from it, as a matter of fact.
2v2, Souffle bringing Direwolves back into this. Surely but slowly. Slowly but surely. Souffle gets one more. Havenhurst trades him out. It's a 1v1. Harame behind the shield. Pops out at the right moment. Prevents this from getting a little more embarrassing for Direwolves. Only a second defensive win here. Feels strange to say. But Direwolves trying to make this 3-3.
Very much still within the reach. I'd say Infian, they should still be able to use this pretty thoroughly as well. The lineup that they are introducing, Picano and the Alibi should still be able to pretty thoroughly, so still very much all depends on just how much of the actual pushback can we see from the team of Direwolves and how much can they really hold on to all of this. It stands, it's not yet the worst sort of situation, even if this does sort of divulge into into a 3-3 scoreline. Far from the worst sort of position to find themselves in.
5 seconds to insertion. Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Well, that's a nice little... Yeah, sorry, I just taking my time picking my words.
Sorry, I thought for a moment
No,
my
we
just died for a second.
Yeah, we
Sorry.
have had technical issues. No, it makes sense. I wish we were casting together. I have missed Lance, as I'm sure you have, Cthulhu, as well. But Ape doesn't miss. He gets kill number 10. Hollenhurst is not far behind. He's got 9 and 2 as well. If he gets one more, he's going to be keeping pace. And those two players have been driving GG forward.
Yeah, GG definitely managed to showcase us some really good players. I mean, Ape, again, beating the story of Mr. Punch from Elevate. Went absolutely above and beyond, really, for his team. Certainly been showing up quite largely there in full force for Gaming Glad. Although Dino will still being able to have some really big hitters here and there. From them, it definitely felt more so like a effort.
Yeah. Regardless, I will still in with the shots. Half the round has elapsed. Edie going down is not going to help that. So Robinhurst, there we go. As I said, keeping pace. That is 10 kills for him too. Oh, trying to come up on the flank. 2 drones that he's going to have to take out. Surely that alerts them, but Harambe's gone down on the side. Souffle gets killed too. It's all up to Pika now on this flank. He can't do anything. There's too many angles. It's chaos. It is destitution. And it is 4-2 lead for Game Gladiators.
Yeesh. Definitely a much more rougher sort of situation here for Direwolves, given that they now have to go onto the attack. Once again, Direwolves tactical timeout to be brought out here. Sort of, and do we get to see, you know, possibly change around for that? Yeah, you know, with them being on the defense, would have expected to see them performing, but last that didn't really come to. Maybe it's the Yetzel really out for them, but seeing it only usually it's the Chalet that usually gets that sort of special treatment. Villa certainly does not feel like the one that will be bringing us all the saucy, all the spicy plays. So, okay. Certainly might be worth for us to start, you know, talking about all the possibilities as to who will be versing who and what kind of grand finals we could get. Because, I mean, if we do end up getting a Gaming Gladiators versus Elevate matchup, I'm still pretty close. Whereas Direwolves versus this will very much depend which map do we get to see them play. And surely, I would imagine Elevate would not let Elevate would not let Direwolves to slip in a Chalet pick as easily as GG allowed that to happen.
10 seconds to insertion.
GG now on the defense here. Bring in Ella. That's a choice that we haven't seen much from both these teams so far in this matchup, or rather, much at all at the top level in competitive. Obviously, she has a really great gun, and those stuns created disorienting. They kind of lost their effect when people started expecting Ella to be brought every single round, and started, you know, mentally anticipating this stun effect or baiting it out or looking for it specifically with Twitch drones, as Edie will have to. But maybe, you know, the idea of bringing her is just like for the shock factor. Suddenly you are getting stunned and then you're getting cut down if you act quickly, as GG have been showing initiative on the attack at the very least. So maybe that is the idea. Also, I just want to quickly point out, you know, that matchup, that round where Paul was left unreinforced. Direwolves actually won that round. Somehow. Bizarrely.
Bait and switch.
Yeah. Somehow they made it work. But, yeah. They are definitely under the pump. Edie is not having a good time. 0-6.
Big. Poor Edie. Hopefully we'll get to see him back into the fray as quickly as possible. But we'll get to wait and see already. Jackie Wu starting to make a progression towards closer and closer. 4v5 though with Harambe out of the equation and already quite some damage being dealt. Jackie Wu not particularly his state here, it seems.
Yeah, Direwolves in general just not enjoying their time here. 4 versus 5, it continues. As Harambe, as we saw earlier on, went down. Edie on the Twitch. Almost hear Canadian screaming, you're playing Twitch, man, and he needs to land these shots. But he has lost sight of that Goyo. And Pecan has lost sight of his life. Hovenhurst takes him out. Does Edie know where he's going? He does not. He's trying to peek this blindly. Sees a hint of that Goyo. Takes so much damage. He needs to be getting this kill. The rest of his team is falling to pieces. The C4 finishes him off. GG support their teammates. Direwolves can't. Edie left on an island for half a minute. And it's a flawless round for Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators took a bit of a break during Chalet, it seems, and just now feeling absolutely unleashed with the way how they are just putting in the work. Definitely a very amusing thing to witness. The way how they managed to hold the fort here on Villa definitely was sort of a really cool way of just bringing the play back, bringing their own momentum, their back, however you want to call it, want to describe this. Chalet did not seem to have affected them in any shape or form, which is something that not a whole lot of teams can actually really flex. Is the fact just not to go that full on, you know, turbo tilt mode. It's definitely quite a feat that Gladiators have, at least this have mastered.
Yeah, I think, yeah, they just knew, you know, Chalet, not a map they practiced. As, you know, you raised a question earlier on, why didn't they ban it? I gotta be honest, I still don't know. I can ask Joe afterwards, maybe he'll give us an answer. Maybe he's really like, you know, why not? Let's give ourselves a challenge, and they bit off too much, more than they could chew. But they have really come into their own here on Villa. Confident after the high pressure matchup against Fury went their way. Almost sent them to the Shrunk-Whipping Major instead of Fury. That's really where it started, so I think they're just carrying on that same belief that they had.
In belief, the same energy, yeah. Could very much be the case. Hey, I mean, look, I think majority of the teams, given that we've, as I believe it was actually mentioned that on Twitter, not a whole lot of teams really got to see, you know, consecutive major appearances, really, throughout the whole of APAC. So, in saying that, I want to say that Gaming Gladiators so far actually felt like one of the more overall consistent teams, where they seem to still having a pretty good grasp as to what they want to do, how they want to perform, and want to, you know, play their cards. But it's just sometimes it's just, yeah, it's not their day, it's not their sort of time to perform.
Oh, that's a really clever Banshee. Gives away Pecan's position. Unfortunately for GG, no one there to
really
capitalize.
Quite a fair bit of damage has been dealt. Direwolves not really enjoying their stay here, attempting to just stay alive as much as one, but my god, it's all falling apart. Pecan and Harambe are the last men standing to just try to stick it out, try to tough it out, but it's not all looking too pretty.
Well, we'll see how this shapes up, of course. Trying their best. 1 versus 3, trying to prevent match point, series point. Well, Harambe gets 1, and 2. Shotgun though from the back. Can't expect that one. Can't fight that one at that close range. Rix goes aggressive. GG. Go up onto match point, series point. And are we gonna see 7-7-2 here?
Might as well, honestly. The way how it was going so far been rather quite a barn burner. So might as well head for that one. 6-2. Definitely by far one of the most polarizing matchups, I have to say, in terms of like a BO3 performance. The way how sort of that fort has been held. Definitely both teams managed to show their good and the bad side, I suppose. The best way to really describe this. And okay. At the end of the day, well played by Gaming Gladiators. They definitely came in quite prepared, despite the fact that they decided to allow Chalet to be slipped in and proceeded to, well, allow what happened happen. So yeah, definitely an impressive turnout, all things considered.
We should be able to wrap this up. They have looked unstoppable, really, or rather unbreakable on the defense. Appy 12-3, Haven 14-2. Cthulhu, how on earth do you fight this? Havenhurst is gonna go for a spawn peek. Oh, mistimes it. Could have got it. He really could have. Just needed a couple of hesitation. Didn't expect Gyro's from the side was not a spawn.
Gyro's now being sort of almost cornered there with the way how they're playing. Souffle almost forced to go onto a bit of a rappel. Tried to maybe even find some sort of presence up above. Maybe try to go for a vertical, but even then, I mean, there's so many intricacies here to just breaking that Gaming Gladiators defense. And I mean, what can you do really here? Because on the side of Gaming Gladiators, they have such a wide grasp onto the villa, onto both the third and the top floor and the ground floor. Picana at least does able to find a shot onto Joe, but we've seen so many times where, you know, we find that opening initially, but then it's complete turnaround and in favor of Gaming Gladiators.
Well, the Ying Candelas finally detonate after the Ying was banned 2 maps in a row here in this series, I believe. And in the previous series as well. Might be confusing things, but ED, no joy on the kill department. And the Souffle, no joy on the Selma department. Ape gets the first kill. ED goes down, and ED might end this map with 0 kills if things end as they stand. Joe now traded off. Harambe gonna get rid of that Banshee from above. Uncontested here on the 2nd floor, but I think this is a good idea, not like Fury earlier on, who were peeking everything and gave away 2v4 advantages, so yeah.
Questioning that.
I think unless they perform better in the major, I'll be like, just what was happening. Oh, Pokeball greets him through the door. Havenhurst gets 2. Ape gets a 3rd. This is all over. Harambe needs to make this 1v3 clutch right now. If he is to survive Havenhurst in 16 kills, Ape on 14. Ape can't catch up with Havenhurst if this ends like this. Is Harambe going to allow Havenhurst or Ape to get this final kill? I really think it's inevitable at this point. Tolji not even participating in this duel between his own 2 teammates, fighting for this last piece of meat. Dangle with 25 HP of bait, and it's a Pokeball! Havenhurst started this defense on site, greeting, I believe, Pikan with that Pokeball, ends it with a Pokeball capture. And that's Gaming Gladiators, who will progress to the grand final after winning 2 of the maps 7-2, and will face tomorrow Elevate.
Oh my. What a conclusion to it all. Definitely quite a change in pacing compared to our very first matchup, but yeah, look, a well-deserved turnout really here by Gaming Gladiators. Came into this really well prepared, and yeah, like we mentioned before, Oven and the rest of the team managed to really do a stellar job at their game, at their performance. Yes, look, a little bit of a slip up in map number 2, but from there on out, it was all a pretty clear road in what they wanted to do, how they wanted to perform it. Yeah, 2-7-2s definitely seems just about right for a team like GG to be able to beat Direwolves, although unfortunately for DW they did not play in full 5 core.
Yeah. Things are gonna get worse. I mean, we won't see it because Direwolves have no like competitive matchups up until the major. But things internally, I have a feeling, will get worse before they get better. These 2-7-2 losses for them, minus that Chalet, which I think they have figured it out. I think that's the foundation right now, like the must pick, must win situation, or rather maybe a must ban for their opposition maybe in the future. But like yeah, things will get worse internally because they are doing very likely a massive reorganization of roles. We saw at times Harambe playing the roles of Reap. We saw at times ED playing the Harambe playing the roles of ED because right now Harambe obviously had to fill in for Reaps physically, but role-wise at the major, and in scrims leading up to the major, that one we know for sure. But maybe at the major as well, he's going to have to fill in ED's position. Whether he'll play ED's roles or not, I think that's what they're experimenting. I think that's what we saw earlier today. He can do it on Chalet. I don't think he can do it quite on Villa Oregon just yet.
Yeah, look, definitely. I suppose the main learning point for both teams here is the map pool of their own, and definitely sort of looking to practice it maybe a little bit more, or maybe look into expanding it any further. But yeah, look, it's what it is really here. An unfortunate turnout for Direwolves, gotta say that. Seeing as so much effort has been put into their craft, they managed to go absolutely lossless throughout the whole regular season. Unfortunately, their run for the grand final ends here. They still get to play it out against Fury for the contention of the 3rd place, but no more is their chance to claim themselves the $8 grand prize for the 1st place.
Yeah, unfortunate for them, but I don't think they're going to beat themselves up too much about it. Look, they are going to the major at the end of the day.
They're still going to the major. Yeah, true.
Yeah, and I think I like this situation better. That Elevate progress, Fury doesn't. That we have Gaming Gladiators progress, Direwolves doesn't, because we'll see Direwolves. We'll see them again. We will see them do like great things on the international stage. I want to see in Southeast Asia our teams, the ones who didn't really get a chance to shine internationally, so close. They got both of them, particularly GG. But you can get close to a win yourself. Follow the channel, enter hashtag call your shots in the Twitch chat for the final time tonight for a chance to win 600 R6 credits or the Operation League C pin that you saw me wearing throughout today. You can go to the Facebook page too. You can see it in the chat. The automated message, Rainbow Six Esports SEA, 7,560 credits on offer there. 16 GB of Kingston Fury RAM, Kingston Fury mousepads, a small cable, and lots of merch.
But a fair few things on the list there for the taking, and yeah, look, it's definitely been quite an interesting night for us to bear witness from. The absolutely back and forth sort of roller coaster of emotions that was the Elevate versus Fury, to just the point domination fiestas that was the GG versus Direwolves. So yeah, look, today is definitely a well played day, and I'm quite curious to see how will the grand final will really go, because the Elevate versus GG now grand final, the Fury versus Direwolves 3rd place matchup. There's still quite a fair few games to be played, quite a fair few big sort of plays to be made, quite a fair few big matchups to be had. So I'm absolutely all looking forward to the majority of it.
Indeed, I cannot wait. I'm not going to be participating. As is Cthulhu, I don't think we're going to be coming in tomorrow. So that ends the Operation League C season for us here in the autumn season. Oh, it's been incredible. I genuinely think this was a good day to end off. Minus the Villas, minus the Oregon, but and minus the constant inability of Fury to keep a 2v4 man advantage. Yeah. I think it's a good day. It's good games, exciting stuff that's happened.
Absolutely so. Yeah, look, tomorrow's matchups are going to be quite crazy, honestly. Genuinely looking forward to seeing what will be played out, how we'll be able to wrap up the Operation League Southeast Asia for our autumn season, and then who do we get to crown as the big winner for it all? Because after that we still have the the winter season to come around, at least within somewhat soonish time. I would imagine that would still only go towards the next year. But yeah, autumn definitely has been providing. Furion versus Direwolves is going to be our very first matchup tomorrow. The battle for the third place, and then Elevate versus Gaming Gladiators as our grand final to crown the winners and the ones to grab themselves the points for the next matchup, and not for the next matchup, for the next season, as well as that the $8,000 dues. But look, yeah, before we close it all off, any final thoughts before we wrap it up, Infian?
Two final thoughts. Really, that it's been a pleasure to cast this, and the second one is, you guys can type other things other than hashtag CollegeHawks all the time in chat. You can type it once. It counts. Trust us. It's an automated system. But thank you very much for tuning in to listen to us ramble up and down. Sorry for any technical issues, but we'll catch you potentially in the next season.
Catch you later.
To the come on, it's the first page, but I shook the road out just like an earthquake. Still follow my dreams, even in the worst way. Still doing my thing, no break in my birthday. Take a long way home, had to lean on myself. Let's try to swallow me whole. Jump so high, it's not about a cushion in the next, but all about power through the struggle and the test. 38 in my lung, I can't even breathe. Praying to the sky, even almost getting sick. I am who I am, even talking from the street. If you want some beef, they'll turn me to the beast. Before getting caught up, I need to get caught out. Stuck in the cage, trying to find my way to broke out. Got a whole lot of proof, now I just need a boat out. One day on my shelf, so my tickets will be sold out. Used to be the kid, now I'm here to top. Hustle, pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, played out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. Ready for the ride, ready for the fight. I said I move too quick, don't last through the highlight. No time, I got no time. Road to the hilltop, always so rugged, so tight. Gamble with my life, hard to being on my own. Trying to stay in line, so I live it on my phone. You can find one of a kind person like me. Living in the moment, had to set my mind free. Cause over fear, anytime's near. I'm to the tears, finally don't shed tears. Betting on me is the right risk, then no. Always pulling down the ramp before the rainbow. Used to be the kid, now I'm here to top. Hustle, pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, played out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Can't tell me nothing, don't know why. I'm around for the long ride. Look up, kiss the sky, waste no time. I'll be riding all my life.
Used to be the king, now I'm here to top. Hustle, pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, played out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, that's why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me what are you waiting? Take it over and this is my year.
The faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see.
Was hit hard. Here, Liv. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in.
My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?